Chapter 62, Legacy 13-1 Legacy of War. Legacy 13.1. Legacy of War. All your promises of a new golden age will turn to dust. This light you worship as miraculous is only the candle that precedes the return of old night. Soon, your false saint will understand that the gods are the only salvation mankind can count on. Words attributed to Larxias, self-proclaimed Oracle of Fate, executed on 313M35 in the Atlantis sector for heretical speech and hundreds of other crimes. For the difficult battles, choose a Fey regiment. For the impossible battles, we will take it. For the miracles, we call the Web Mistress. Attributed to an adjutant spider in 312M35, authenticity very much confirmed. The Warp. Battleship Enterprise. Thought for the day, carry the Emperor's will as your torch, with it destroy the shadows. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. So far, the journey through the warp had been relatively calm. As he watched the tired expression of Lady Weaver, however, Odysseus knew that it may not have been calm for everyone. The black-haired living saint was sipping her tea with the kind of expression the Lord Inquisitor had too often seen on the faces of his peers who had spent too many nights purging entire hives from the taint of the ruinous powers. Problems? He asked neutrally. Nightmares, the heroine of Macridge grunted. Nightmares sent by the abominations. Ah. Why did he think he wasn't about to hear good news? You could have stopped them long before they were a nuisance for you. I could, the starry-eyed angel confirmed. But the most sensitive souls of this fleet would have paid the price. I can see the lies in the visions the Four sent me. I can't promise the same will happen for those confronted with the spectacles of horror of the Calyx Hell Stars. The ruinous powers showed you the Calyx Hell Stars. Odysseus cleared his throat. An interesting choice. They only showed me the Calyx Hell Stars. Each of the Four sent nightmares of a different part of that hell pit, but it was still the Calyx Hell Stars. I trust you understand the significance. The archenemy is preparing something. And though unity for them is a thing of the past, they are ready to keep everything dark where we are concerned. That's what I deduced too. The woman who had destroyed Kumarak gave a nod, and a medium-sized beetle came forwards to bring refreshments. Odysseus Tor took it like the subtle invitation it was and claimed a chair. For a couple of minutes, they emptied their respective cups of tea. Odysseus had tried chocolate since they left Macridge, but in his opinion, it was too sweet, too sugary. Or maybe it was the effect of his mouth being completely ravaged by an entire life drinking bad recaf. I was told, the Lord Inquisitor began conversationally, that the Ecclesiarchy found a new designation for the ruler of the Calyx Hell Stars. Yes, the lips twitched in a shadow of a smile, they want to call her a Cambion, if my sources in the Ophelian Synod are correct. It will likely take an official vote to confirm it, but I think it will pass. You seem relatively unenthusiastic about the idea. I understand the propaganda value. Lady Weaver answered bluntly. But it will be of only limited use. Unlike the previous Red Angel, the new Queen of Blood can't be banished like a greater daemon can. By all rights, the levels of warp corruption past the boundaries of the Calyx Hell Stars are not sufficient to allow greater demons to endure outside of battlefields. She should have already been on her way back to the abomination she serves. Yet she is still there. They had spoken of the similarities between Valkia and living saints before, and Odysseus had no reason to restart the conversation today. It gave him the urge to grimace. If the Nyx sector was to be the heart of Weaver's power, then it was clear Kern wanted his queens to be the Calyx Hell Stars' perpetual sovereign. Were you able to gain any interesting information from these nightmares, at least? He asked after aborting this depressing line of thinking. A few scraps, the star-filled eyes grew thoughtful. Though as always, I think we must stay prudent. I could ascertain the visions were true, but I have no idea of the time scale. It could have been what is happening this year, or it could be future events. I lack the reference points to be sure. Yes, this was always a big problem when it came to the ruinous powers. The first thing I can tell you is that the new Red Angel does not have a capital like a sector or quadrant lord would. Her power base is concentrated aboard the Conqueror. It's used as some sort of military headquarters, royal court, capital, and for other vital functions, I guess. It survived the Battle of the Tyrant Star. The Ordo Malleus hadn't been sure. Judging by the visions I had, and this time the living saint made a genuine grimace, the thing is more daemon than worship by now. As such it devoured several hulls to regenerate, including the former flagship of the Blood Muse. As a result, this disgusting pit of damnation now has an impalement theme, along with the blood pools and arenas. 2 out of 3 I understand, Odysseus remarked, but the blood pools. I think they are heretical indoctrination chambers. They allow them to keep their newborn traitor Astartes away from the arenas in the first period of their transhuman life. That was extremely bad news. And of course, they stopped implanting butcher's nails into the skulls of their elite. This wasn't a surprise anymore, but it was still a confirmation Odysseus would have preferred to not have received. These were visions sent by the Red Angel's ruinous power, I assume. Yes. The ruinous power of change was far busier taunting me with the shipyards of the world they call Clark-Carrond. To be honest, I'm not really impressed, but it is possible that being aware of the Imperium's shipbuilding capacities, I am too used to having proper void docks and infrastructure. They can build Eldar warships there nonetheless, albeit with a very small production capacity for capital ships above cruiser tonnage. Why these visions in particular, in your opinion? I took the title of Yildari Empress, don't forget. True. But that still remains. Odysseus didn't have the right word on his tongue. Childish? A pitiful way of taunting me? Yes. The golden-winged angel rolled her eyes. I failed to see the humor, at any rate. I was more worried about the nightmares decay sent my way. The system that was known as the Lathes has been completely taken over by the Dark Mechanicum faction sworn to the Gore Queen. The living saint was right, it was far more concerning. Khorne-worshipping Eldar were in short supply anyway, so no matter how many hulls were built, the Calyx forces still had to crew them, and Odysseus seriously doubted traitor Astartes would be invited aboard them to compensate for the lack of Eldar crews. They are truly building their traitor equivalent of a forge world. His peers of the Ordo Malleus had been worried about it when he met them in several secret councils at Ultramar. 2. They still call themselves the archaeologists. Yes. A new cup of tea. The old Lord Inquisitor noticed the blue-white set had been purchased in the home system of the Ultramarines was very much welcome. And the 4th. Anarchy was very much busy showing me systems where the greenskins battle heretics. The Lady General Militant admitted. Not very useful by itself, as most of the Granithar brutes are dead or left shortly after the second battle of the Tyrant Star, but it confirms that the orcs consider some planets holy ground where they can wage hostilities for as long as they like, and they don't care about the influence of the ruinous powers. How sad for them, Odysseus commented with a total lack of sympathy. The traitor forces are going to be able to rebuild their cadre of veterans which was decimated by the King in Yellow. His host warned him. And I don't think in the end the greenskins will be a problem for more than a few decades. The green WAAGHs are disorganized and lack a powerful leader. But it will give us time. And each world the traitors and their auxiliaries battle upon is critical, because given the sheer scale of the destruction which happened recently, the Calyx Hellstars don't have a lot of good strongholds that the Conqueror can use to muster a new blood crusade. And the realm seized is far smaller than the ruinous powers wanted. The name of the Calyx Hellstars was apt, but the borders drawn by the corrupted Noctilith of the ruinous power of blood didn't include the entire region, and the Inquisition had been able to contain the problem with Guard and Ex Frateris Templar assistance. Speaking of auxiliaries, I take it some of the Tau are involved in the battles. They are present, though in most visions I was able to study, they are used as a sort of strategic reserve. Lady Weaver shrugged. They don't have much left in common with the Tau I met so far. With their demonic-shaped helmets and impaler-type weapons, they are very much a traitor counterpart to the Tempestus Scions. Except the Scions don't field battlesuits. Odysseus noted drily. Except that, the living saint agreed. But I think. The sentence was interrupted, but reassuringly, a happy expression blossomed on her face. There was a brief sensation of being directionless, of their surroundings being suddenly far safer, and that meant the battleship had left the warp. I am back home. Next system. Battleship Enterprise. 2.501.312 M35. Lady General Militant Taylor Hebert. There was something soothing about contemplating blue anchorage for several minutes. No matter how powerful you were, the enormous blue gas giant also known as Nyx Sextus was still there, making you as insignificant as the first day you saw it. Taylor sighed when Kratos loudly cleared his throat, partially ruining the moment. It was only when Gamaliel sighed that she reacted. Yes, Gamaliel. My lady, I believe Kratos has something to say. I know, the insect mistress grinned. That's why he's going to wait for a bit longer. Has every ship of the fleet arrived? Every ship has safely completed translation out of the warp, yes. The Blood Angel nodded. 1,287 ships, all safely returned from Macrage. The pylons are really changing warp travel as we know it. There may never be enough of them to deploy for single squadrons, never mind lone ships. Taylor smiled. But having one for an entire battle group is more than sufficient to change the course of an entire campaign. From the moment the heresy broke out to the 35th millennium, it was hard to not notice that in thousands upon thousands of crusades and operations waged in enemy territory, the Imperium had kept losing warships to the malevolence of the warp. Sometimes it was 1 or 2 ships per year on a specific front. In darker times, 2 or 3 flotillas disappeared and were never seen again. Of course, we are still far from making it a common asset for crusades and other important campaigns. Relay my compliments to Chancellor Achelios, please. Pylon or not, this was still a remarkable feat of navigation. Taylor counted up to 20, slowly, and then acknowledged the inevitable. Yes, Kratos. I wanted to say that your second wife is on her way. Now with the benefit of hindsight, Taylor knew that the decision to make the flesh Tira wait before speaking had very much been the right one. Marianne is not my second wife. Only because no vows were exchanged. Taylor's hearing was beyond human now, but even then, she was unable to say for certain who had just spoken. Someone, the black-haired para-human mused, really wants to volunteer for those really fun exercises against my swarm. You know, the ones where I gather most of my swarm and you are vanquished in the end no matter what you try. Taylor paused before smirking. Still, I am a very merciful woman. As thousands of Tyranids, word-bearers, and Necrons can attest, my lady, Gamaliel added gravely, completely ruining the effect in mere seconds. Taylor groaned. I will pit each and every one of you against Bellona. The insect mistress promised. You are not going to have fun, believe me. She learned a lot watching the Queen of Blades. Of course, this didn't work on Kratos and the most bloodthirsty space marines. Fighting a giant arachnid sounded very much like their idea of fun, even if blue Bacta had to be used in the aftermath. Can you feel them, my lady? Gamaliel. Your adjutant spiders, my lady. Can you give them orders from this distance? Taylor closed her eyes and focused. 12 spider lights danced in front of her, as her power rejoiced and sang a beautiful melody of light and sacrifice. No. I can feel them at this distance. Giving them orders or controlling them like I am next door. Not a chance. Do you hear that, Kratos? We are still going to be in the middle of great battles. This time the culprit was known, and the Black Templar was going to enjoy a severe punishment for his effrontery. Now that we've established you all can't be serious for 1 minute, how about contacting the kitchens and checking what's on the menu? One of my adjutants is busy enjoying delicious food at Nyx, and I am of the mind to imitate them with my guests. Your second wife, you mean, my lady. Gamaliel, double the punishment of Kratos. And make it sure it doesn't involve any fighting. Perhaps performing infiltration duties with Pierre, my lady. That's cruelty. A suddenly far less confident flesh-tearer protested. Taylor chuckled. An excellent suggestion, thank you. Nyx. Hive Athena. Syntagma Square. Thessala Bar Restaurant. Naxos Creed. They said that Hive Athena never slept. Naxos had seen many grand festivities last all night, and he could confirm there was some truth to that. That said, everyone needed to sleep. And in the middle of the week, the majority of the citizens were peacefully snoring in their beds. If there was any need to confirm it, Syntagma Square and the nearby streets were near empty. And this despite the fact there were 2 big hab blocks where a lot of ministry employees worked. Most days, they had queues in front of them. But those were no longer seen several hours past sunset. There were still a few servo owls flying above his head, but it was a slow trickle at best. Naxos gritted his teeth. One more day when his job hunting had achieved nothing but failure. And it was way too late or too early to go to Grand Central and catch a train. Night trains existed everywhere on Moira, but you didn't use one without reservation and spending a lot of gelts. It was easily 3 times cheaper to take a day train, and Naxos didn't have big pockets. He would have to wait, and the establishment was still open, like a lot of Syntagma bars. Thessala, well, it wouldn't hurt to have a sandwich and a glass of juice fruit. Naxos loved the new sandwiches. The Thessala Bar restaurant was not the kind of place young men like him frequented in the middle of the day. There were some decorations in Amazonian wood, and some Colorado marble. The soft music was very much the kind of thing nobles loved to listen to. It wasn't the chorus songs many famous singers and millions of spectators gathered for at Hive Trinity. Naxos descended the stairs, and looked for an employee, wondering if the soft lights meant. The young Nyxian had turned the corner and was now in the illuminated room. He froze. Naxos was sure nobody would have blamed him, because there was a gigantic spider comfortably seated at a table. Don't just stand there like a sting beetle hit you. Air. Naxos wasn't able to find the correct words. Early riser. No, the young man found at last the strength to shake off the surprise. I mean, I didn't go to bed. I just wanted a meal? Then you've come to the right place. I was just finishing my shift and am in need of company. Naxos had heard of the great adjutant spiders, of course. They were certainly the second holiest non-human beings of Nyx, since Lisa and all the Titan moths stood above them, according to the priests. Many were seen regularly on the news and in different hololithic displays. But he had never seen one in the flesh, and this one was bloody huge. I wouldn't want to cause problems, I'm sure. If there is any problem, it is the lack of company. The giant arachnid grumbled. Not that it is the fault of this great establishment, of course. Some sanctimonious fraudsters are to blame. They made me work overtime. But I caught them. And now I lack company in my favorite establishment. Now sit. I will pay your meal in exchange for the conversation. But you don't even know what it will cost. You realize, the insect servant of the Basileia replied, that this is the second super gourmet menu that I am enjoying tonight? Furthermore, I am certain that the webmistress is not going to blame me for adding a few thrown gelts to the bill. I am pretty sure we were supposed to listen to her subjects, and my investigations ate up a lot of my free time recently. Naxos was a bit reassured by the arrival of the waitress, who assured him something like this was relatively normal. Antony444 the adjutant spider answered to this name was well known here, and loved to randomly invite Nixians to her table. It was very good luck, because the food was absolutely delicious. The holy spider shared the same opinion, clearly, because the huge plate in front of her was soon empty, and another replaced it, this one displaying a salad of yellow-colored fruits, surrounded by ice cream. Praise the webmistress for giving me permission to taste these marvelous sweets once every 2 weeks. Epona voiced before focusing several eyes in his direction. What kept you so long at night, if it is not too bothersome to indulge my curiosity, Naxos? Job hunting, he answered honestly, now that his belly was beginning to feel satisfyingly stuffed. A principled quest, Epona did the spider equivalent of a nod. And how is it going? Not well, Naxos admitted. I failed tech college in first year, I'm afraid. My parents insisted I needed a job, so I took an oath and joined the PDF. Judging by your accent and the hornet tattoo on your arm, certainly the 1503rd Regiment, based in Cartel Hive. Naxos gaped. How did you, do adjutant spiders know everything? No. But I conducted an inspection of the PDF regiments there a month ago. But where are my manners? I interrupted you, please continue. Not much else to say, he said, trying to keep his unhappiness out of his tone. I served 2 years, but my sergeant saw that I was unhappy, and there are many volunteers for the mechanist infantry. I went job hunting, but Cartel Hive is not exactly good if you can't present a tech or economic diploma from a college. And I can't. You could try tech college again, Epona the adjutant told him gently. The webmistress allows every student 2 chances. The problem, Naxos hesitated, then decided that since Epona was paying for the delicious meal, she deserved his honesty. The problem is that I can't exactly say it will change anything. I didn't have the skills to succeed in tech college. There are many things it was taken for granted we already knew at the first lesson. I know college is just giving us the basics to be under tech priest's supervision, I really do, but there are too many things I don't know. And our teachers can't exactly give us time to catch up. They can't. The ice cream was attacked with celerity, and then it was the turn of the fruit. This is a problem which pops up quite often on the data slates these days, unfortunately. Really? You aren't saying that because, well... Webmistress be my witness, no. The maw opened to swallow more fruits before speech resumed. It is not exactly a state secret. Nix's education system is incomplete and inefficient. The webmistress wanted a deep reform, but the segmentum adeptus administratum, swimming in its usual incompetence, decided to block the efforts. But now that we don't care about the Grox's opinion anymore, we may soon be able to open preparation schools to ensure coming generations aren't unprepared facing college. I mean, sending you with incomplete foundational knowledge to college is much like sending an Ultramar Auxilia soldier to fight a Carnifex. It tends to end in failure, and you knew that before it began. I am glad to hear that, Naxos answered after wondering for a second what in the name of the Golden Throne was a Carnifex. But I suppose reforms are going to take years. Most likely, Epona admitted before finishing the contents of her plate with sounds of delight. The webmistress wins quickly, the cogs of the imperial bureaucracy are slow compared to her. There are more job openings in great numbers these days. The training sessions at AgriHive series are about to begin in 2 months. Naxos had heard of that, yes. There was just a slight problem. Once we've ended our formation, the cardinals waiting at the door demand flexibility. And if he said the word like a curse, it was because it was one. And since no new AgriHive was built, that means... Webmistress. You are back. The shout really deafened him for a few seconds. Oh, sorry, Naxos, Epona apologized immediately. I was too enthusiastic. But... Don't worry, I will keep the secret. He promised. It's not really a secret. The adjutant spider protested, before catching his astonished expression. Fine, it is one, but only for a few hours. The fleet has arrived, everyone will know by dawn. And we adjutants are going to be so busy organizing the parades and festivities in the webmistress' honor. A prospect that, clearly, was giving limitless joy to the big spider. Anyway, I think there are many jobs which you could find suitable at Hive series. Think about it. And please send me a letter telling me if it worked. I love having correspondents waiting for me at Thessala. Spidery enthusiasm was contagious, and Naxos promised to do so. Between Nix Quartus and Nix Tertius. Battleship Enterprise. 2.504.312 M35. Sergeant Gabriel Forcas. Few men and women had been authorized to come aboard the Enterprise since it arrived in the Nix system. This was not for lack of volunteers, quite the contrary. Honestly, Gabriel thought that if they permitted everyone who wanted to come pay their respects to their lady, they would not arrive at Nix Tertius until next year. Naturally, there were a few exceptions. And some of them were more dangerous than the others. 2 landers opened, and 2 beings that any space marine could recognize as a threat came out. One was as big as a Jagatai battle tank, and the other was barely 2 meters tall. There was no doubt in Gabriel's mind which was the most dangerous threat. Webmistress. I am so sorry I wasn't able to protect your beautiful arena. Adjutant Colonel Bologna, resplendent golden arachnid, looked very much like she needed to be comforted. Fortunately, it was nothing that some generous petting could not resolve. I'm sorry, Webmistress. I did everything I could, but it wasn't enough. Don't worry, Bologna. The Adeptus Mechanicus is working on new plans. Many magi think the solution is to build new types of modular structures we will be able to detach from the arena itself when the Queen of Blades pays us another destructive visit. It'll be expensive in terms of engineering, but we'll only have to rebuild the central part, and the artworks will be preserved. You are the best, Webmistress. Gabriel tried not to snicker. He was successful. Unlike so many others of the Dawnbreaker Guard, who were coughing or trying to be as silent as possible with their reactions of amusement, and failing monumentally. After several more minutes of petting, Bologna went on take her place next to Artemis. And though their attention had not diminished in the least, this time they doubled up when it came to vigilance. The threat was just that dangerous. You look to be in good health. I heal fast, my Empress. As long as you are given enough blood to erase your wounds. I have spent enough time playing the crone before the fall. The starry eyes fixed the threat emotionlessly. Then reality seemed to shake. There was a single word. Kneel. The long-eared female was a terrible presence. You could see it in her eyes. You could taste it in the air with every step she took. You could dread it as you contemplated the elegant flower-themed armor, which looked too close to the one used by the old monster at Kamarak to be a coincidence. The golden-skinned, red-haired Eldar knelt without hesitation. My Empress. This is forever, Leandra of Kael'dir. And this is a path of sacrifice. I know. The low Gothic was spoken flawlessly, but with a voice which made human excellence look limited and inexperienced. I have many duties in the coming hours, and I am not going to let you walk by my side for now. Is there something my adjutant didn't notice or wasn't made aware of? One thing, the long-eared female replied. I can't ascertain it with great confidence, but I think the reason the Lord of Skulls let me go so easily was because my enslavement allowed its essence to copy my hemokinesis skills and knowledge of demigod forging. Gabriel was sure he missed half of the context, and he still didn't like the implications. And they say that out of the 4, the ruinous power of war is the least subtle and cunning. His lady snorted. Yes, that would fit what I saw. What use are the old servants if there is a new one that can perform better on the battlefield? Especially one which isn't turned into a mad beast or filled with regrets. The golden armored fingers seized the hand of the Xenos, and helped her stand once more. Everything was fluid and deadly. It was as if 2 apex predators stared at each other. Will I get a suite as beautiful as the Queen enjoyed during her stay at the arena? No. This time, Gabriel could definitely say the tone was smug. And a couple of seconds later, it was accompanied by a smirk. You will be escorted by 2 of my adjutant spiders. They will lead you to your quarters. Not your personal palace? I could serve you in incredible ways, my Empress. Was there something wrong with Longears, or were they just attracted to the people who could kill them by the millions? I have no doubt, but if you don't want the Queen of Blades to come back for a second unique performance in which you would figure explosively, you will stay away from my bedroom. As long as it is your desire, my Empress. Gabriel sighed. What was it with the Eldar and their total lack of self-preservation? Nix. Hive Athena. 2.5 10.3 12 M35. Regent and Minister of Justice Missy Byron. The streets, as could be expected, were absolutely crowded with people. When you saw such a spectacle, it was difficult to believe that dozens other such parades were organized all across Hive Athena, and hundreds more had been spread out all over the 3 continents of Nix. And those weren't even the first parades to celebrate the victories over the Necrons, the Chaos Marines, and the Tyranids. Many guard regiments had in the previous months returned to be re-equipped for their next campaigns in the stars, and the population had greeted them like heroes. By the Lotus and the Angel. What is that? Teddy exclaimed by her side. That, of course, was a monstrous skull being presented to the spectators between 2 companies of the Fey 20th, which, if the number of flowers sent their way, remained among the crowd's favorites, in addition to being tailors. That is a Tyranid skull. Missy didn't shiver, but she had to admit, she was rather glad this was a thoroughly dead one. Even dead and turned into a partial skeleton, the monster seemed to generate its own atmosphere of terror. From what I read in the reports, it is certainly what they called a hive tyrant. The name is apartment. The Rashan nodded vigorously. I don't want to fight that. Teddy, I don't think anyone sane wants to fight that. The regent of Nyx at least for a few more minutes told her partner seriously. It's just that the Tyranids didn't give anyone the choice. Missy wouldn't admit it, but she had had some bad nights after this dark threat was described at length in the reports brought by the courier ships. And she had been far away from the battlefield. Many guardsmen must have been traumatized for life by the sight of these six-legged aliens storming the defenses of Artium in an unending tide of chitin, fangs, and talons. Of course, as the attention had to be refocused on someone else, Lisa began to sing and manifest her desire to be cheered. And the applause skyrocketed as the Titan moth sang and demonstrated her light orb's creative abilities once more. We had a good idea when we installed our podium there, halfway to Syntagma Square. Missy might be a little smug, but so what? There had been some objections to organize the big parade so high into Hive Athena, mainly from certain nobles, for the 200th floor was one of the many success stories of the capital Hive, and not everyone wanted millions to go so high in the Hive, despite the fact that the entrance was permitted to the average citizen every other day of the year. Lisa the diva likes it, Teddy grumbled. And there come the Space Marines. The majority of them were brothers of the Red, flamboyant and beautiful in their red armors, but there was a demi-company of blood angels too, along with a dozen or so angels and carmine. Naturally, the spectators cheered and screamed in approval, with many clapping or raising small effigies of the great angel above their heads. Those were not the only Space Marines to be present today, of course. Several Heracles wardens had been in the vanguard, no doubt checking every security measure taken was up to their exacting standards. The Magma Spiders had paraded before the Templar Sororitas, and the Black Templars had followed the Fists of Roma. As for the White Thunderbolts, they had chosen to be presented surrounded by Krieger regiments. But whatever excitement had been present before, it was nothing compared to what existed now. Hundreds of thousands of voices rose, for the Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard were at last coming into sight, and behind them came Weaver, a large number of adjutant spiders, scorpiads, and other massive armored insects at her back to close out the parade. And if you thought you had seen celebrations from the Nyxians before, no, you had seen nothing. And it wasn't because flowers were presented, animal plus highs were distributed, or anything like that. There was just an atmosphere of joy, mixed with relief and hope. And each time she waved, the crowd went wild. Logically, it took long minutes for the soon-to-be-restored Basilia to reach her. For reasons that Missy was sure had exasperated her Space Marines, Taylor had insisted on walking most of the way. It gave her the opportunity to watch her from afar, at least. Outwardly, she did not appear to have changed much, except the eyes. Yes, the eyes were going to take some getting used to. Missy wasn't going to pretend that she didn't feel some relief to see her, alive and unharmed. Playing regent for a short time was already something that wasn't her cup of tea, but she really didn't want it to become permanent. I don't want to sound childish, but I wish to inform you I stopped doing my paperwork a few days ago, Your Celestial Highness, the blonde para-human told the insect mistress in a voice that few would hear given the thunderous acclamations. I expected nothing less from you. Missy rolled her eyes, noticing alas that her taunt had been without effect. Of course, the long glance to the woman waiting behind her was not exactly subtle. Still, there was a hug, and they had all changed for the better. It's good to be back, Missy. Yes, now can I give you back the Basilia baton? I know you're dying to kiss someone. If you insist. The ceremony wasn't done in a very professional manner, that's all Missy was going to say. And it didn't really matter, because the moment it was done, Regina Wei Cao charged forwards and went on to embrace her wife. The Nyxian and non-Nyxian spectators loved that, by the way. Missy heard several adjutant spiders proclaim to the Space Marines that they were going to be in charge of the bureaucracy for a few days, for some reason. And then the ruler of Wuhan went up to kiss on the lips a certain blonde vice-queen of Zolingen, bringing even more whistles and surprised exclamations. The exclamations turned into laughs and more manifestations of joy when a certain insect mistress let herself be kissed by the two beautiful women, of course. You humans have really strange social customs, a certain Rashan commented drily. The Gardens of Meditation. 2.5 13.3 12 M35. Basilia Taylor a bear. I've been thinking about using my throne gelts to fund myself a vacation. Taylor wasn't exactly surprised by the statement. Missy had been incredibly happy to see her, and not just because she was her friend. And where would this vacation take place? The insect mistress asked with curiosity, creating an expression of surprise on the other para-human's face. You're agreeing that easily. The returned Basilia chuckled. Missy, I have commanded enough men and women in the last several years to recognize when someone is close to burning out from stress, duty, and other factors. You're not quite up to that point, but you're feeling the strain. I want you to be happy, not slowly crumbing under the weight of your day-to-day duties. Thank you, I guess. Taylor smiled, and for many heartbeats, they didn't speak, they just enjoyed their surroundings. In the distance, the Dawnbreaker Guard waited under fruit trees in their flowery phase. Adjutant spiders sat next to the benches, listening to the singing birds' trills. It was refreshing and calm, and her swarm had told her Missy had come here with ever-increasing frequency in the last few months, making it a natural location to speak in private. But you can't take your Rashan sidekick with you. Teddy intends to go back to Lotus Haven after the next Sanguinilla anyway. Ah, yes, that explained a few things. And I'm guessing this hypothetical holiday of yours would begin right after the days of celebration too. Yes. Missy admitted. To be honest, I expected greater reluctance from you, Taylor. You're a friend and incredibly valuable subordinate, Missy. I am not going to arrest you and keep you in chains so you stay here at Nyx for the rest of your life, or eternity, whichever comes first. So the rumors about justice reforms were incorrect. The other para-human teased her. The Basilea merely shrugged. You did a good job with justice. There is still need for reforms, but I think education is going to take priority in the next few years. Everything the other ministers and yourself heard in my absence tends to lead to the urgent necessity of reforming all the institutions of knowledge, job formation, and the various establishments associated with the education system. To be honest, I fear I've waited far too long. Well, you had a lot of issues to deal with, Missy replied sympathetically. And you had to step lightly around the administratum dinosaurs. That drew a chuckle from her throat, which naturally had to be expelled sonorously. Dinosaurs, the name was extremely appropriate for certain bureaucratic specimens uncaring of how many problems they caused with their narrow-minded stagnant behavior. That doesn't excuse anything, Missy. I am the Basilea of Nyx. I have a responsibility to rule them and make their lives happy. We told you 1,000 times already, you set impossible standards for yourself, no matter how many adjutant spiders you have to warn you of incoming problems, Taylor. Yes, they had told her that many times. And we included Dragon and other important parties, including but not limited to her wife. Incidentally, the ranks of my faithful adjutants are going to swell in the near future. Missy gasped mockingly. We said no official business today. My apologies, O tyrannical ex-regent. The two women laughed, giving amused glances to Artemis, who was busy pretending to nap in front of them. More seriously, Taylor resumed speaking, replacing you is not going to be easy, but I will find a new minister, whether on a temporary basis if you decide to reclaim your position once you return, or permanently if you find something new to enjoy while you're on vacation. And if Missy decided to leave right after Sanguinilla, the selection would have to begin soon. But for today, it could wait. It was a day of relaxation and rest with wife and friends. Which world do you intend to visit, assuming you've already decided the destination? I was thinking about Macrage, her soon-to-be ex-minister replied after a short hesitation. There were many names Taylor had half expected, but strangely, this one had never been near the top of the list. Macrage. Macrage, Missy repeated. You sent me all these paintings and mosaics, did you think I wasn't looking at them? It is a really nice stellar system. The jewel of the Eastern Fringe, they call it. They do. I was just surprised by your interest. Though we hadn't much time to discuss it before Operation Stalingrad. Yes. Weren't you the one to tell me it was extremely unlikely we would be invited to visit, since it was under the control of isolationist and stupidly conservative space marines? Taylor giggled. One more point in favor of the fact I am not able to predict the future very well. Truer words have never been spoken, the blonde woman teased her once more before taking a slightly more serious expression. But yes, I want to visit Macrage City and everything Ultramar has to offer. It looks like a very nice fusion of Greek and Roman architecture, and many of your soldiers who returned ahead of you had only good things to say about it. We saved the system from the word-bearers and the tyrannids, don't forget. I don't think anyone is going to forget that anytime soon, from Cadia to the Eastern Fringe. That was the understatement of the century. The Battle of Kamarak had made sure her name was known to the galaxy at large, but the events of Macrage had sealed her fame in war and victories. I can write a few letters of introduction, if you want. Not that it will prevent you from meeting the Primarches, you understand. I thought only Lord Gillimon was staying at Macrage for the time being. Who can say where the sons of the Emperor come and go? Taylor took a virtuous expression before snickering. Just don't try to drink anything the Space Wolves consider proper drink if you are invited to the Fang. I understand it's lethal for everyone who is not considerably augmented. The golden-winged para-human paused for 2 seconds, before delivering the final blow. And for the record, you're absolutely forbidden from taking a Fenrician as your boyfriend. Taylor. Hagia Sanguinilla, under construction. 2.519.312 M35. Architect Primus Cyrene Versailles. I'm afraid the heretics stole Erebus' skull. Some people, Cyrene commented drily, find curious excuses for us poor, mortal architects. You're as mortal as I am. The dry retort came immediately. I am so reassured you didn't insult my pride and honor as an imperial architect. The two women stared at each other, and then burst into laughter. You've changed, Lady Bear. Really? Yes, Cyrene affirmed confidently. You did. If anything, you seem to have found your way in this world and across the galaxy. I was young, and everyone is allowed to change. They climbed the red marble stairs, which through a game of carefully synchronized lights, looked very much like something straight out of a dream. Master sculptors had done their best to represent beetles giving a blade to a life-sized space marine statue. The ceiling had been painted to give a rendition of Sanguinius welcoming the Emperor on bail. Personally, I am very satisfied the word-bearers were annihilated. Cyrene knew the Basileia was aware of her feelings on the subject. Once upon a time, some of their members had stood for good things, but it was not the entire legion, and that was millennia ago. One might say, the starry-eyed woman mused, her gaze truly hypnotic and beautiful, that the 17th Legion died several times. I brought a copy of a certain book from Gilliman's library, you know. I had learned the name before that, but I didn't know the full history of the Imperial Heralds. Lord Gilliman kept the book. Cyrene wasn't easily surprised, but that sort of news definitely qualified. Even after the word-bearers had butchered their way across dozens of the 500 worlds of Ultramar, she didn't have the audacity to finish her sentence. Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, shrugged. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I think the Primarch of the Ultramarines hates destroying books. He doesn't particularly like the fact that his personal library must be only open to certain carefully selected visitors either. You were the one to mention this problem to him. Actually, this was something the custodes took care of. Ah, that must have been a tense exchange. Anyway, Lord Robert Gilliman made it clear he would burn all the proscribed heretical texts to fall into his hands, along with anything that happens to be tainted. But he wasn't going to destroy the history of the Imperial Heralds before Lorgar was discovered and transformed them into a religious sect. I suppose he thinks the Terran-born Legion does not need to pay for the sins of the Vile One and the Dark Apostles. Most of the old Legion had disappeared long before Monarchia. Cyrene agreed. Is Erebus still screaming? I don't know much about what happens in the realm of a certain ruinous power, the chosen of the Emperor smirked, but the screams of the Vile One are very loud and everyone can hear them. There are whispers 8 greater demons have been given the eternal duty of torturing him. Good. Erebus might have gotten a relatively quick though absolutely not painless death, but it was excellent that his demise had been only the beginning of his torment. Emperor knew that the bastard deserved every second of it. Since we're on the subject of very good news, the Architect Primus completely changed the subject of the conversation. We have done excellent work both on the Hagia Sanguinella and the Gaius Mausoleum. The former of course still has a long way to go, but the latter is nearly finished. I am not willing to rush things, but I think that for the Sanguinella of 313M35, it will be ready for the grand ceremony you will no doubt organize, with your moths and your usual splendor. You know me so well. Oh, I don't know. Cyrene bared her teeth. I just have a clue or two how you function. And I have a guess or two that now you've returned triumphant, you will honor your soldiers and other subordinates with another Weaverian marvel. The groan coming from the Basileia was particularly loud and sincere. Not you too, the mistress of spiders complained. Sorry, Cyrene's wide smile clearly gave away how insincere she was for once. I only played my humble part. I am not guilty of letting pilgrims believe that building marvelous monuments is your saintly legacy. Hive Athena. Assembly Palace. 2.524.312M35. Basileia Taylor Hebert. You see? I told you it was going to be painless. The preparatory work of your faithful regent paid off. Dragon? I think Missy is way too smug for this early in the morning. The Tinker considered this and then nodded firmly. I agree. Vile calumnies and betrayals. The Minister of Justice claimed. You're just jealous. You're just jealous, Your Celestial Highness, Taylor corrected her. See, Dragon? She is now turning into the very tyrant we feared all along. Warlord Skitter is back. In case anyone had any doubts, no, triumphing at Macridge had not led to a great amount of respect being gained in the minds of several individuals where she was concerned. Taylor smiled and let the jokes play for 2 good minutes. Then she ordered Artemis to hammer the ceremonial drums, and the true business began. The support of every important faction for the great infrastructure plan is now assured. The Mechanic has confirmed we have the resources to commit to it, and the banking houses, now that they have agreed on the size of their slice of the cake, are on board with the project. Since this will largely benefit Nyx, I don't expect many problems coming from the Nyxians themselves, especially given how many advocated for several parts of the project. Now the question is how we proceed. Dragon. Now that we have the resources, the Draconic Minister of Industry answered immediately, proving that she had thought long and hard about this. My advice is to begin the construction of 2 new agri-hives before the end of the year. We've secured the funding for 11 in total, but building all of them at once would not only require more spare manpower than I can divert there, it would likely provoke some nasty problems once all the agri-hives would be completed. By building 2 of them each decade, we preserve a lot of jobs, and the food security will increase regularly. That That would mean that by 350M35, we would have 6 agri-hives functional, not counting hive series, and 2 more approaching completion. Correct, Dragon confirmed. Each agri-hive, once all it had a proper workforce and the maintenance needs established by the STC were properly met, could consistently and without problem feed 1.2 billion people. Obviously, 12 of them weren't sufficient for the needs of 200 plus billion people, but a mountain of food sufficient to feed 14 billion men and women was nothing to sneeze at. The orbital elevators of class Albia. 1 per decade, Dragon answered with the same level of assurance. Those are more complicated to build than an agri-hive, in addition to of course the infrastructure project required each time to build a new spaceport, namely the railway lines connecting it to the rest of the transport network. Yes, there are only 5 of them planned, but I prefer not to provoke major upheavals and have the time to analyze the traffic alterations. Duly noted. And the 420 additional fusion reactors to power all of these superb projects. Oh, no, those we'll build as quickly as possible, along with the Amphitrite water plants and other critical things we have the tech priests for. Let's build everything. Missy giggled. For a moment, I was worried Dragon had been replaced by a conservative tech priest willing to delay all reforms. There was a draconic ahem that everyone around the table ignored. Jokes aside, the great infrastructure plan is already extraordinarily expensive. My adjutants had a lot of fun with all the numbers. It was in fact so expensive that for the time, the support of the banking houses had been necessary, and a sizable percentage of several agri-hives would be owned by private individuals. And evidently, that is just the infrastructure you intend to build on Nyx itself. Missy commented idly. Yes. It was the short answer, of course. Nyx's society needs a lot of energy to function, but they pale compared to the ones of the infrastructure which was placed above our heads in high orbit. As the shipyards grow larger and the assemblage really begins to look like a proper orbital ring, if one with a lot of gaps, we need more energy for it than ever. And that naturally results in large expansions of our facilities around Blue Anchorage and the other gas giants vital for the gathering of hydrogen, promethium, and the other things we really can't live without. Those parts should not meet too many hurdles, Dragon assured her. In many ways, the expansion merely slowed down in the last 3 years. One can truthfully claim we have continuously expanded it in the last decades, and it never really stopped. Besides, I don't think the Imperial Navy is going to stop using our local facilities in the immediate future, no. Considering we noted an increase of non-Samarkand Navy squadrons using our infrastructure to refuel and request minor things on their way to their deployment zones of almost 400%, I think not, the insect mistress noted drily. Any other outstanding points which for one reason or another were added too late to make their way into the early draft of the document we read in front of the nobles, your peers of the Mechanikus, and the other important representatives? As a matter of fact, yes, Dragon searched through her pile of data slates for 3 seconds before finding the one she wanted. Yes, there. Your wife must have told you many Nyxians are extremely supportive of the idea of public bathhouses. She mentioned it once or twice. Taylor replayed the discussion in her memories along with several more pleasurable things that had been happening at the same time, things that took a lot of her self-control not to blush at. I found the idea interesting, to be honest. We improve the hygiene and health of the Nyxian population. We deal a blow to a certain ruinous power. And we use the opportunity to justify even more environmental measures that make Nyx a more pleasant place to live in. Wei just didn't mention where she got the idea. Certainly from Samarkand, Missy replied. They have a lot of public bathhouses, with different standards for each great class order of their citizens. The poorest classes get the minimum, as can be expected, but the noble-only establishments have things that are more aquatic palaces than normal cleaning facilities. The influence from the Japanese bathhouses I was familiar with is strong, Dragon smiled. Though since time waits for no one, the Samarkand bathhouses were influenced in decoration and function by some sources I am not completely familiar with. But the principle and purpose remain the same. The hollow pics Dragon showed looked very convincing, it had to be said. The funding and resources. Your minister didn't tell me no, and the simulations tell me that compared to an agri-hive, the price is quite cheap for the benefits expected. And just for the opportunity to weaken the influence of decay and disease, Taylor would do it. And honestly, she already had the equivalent of an aquatic complex just for herself and the people close to her. Surely the rest of Nyx deserved some nice facilities now that the problems with water supply were resolved. Very well, the Angel of Sacrifice told the Tinker. You have my permission to go ahead. I will want a plan for it, obviously. It's out of the question for some hives to have public bathhouses and others not to. The Council of Ministers tomorrow is a bit too early, her Minister of Industry and Public Works informed her. But I should have something ready for the next one in 10 days. Next session after the one of tomorrow sounds fine. Now what was it I heard about the shenanigans some barons tried to pull so they could own flamboyant and always late train companies? The Carmine Palace. 2.527.312 M35. Minister of Industry Dragon Richter. As could be expected, Minister of Agriculture Serge Halias was very satisfied. There were a lot of reasons for him to be honest. In the next 3 decades, 6 agri-hives would be built, in addition to other major investments in farm machinery and crop improvements. And to be fully accurate, the infrastructure plan would also allow for a greater amount of edible supplies to be transferred from spaceport to hive in record time. On the other hand, Controller General of Finances Valentin Signellas was looking more concerned under his nice wig. It might have something to do with the reality of the sums involved. The numbers work, the green-clad Nixian conceded after a few seconds. I must however point out, Lady Basilea, that the margin for this budget is far smaller than the previous ones of the last years. Taylor acknowledged the issue, you could see it in her expression. Though it was way more difficult to read her eyes now that they had changed. I know. But creating the same budget margin we were used to before Operation Stalingrad was launched would force us to do things we might regret sooner or later. Intendant of Economic Affairs Theodora Kaplan cleared her throat. Maybe if we reduced the military budget. I don't think we can afford to. Dragon was the first to reply. In many ways, both the civilian programs and the expansion of the manufacturums are the foundations for the armies and fleets which will be equipped by the Nixian industry. Limit something now, and we are going to realize one fine morning that certain sectors will be unable to meet their deadlines, and that correcting it will mean years of delays. Choke points in several critical resources or finished products are not something I dare ignore on a whim. Nobody would have called Valentin Signellas happy, but at least he didn't argue further. The budgets are going to be assiduously debated in the Assembly Palace, and I am not looking forward to the debates which will come after the next Sanguinella. Think of it as an oratory competition, Taylor suggested. I did the same when I had to speak with my most senior PDF officers yesterday. Some rumble in the military. I would rather describe it as a desire to grab some of the wealth flow cascading its way down to the lower levels of the hive. The Basilea explained calmly. After all, it's not like the PDF was forgotten. Many structures to be newly built in the Great Infrastructure Plan are PDF barracks, training facilities, and other things the Planetary Defense Force sorely needed to replace. Renovating the infrastructure we had from the Menelaus era worked fine as an emergency cost-saving measure, but there's a finite limit to that. And not just because the Menelaus had built things that were of extremely low quality and the contracts given to very corrupt cartels. But what about these Xenos protectorates? For the first time in the meeting, it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs' choice to speak up. I didn't have time to check with anyone outside the quadrant, Princess Magister Zoe 19 Attica began, but so far, there's little hostility towards them. We had the Rashan precedent before Stalingrad. It worked. And both the Nixians and our neighbors are convinced the Lady Basilea terrifies the Xenos in question way too much for them to take the risk of rebelling. Some indeed would rather flee to the most distant regions of the Ghoul Stars rather than face me on a battlefield again. The golden-winged insect mistress replied with a small dose of humor. As for the risk of rebellion, several other measures are in the process of being debated with my generals. While it is true I can crush a rebellion by myself, there are many historical precedents which are cautionary tales against relying on a single person. And in many regards, an uprising of a Xenos protectorate would be far more damaging diplomatically and politically than a secession attempt from one of the planets of the Nix sector. Taylor didn't add that a not insignificant number of human planetary governors were watched like hawks. Unlike the Rashan and the Sirens, several planets had an industry to build weapons in large numbers, and their loyalty to Nix was never that great in the first place. I have an important meeting with the representatives of one of those aforementioned Xenos protectorates. The black-haired ruler of Nix informed her ministers. The content of the negotiations will be relayed to you at the next Council of Ministers. The next order. Once again the subject of the pilgrims, Your Celestial Highness. It seems that several congregations chose to disregard your commands regarding the forbidden penitent technology. They were of course arrested, but the ecclesiarchy wanted to know your opinions on the matter. Hospital of the Great Angel. 2.534.312 M35. Commander Shadow Soon. Shadow Soon had never liked the hospitals of the Imperium she visited on recently conquered worlds, and this belief was going to continue, though at least this one was far nicer and had far more advanced medical equipment. Sadly, she was also one of this hospital's patients, and it was hardly something the Tau warrior relished. The first injection had been particularly bad. It was as if the substances just injected into her body were trying to freeze her blood. The second was, if anything, worse. It was as if they had poured living flame into her veins. For several heartbeats, everything was pain. And then it ended. The procedure is successful, one of the female red-armored humans informed her. Please rest for a few minutes on the bed before trying to move. The process was particularly taxing on your body. The Gula, though Shadow soon knew she should call them humans at all times, since it would make things far simpler, really had a gift for their understatements that the TO didn't possess. Yes, the entire thing had been extremely taxing and difficult. If the promised result would not have justified the risks, Shadow soon wouldn't have accepted. The next microdoses were spent with only the faint noises of various devices functioning in the background. Then the noise of footsteps reached her senses. The large door opened, and there was light. "Commander Shadow Soon, may I come in?" "You may," the TO Supreme Military Commander answered. "It is your hospital, after all." "That's certainly true," the human warlord stepped forwards, and the light decreased. Shadow Soon could see that while Weaver had decided to come clad in red armor similar to the ones equipping her followers, it was clearly not one she donned for war. Shadow Soon had seen how warriors behaved once they were in their element, and this wasn't it. "Is the pain gone?" "The pain is gone," she confirmed. "The effects were dolorous, but they have now passed." "That is good to hear." Weaver held out a hand, and Shadow Soon took it. The strength was closer to that of one of the Guranshat, the Space Marines, but it was for the better. The fire caste officer needed some time of adjustment before standing solidly on her legs without assistance again. The rejuvenation specialists were certain of their work, but there are still some after effects they're trying to correct. For 25 additional standard years of life, some pain is not enough to discourage a warrior. The humans had been rather surprised. Shadow Soon remembered that the Tau didn't seem to have the tolerance for life extension their own race did. What they called rejuvenation often increased the humans' lives by 3 or 4 times that amount of time. But there was some problem with the bodies of the Tau. Pushing too many life-giving injections into one body had problematic effects. So in the end, the rejuvenation specialists had to settle for the 25 years-long rejuvenation. As far as the human research had indicated so far, the life extension medicine could be given twice while avoiding major medical complications. "I don't suppose you might be willing to transfer the formula to the hospitals of the Tau." However, Shadow Soon didn't flinch when they left the hospital room, but she was all the more vigilant. The corridor had Space Marines stationed everywhere. On the contrary, the black-haired warlord replied immediately, "The moment my hospitalers and janitors confirm that they've trained enough of your medical practitioners, the devices and the rest of the infrastructure will be transferred to your home world." The announcement left Shadow Soon speechless for a good amount of time. "That is, very generous of you, Lady Weaver. I was told that in every good compromise one must be willing to give, even if one belongs to the most powerful military. And from a practical and strategic perspective, the logistics of rejuvenating your entire population on Nyx itself won't work. It may even cause problems, as humans would complain about the Tau taking their spots in the rejuvenation clinics. I think it is best to avoid that issue entirely. The Tau specialists will extend the life of the Tau." This was certainly some rationality worthy of. Shadow Soon had almost thought the greater good, something that happened less and less these last days since they had extracted her from stasis. "The act of giving implies you are going to take in return." "I am going to limit the size of your military's armed forces," Weaver admitted frankly. "You are one of my protectorates, and it is out of the question I leave you with the considerable battle-ready assets you have." Shadow Sun didn't grimace, for she had already anticipated these news. This didn't mean the Firecast commander didn't have arguments to counter it. "You know as well as I do that the military forces currently deployed are going to decrease both in numbers and quality. The Firecast veterans won't be replaced once they retire, though your rejuvenation will slow this decline." "I completely disagree regarding the quality." The eyes filled with stars were serene, yet dangerous. "Many youngsters of your Earth caste were rather eager to join the military, according to my adjutant spiders. That would mean the total revoking of the caste system." "Indeed. But in many ways, has this system not already collapsed? The former engineers of the Earth caste have formed a technocratic council my overseers are watching assiduously. Many of the surviving ethereals are true Tau now, but it would be a lie to claim they retain the authority they once had." Shadow Soon had read the reports, yes. But she had not yet returned to Tio. The commander knew this was going to be both a exhilarating and terrifying experience. "I will have to return to Tio to forge my own opinion on this." "By all means, do so." It was not speaking like with a water caste diplomat, but it wasn't like a meeting with another high-ranked member of the fire caste either. "What do you want of us, Lady Weaver?" "If by us you mean the Tau military forces, I want you to serve as a deterrent for hostile non-imperial forces, and a small army that can participate in the war games against the regiments which prepare themselves before being sent on the various front lines. Your veterans, I was given to understand, have kept an excellent institutional knowledge of the threats you faced, like the Tyranids." "I don't think we can describe our knowledge of the Tyranids as good," Shadow Soon replied bitterly. "When they come in numbers that outnumber one of our entire September population by 100 to 1, it is akin to fighting a firestorm with our bare hands. Before Makraj, it was far more than anything the Imperium had, and even after it, you retain a lot of tactics my soldiers can use to devastating effect. Besides, you faced an entirely different hive fleet than Behemoth. Adapting to different opponents can't hurt." That was certainly true, and proof Weaver had not vanquished a Tyranid onslaught by mere luck. "Tyranids aside, having you to propose new ideas and play a different doctrine in the war games will be good for all of us." The golden-winged human continued. "Space Marines, for all their superior physical abilities, are still human. And their codex has flaws that, based on the information you delivered, many of your commanders managed to discover and exploit. We need that badly. It is highly likely the next campaign will not be against the Tyranids. And the population of Tio. They can continue studying and advancing their technology, as long as they stay reasonable. They have to be protected against the corruptive power of the Warp and AI-based technology. For the rest, I will let my adjutants and the tech priests overseeing things decide on a case-by-case basis. And your adjutant Nadarachans will have their armors. And my adjutants will have their armors. It always pays to keep many of your most loyal subordinates happy. Fafnir Forge Temple. 2.536.312 M35. Basilea Taylor a bear. This is very impressive, Dragon. As Basilea, Taylor had often had to give compliments to people she didn't like, but for Dragon and the program the Tinker had supervised, it was very well deserved. In fact, it may be that the words didn't do it justice. Viewed from above, the new prototype of Astartes power armor was like one of those enchanted armors that seemed taller than legends. The appearances were a bit misleading, it had to be said. This prototype was only slightly bigger than the Mark IX which had been deployed on the various battlefields of Operation Stalingrad. But there was a sense of indomitability with this armor. That the salamanders had painted it with their chapters colors only increased the aura of resilience and sheer robustness. The prototype has a more modular look. The Basilea noted. Call's influence. Yes. Dragon admitted shamelessly. Thanks to your fruitful negotiations, we got 2 extensive data repositories, one per pattern of power armor. The first had the same modular inspiration, but in many ways was just an answer to the Mark IX, and lacking the ion shielding to boot. We were far more impressed with the second one. Call called it Gravis. I can imagine why. Extra layers of armor on the chest, greaves, and ankle joints definitely make it a very heavy Astartes power armor. It was still lighter than all Terminator patterns, and far more agile and mobile. From all the data and reports we received back from Operation Stalingrad, this is going to be very much needed in the future. Her Ministry of Industry and friend told her. Well, I won't argue against that. The thigh plates and the mag boots were already reinforced, so no surprise there. The back. This is where we were the most inventive, as you can see. Call's solution of an enlarged backpack to power the armor gave us a few ideas, but it was the combination of the iridium alloy and the STC recovered from sodanol which gave us the best solution. We needed it very badly, because the ion shield is a glutton when it comes to energy. Taylor raised an eyebrow. And it is sufficient to endure 5 minutes of medium to medium-high enemy bombardment. The draconic mistress of the Fafnir Forge Temple replied honestly. Reloading it takes 2 full minutes, provided of course the reinforced backpack has not been severely damaged in the meantime. That was not ideal. Yes, she was speaking of the reloading time. The ability to endure enemy bombardment was extremely impressive. From what she had seen on the Imga monolith and in the fight on board of Sodanol's Arc Mechanikus, the ion shields of the Mark IX had not lasted half that time in the best of cases. The same had happened when facing the Tyranids. Any major problems so far? For the equipment itself? Only the usual growing pains we usually deal with, and even then, there are far fewer of them than we predicted in our simulations. The bolstering of certain capacities will allow each battle brother to carry heavier weapons to be sure. In that aspect, like in many others, the salamanders and the magma spiders have exceeded all our hopes, Taylor. The insect mistress grinned. I'm sensing a but somewhere. But, the other para-human didn't miss a beat. Doctrinally, it's quite another thing. We're still far from the first real battlefield deployments, of course, but the sons of Fukin already confided in me this is something they would have thought of for Devastator squads, not so much for tactical ones. Tactical, Assault, Devastator, the 3 blades of the multi-purpose knife Guilliman had forged for the Codex Astartes. By the standards of the 33rd and the 34th millennium, it was a good system, one in fact which had so many advantages that several Black Crusade warbands had adopted variants of it to suit their traitor formations. But now old and new enemies were evolving. If the main power armor we give to our Space Marines is a Devastator Type 1, so be it. Taylor replied after thinking about it for several seconds. I prefer changing the doctrine to watching my allies get slaughtered by some horror which will rip apart the Mark 7 like wet tissue paper. The battle brothers in charge of the Deathfire Loreka certainly agree with you. Deathfire Loreka? She whispered. You named it the Loreka program, officially. And clearly the Salamanders and other sons of Fukin had added the name of Mount Deathfire, the largest and deadliest volcano of all Nocturne, to it. It did not take an Eldar farser to guess that the magma spiders were going to call the Mark X by the nickname Deathfire and the Ultramarines would use Loreka. Bah, she could live with that, and some challenging camaraderie never hurt. So I did. The test. An alarm shrieked, and all the tech marines slowly stepped back until the salamander equipped with the prototype was alone. For several breaths, it was as if a statue of Space Marine had been emplaced, and they were all there to marvel at it. Then it moved. There was no preliminary indicator, no warning given. In less time than it took to say it, the Space Marine went from complete immobility to an urgent sprint. It was slightly slower than what a Mark 7 would achieve, but it was largely enough for the feelings of the transhuman shock to destabilize many people waiting by her and Dragon's side. And then hell was unleashed. Las cannons, bolters, and quantities of weapons that were part of the Imperial arsenal opened fire. They were fired from turrets or via Mechanicus-type launchers. There were new anti-tank missiles involved. And the ion shielding took the brunt of everything that managed to hit, while modified battle servitors were disintegrated by bolter and power katana. It couldn't last forever. But it still took over 7 minutes for the attackers to disable the energy protection of the prototype, and in a vast avenue which offered almost no cover to someone clad in a heavy power armor. The turrets and all guns instantly stopped firing, leaving only silence. Well, Dragon was very often smug these days. That said, she usually had good reasons to be. We are going to need more tests, of course. Taylor sighed internally. But you will get the resources for 9 more prototypes of the Mark X. The Tinker chuckled. Don't rejoice too quickly. The chapters of the Blood want an assault-type power armor. I won't be the one to explain to them there are no jump packs for them to use with their favorite strategies. I live to please, and the sons of Fukin love a challenge. If Dragon had stuck out her tongue at that moment, the insect mistress wouldn't have been exactly surprised. Let's go to the artificer ateliers. I want to congratulate all of them for the incredible performance of the prototype. Dominus Citadel. 2.545.312 M35. General Werner Groner. The obvious drawback of having adjutant spiders to read your reports, Werner had discovered, was that it considerably decreased the time you had to enjoy your hot chocolate. And the Kadian general had really come to enjoy this sugary beverage very much. That's a lot of officers. Lady Taylor Hebert, Living Saint, and Lady General Militant, noted noncommittally. It's a lot of plans you want us to prepare, my lady. He received a chuckle for his efforts. Emperor be praised, even the great victories won during Operation Stalingrad had not caused his Living Saint to suffer from a colossal ego. And the Basileia had resumed her visits to the streets and barracks of Nyx since her return, proving her care for the average citizen and guardsman. I suppose General Rokossovsky agrees with your recommendations. He does. Especially when it comes to War Plan 38. It was not the 38th plan in the drawers of the Imperial Guard, of course. It was just an ironic reference to the 38 years of delay Lady Taylor Hebert had been given to wait before enjoying her Terran triumph. Behind the seemingly ironic and bland designation, however, was a concentration of man and firepower such that it would likely surpass the forces assembled for Operation Stalingrad. It was the main offensive plan Lady Weaver intended to muster and lead into the fires of war once the triumph and its aftershocks were over, and the heretics and other eldritch monsters were not going to like it at all. My main concern is that if I assign you all these officers to be part of a general planning staff, they will become entrenched in their headquarters, and progressively lose their tactical skills and all their hard-won war experience. We have rotations to avoid exactly that sort of problem from appearing. Judging by the disabused glance the star-filled eyes gave him, they didn't do a good enough job with them, in the Basileia's opinion. I will study your proposals, the Living Saint announced at last, which was better than he'd hoped. Other concerns? Not for War Plan 38, Werner shook his head. I'm more worried about War Plan 30 and the logistical headaches that could explode in our faces if we are forced to go through with it. And no, there were not in fact 29 other plans before it. The reference, it would go over the head of most officers. War Plan 30 was just the basic designation for a defensive military operation. In many ways, it was similar to Operation Stalingrad. The order of battle from Nyx and many other sectors was given a few years to prepare for an enemy that had revealed itself to be too strong for the closest Imperial battle fleets and army groups to deal with. Unfortunately, unlike War Plan 38, which only envisioned a serious campaign against a specific target, the defensive nature of War Plan 30 meant that there were a multitude of sources the threat could possibly come from. And the most likely threats these days were in general found within the warp storms at the limit of the Holy Astronomicon. We managed to make it work during Operation Stalingrad. With all due respect, my lady, for that campaign we had Tigrus, in addition to all our supply fleets. If we had to stop all offensive actions and rush to the rescue of the planets bordering the Somnium stars, that would already be far more complicated logistically. And I must point out that this is with the Forge world of Triplex Fal helping us, which represents a tremendous production and logistical hub. If another threat storms out of the Calamity's maw outside the Ghoul stars, it will be even worse. Triplex Fal is still the best option, but with even worse supply lines. And I won't comment upon the terrible danger of waging war in a region of space where the Astronomicon doesn't shine. The Imperium could in general count on the warp drives providing it considerable tactical and strategic flexibility against its enemies. When the navigators couldn't rely on it, this massive advantage vanished like it had never existed, and had been known in the past to result in some impressive disasters. That's certainly something to keep in mind, Lady Weaver answered after long seconds. Without proper logistical hubs, we definitely won't be able to do more than amuse ourselves with data slates and trace arrows on hololithic maps. Lack of supplies and resources will doom a military operation as surely as the actions of the archenemy. Unfortunately, this is something I am only partially able to act upon. I am a Lady General militant, yes, but my area of responsibility is Ultima Segmentum. If I try to build logistical hubs as contingencies in other segmentums, many High Lords are going to scream bloody murder. This was the big problem with some of War Plan 30's underlying assumptions, yes. In that case, it might be worth decreasing the extent of the contingencies for War Plan 30, Werner declared slowly. You realize, General, that you're confirming my initial argument to not give you too many officers for this planning stage. Not at all, my lady, the Kadayan officer replied politely, for I would like for some young and bright-eyed officers to study a new plan, let's call it War Plan 20, for the conversation at hand. And what would this plan, what would War Plan 20 entail? The 38th takes care of the offensive, and the 30th of the defensive. The possibility of a major war on two fronts, against two different major enemies. Werner spoke aloud the dark thought he had for a few seconds. I realize it is unlikely. The word-bearers were annihilated and everything, but... No, you are completely right. The Golden Wing's radiance increased, but the expression of the Lady General militant, if anything, grew even more somber. It is our duty to the Emperor and mankind to defend the Imperium. The threats may be unlikely at this very moment, but right after Kumarak, the Imga monolith was near impossible to predict as the next major enemy. And the Black Crusade had hurled itself against the defenses of Cadia at the same time the battle began in the Volga system. I hope it won't happen, but you're right, we can't neglect the possibility of the worst-case scenario. Add this war plan to the list, and adjust your officer requests in consequence. Hive Athena. The Embassy Floor. 2.551.312 M35. Regina Way CAO. It's difficult to believe that just a few decades ago, there was a gladiator arena here. We raised it years ago. Her wife reminded her. And by we, I mean a certain Basilea was certainly over-enthusiastic about the idea. Guilty as charged. Taylor nodded with a grin. But as you can clearly see, we found a use for this floor, eventually. Yes. Everyone for the last week has taken to calling it the Embassy Floor, which is a bit remarkable, given that there are only 2 embassies. The blocks where the other Xenos Protectorate's representatives will spend their time are 1 floor below. Certain parties want to preserve their feelings of superiority compared to other species. It clearly isn't a lack of space which is forcing you to adopt this disposition, at any rate. Certain parties are proud, the Basilea conceded with an innocent expression. But don't forget that what we see right now is just part of what will be the completed embassies. Cyrene's architect subordinates and other workers did a great job, but it was only part of the agreed plans. The rest is going to be built next year. And the Necrons more or less imperiously declared that their embassy had to be at least 50 square meters bigger than the Eldar one. This time they both giggled. The rivalry of ancient times is continuing like in the good old days, I see. Wei blinked. And if these weren't embassies we were talking about, I would be pestering you about demolishing the whole thing for a prodigious lack of taste. Seriously, the Regina doubted it was possible to build 2 separate pieces of infrastructure which were more different. And the entire thing was made worse by the fact the 2 Xenos embassies were facing each other on each side of the large paved avenue at the summit of the upper spire levels. On one side, the monument the Necrons had manifested the desire to have. It was a huge, intimidating pyramid, and despite all the efforts the Nixians had made for it to look less sinister, it was still a very grim and overwhelming presence. Taylor had called the style Egyptian necropolis, and it was indeed accurate. Everything hinted at marvels of engineering, from the creative monolith reproductions to the intricate green glyphs carved into the pyramid, but it was the kind of marvel you wanted to admire from a distance. In many ways, it was unsurprising, because the Necrons were the species present which had the least urgent need to be recognized as a protectorate. On the other side, everything was reversed. Through the opening in the gate, you could see trees and grass. Everything was radiant and filled with colors. You could hear birds singing from here. In the distance, an Eldar singer accompanied them. Obviously, the work had been done by very human workers, several dozens of them specialized in palace decoration, but it seemed their work had been magnified since. And it was towards this little paradise their feet moved. Ready? Not really, but we have an appointment, don't we? 3 adjutant spiders following on their heels, they entered the Eldar embassy. The rumors of its beauty really hadn't done the place justice, Wei realized. After the first steps, you wondered where the palace was in the middle of this verdant immensity. Then after a few more seconds, the Regina realized part of the green was the palace embassy, many buildings had merged with the trees, or were half hidden by them. There were some specific stones and what looked like human-made materials, but all looked like they had been transformed to reflect the influence of forests and nature in general. And while Wei had been gaping, there had been changes by her side. I love the ears, the ruler of Wuhan wasn't even joking that much. And the rest of your appearance is also splendid. It was not the first time Taylor transformed before her, of course. And there was something truly fascinating about these new looks. As always, Taylor relaxed when she placed her hands on her shoulders. It was a moment of calm and eternity. Webmistress, look. They have brought the furball of Yi Yandan here. Wei raised an eyebrow, and Taylor huffed. Come on, Artemis, it's just a coincidence. There was an outraged series of meowing, and the ginger-furred feline which had showed itself on a branch several meters above ground ran away in a hurry. In fact, now that I think about it, that may indeed have been the same gyrinx you threw into the lake. The Lady of Nyx remarked drily. Garfield is keen to avoid a repetition of the incident, at any rate. You didn't mention the gyrinx. A species of psychic cats, Wei. They belong to an Eldar in particular. From what I understand, the gyrinx think the Eldar exist to serve them, not the other way around. They have that much in common with all felines. Interesting, she mused, and the name Garfield. A very old cultural reference of old Earth, and I will refuse all responsibility if I find the gyrinx eating lasagna in the middle of a banquet one day. Wei gave a humorous expression. Now she wanted more explanations, not less. Fortunately, they had several hours of free time after this meeting. There was a breeze caressing her skin, and suddenly, Aurelia Malice was here. Wei had never met her before, but based on the detailed descriptions Taylor had given her, there was no one else it could be. Much like Taylor's eyes, there was no way to forget them once you had seen them once, and the Regina didn't even know if there was a way to imitate these jewels-made flesh. As for the rest of her body, Wei was very glad she had excellent self-control. The High Priestess had pledged herself to a power of carnality, and nobody could doubt it after seeing her. Empress, Empress Consort, welcome to the Eldaneshi Embassy of Nyx. Taylor laughed loudly, and in her new body, it was refreshing and beautiful. Eldaneshi. She managed to say between two chuckles. We needed a new name to describe what we hoped to build with you as Empress. The Ildari word was tainted forever by the first fall. Asuryani was judged more promising, but many of us aren't living in craft worlds anymore. And even for those who are, the connection with Asuryan is tenuous. Azurman earned great renown with his heroic efforts, but the god himself is dead and rarely mourned in this cycle and age. Still, the Queen of Blades is going to die with laughter once she learns about that. The large smile Taylor wore showed she had no problem with it, clearly. But I suppose you named yourselves for the hero who stood against Cain, not her. We intend to leave a certain amount of ambiguity, Aurelia Malice admitted cheerfully. And the embassy? Does it conform to your wishes? Oh, yes, the smile was so radiant there was no way it could be a fake one. I must mention that some Siamhan wild riders were a bit disappointed there wasn't the space to do a proper race inside the compound. Taylor snorted. Nice try. From what I know from Inistha's memories, Siamhan pilots are the descendants of those speed fanatics which raced across whole planets without ever pausing. I'm not sure that the entire Nyx sector as a racetrack would be satisfying for them. It's true that they have transformed their craft world into something unique. Aurelia Malice conceded. Sometimes we of other beautiful craft worlds think that they fled ahead of the fall because they wanted to continue their races where the hedonism and decadence couldn't disturb them. There may be a flower of truth to it, High Priestess. As you say, my Empress. The next minutes were spent in silence, and with it came the tour of the embassy. It was certainly sublime, and with the minutes which passed, more and more Eldaneshi showed themselves. As Taylor had warned her, the adults came in blue, green, and red shades of skin, unlike the High Priestess and herself. But Wei had seen the long ears in real life before. It wasn't that surprising. The presence of the little ones with their golden skin, however, even warned of this detail, it was really a shock. And they looked so happy to be here. Have you considered my proposal, my Empress? I have not made my decision yet, High Priestess. It would benefit you in many ways. And with what you intend? Taylor sighed. Of course. Of course your seers saw it. I was able to perceive it. Aurelia Malice corrected while showing utmost deference. And it was possible because you and I have tied our destinies recently. Anyone else would find it impossible. Wei cleared her throat. What are you talking about? Tell her, Aurelia. By your will, my Empress. My proposal was simple. With Authority's blessing, I made the proposal to awaken the spirit of this planet. Wei Cao, Regina of Wuhan, Basileia consort of Nyx, couldn't believe her ears, and stood absolutely speechless. I'm sorry, what? Hive Aquila. Dawn's Convent. 2.560.312 M35. Battle Sister Alice Gaius. Alice had never been to Hive Aquila before today, but the sisters who were born there had spoken well of their time at home. Unlike too many hives where the cult of the Savior Emperor had built ridiculous and awful-looking cathedrals, Hive Aquila had managed to for the most part keep the balance between splendor on the outside and humility on the inside. Of course, these were the rumors, but given that the Basileia had visited numerous times and many priests and abbesses were still there, it certainly had some kernel of truth. Many things had changed, obviously. Alice was too young to have lived through it, but there were guard veterans of Fae who remembered how the churches had been dark, since they couldn't rely on anything more than candles. The less said about the amount of wax which had been left to accumulate everywhere, the better. There was no trace of it today. Dawn's convent was a rather austere place, but it was a well-lit one. You could tell a lot of walls had been painted white about a decade ago. Golden paint had been used to highlight the images of Sanguinius and the living saints. The Library of Dawn, yes, that was its proper name, had clearly been expanded recently, and could boast about 20,000 books, half of them which could be consulted by data slate. All of it generated an atmosphere of studiousness and diligence. This was an atmosphere that the hundreds of teenage girls standing in neat lines drew strength from for the tests at every Sanguinilla. Alice had not seen any gymnasiums during the offered tours so far, but there had to be one. The athletic bodies the girls could take pride in were not forged by accident. Your name? Taylor. There were a few chuckles in the distance. Age? 14. You could have had a place at the Schola Progenium. It was not a question. My father fought in the Battle of Camarak. I want to become a Templar Sororitas to honor his legacy. And what is the most important quality you learned in Dawn's convent? Unity, the young black-haired girl answered with awe on her face, no matter how hard she tried to disguise it. It's together we will win under your banner. The Basileia smiled. Good answer, Taylor. I look forwards to seeing what you and your group will accomplish in the years to come. Many conversations like this one had happened since this morning. Alice knew it wouldn't be the last. Do you wish to speak with older girls again, your celestial highness? The abbess asked. The formidable grey-haired woman was a former guardswoman, it was said, and given the aura of command she seemed to be infused with, Alicia was ready to believe it. 1 year older, I think. There was a few seconds of silence. You taught these young girls well. We are honored you think so, your celestial highness. It's nothing but the truth. Last year, Dawn's convent alone accounted for 200 new recruits of the Templar Sororitas. And so far, I have every reason to expect they will become extremely loyal and skilled standard bearers for the new generations of Sororitas. When you told the Cardinal how you wanted to proceed, my predecessor knew that educating promising orphans and motivated young girls was the right decision. We would teach them why unity, loyalty, piety, and humility are vital qualities. Once again good answer, you have prepared this not-so-surprise inspection well. Thank you, your celestial highness. I was witness to how skilled with a blade your girls are at 16, obviously. I would be interested in seeing the fencing facilities. Of course, it would be our pleasure to show them to you, though the girls practicing there are a bit older. It will be fine. I promise that I won't ask my Dawnbreaker guard to criticize their performance, Abbess. Now please tell me how you were able to teach these young girls to control their impatience and replace it with the self-control I was pleased to see here. Next system. Space Macro Forge Terra Cimmeria. 2.567.312 M35. Basileia Taylor A Bear. Saying the tech priests present were a bit excited was like saying water was a bit wet. Even Dragon had succumbed to the excited atmosphere, and the Tinker was often left imperturbable by the eccentricities of her fellow tech priests. So what do we know for now? The golden-winged parahuman inquired as over a dozen magi worked under the supervision of Archmagos Concilium Hes Festeri Marius Gamma Arcs to unlock the secrets of the STC placed in the ultra-secure room of Terra Cimmeria. This time, the owners of the object had been far more paranoid. A simple hello world wasn't enough to be given access to the secrets of the ancient Federation. It was called the Fenghuang STC. Dragon dutifully answered. It was classified as a colonial printer manager, whatever that means. According to your custodes. They aren't my custodes, Dragon. According to the custodes, this was built on the moons of Jupiter, in a place called the Zongguo Concession, likely in the late 22nd millennium. Is it too much to hope to learn how they got that information? Or who the STC was intended for? I think the answers to those questions are yes and yes, Dragon. The Watchers aren't great conversationalists. Taylor frowned. Now that I know Trajan's thieving habits better, I believe we can guess with reasonable certainty that this STC and everything near it was threatened by something that would have resulted in its complete destruction. What led you to that conclusion? The salamanders and ultramarines we were given back, of course. Each time those Astartes were lost in disasters where their deaths would have left little or no evidence of their demises. The Emperor's children gene seed applies too, now that I think about it. That's a good theory, her tinker friend agreed. But I suppose there are exceptions. For the moment, the only one I am completely sure is Trajan's near-suicidal habit of stealing gemstones and priceless possessions having sentimental value to the Queen of Blades. Where human artifacts, space marines, or other assets are concerned, the most famous Necron thief in general leaves little evidence of his robberies. Though it might be that he's simply been lucky and there are thousands of planets we are about to hear complaints from in the next decades. Let's hope we won't be that unlucky. Loud chants praising the Omnissiah interrupted this low-level conversation. The excitation levels were soaring once again. The multitude of red lights flickering on the devices installed by Mars above the STC artifact that were now switched on were certainly no stranger to the agitation. The arrival of Gast of Hediatrix before her was just the last confirmation the good news had arrived. Chosen of the Omnissiah, everything is ready. The uncommon hesitation in the next second was not due to any failing from the voice of Mars, but by the sudden arrival of a black-armored custodes by her side. As always, the servant of the Emperor answered none of the queries. He only handed her a small roll of vellum which, while preserved, looked it had been prepared several centuries ago. Shall we, Dragon? With great pleasure, chosen of the Omnissiah. It should be noted that an abundance of titles was not always a good thing when you had cheeky friends. But seriousness returned quite quickly. Taylor unrolled the vellum, and presented it to the tech priests who had worked on the STC so far. The Nixian elites bowed, and though there was no exciting series of talks, Taylor could almost taste the powerful emotions burning in the artificial organs of her subordinates. Preliminary assessment, the library of templates appears to be in intact condition. If 10,000 souls breathed sighs of relief, it was certainly her imagination, right? The ancient system of listing, on the other hand, is poor. The theoretical analysis would be that the method of copying used for the templates was operating under a significant deadline. And it would fit perfectly with Trazen stealing it in the end. Someone had tried very hard to destroy this database. Confirmation, chosen of the Omnissiah, the templates do not look to be organized at all. And the information generously revealed by the custodes in the name of His Majesty. Several parts of the Mechanicus console functioned in overdrive, and some screens flicked with what had to be passwords being typed at record speed. Some of the information is about the 12th template in the first tier of the list, chosen of the Omnissiah. First tier. Dragon wondered by her side. How many templates are we talking about, Magos? Assuming none of our instruments are suffering from malfunctions and that each access represents an intact STC template, between 900 and 1000, Archmagos. It went without saying that the binary canting and the buzzing behind them were easily multiplied by 10 in the next seconds. Many adepts of the Mechanicus in this room were not exactly prone to tears of joy or showing human emotions when you could hear them. But this time, council members of the Nixian Mechanicus, envoys of diverse forge worlds, and other great figures of diverse factions were ready to discard all the principles they had lived by and jump in joy. Open the template we have the password codes for, please, Magos. They had the means to open it, they might as well use them, the others were likely going to take days or months to open, judging by how efficient the securities for each template were. By your will, chosen of the Omnissiah. A rather pleasant music began to play, one Taylor didn't recognize, which wasn't that surprising, given that this was an artifact of the 22nd millennium. Then on the hololithic devices, a flow of extremely complicated schematics began to be projected. At first, Taylor wasn't able to tell what she was looking at. But only at first. Many parts looked strange, but the overall vids shown were familiar. There were walls of texts, what looked to be entire manufactorums dedicated to the production of spare parts, and then a whole spire-like structure appeared. The title, when it appeared 10 seconds later, was just the confirmation Taylor didn't really need any more. Of the priority construction, maintenance, and repair methods of the quantum entanglement communicator, Dragon spoke aloud for the benefit of the audience which was not in good position to read the text translated at a frenetic pace by the Mechanicus machines. Of the underlying principles which led to the discovery of Professor Iskander. Then Dragon realized what she was saying. Oh dear. Yes, oh dear. The quantum entanglement communicator was the one and only example of mechanical FTL communication devices left to mankind after the old night, and the few which still existed were on the Sol system. It went without saying that no one knew how to build more of them anymore. They were priceless relics, for all the fact they were limited to use inside the boundaries of Sol. And it was common knowledge among the Martian Parliament that within a few millennia, all would eventually break down. There were actually many ancient QEC kept in the stasis vaults of Olympus Mount in the hope some miracle would make their use possible again. Everyone in Sol called them the Ensembles, of course. The Mechanicus alone called them quantum entanglement communicators. And now they had recovered the template for them. You know what this means, right Taylor? Oh yes. It meant the beginning of a new war against chaos. But this time, one where they had the best cards in their hands. It means a new beacon of light chasing the darkness away. Orbital Shipyard Ferris Revenge. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. The Basileia was in an excellent mood, Neidhart noticed as she entered the Strategium who was going to serve as conference room today. So was Arithmencia Sultan, mistress of shipyards and ships, for that matter. The command to begin the presentation was given in a voice filled with happiness and vitality for sure. Unfortunately, the Lord Admiral couldn't say the same smiles were still present 30 minutes later. That wasn't to say the Basilea was angry, because that wasn't the case. The star-filled eyes looked thoughtful, in his opinion. And the rest of face was emotionless, which was not really encouraging. With such a list of presents, Lord Admiral, you really don't need the Sanguinella anymore. Neidhart prudently decided not responding was the best course of action in this case. We have the shipbuilding capacity. Arithmencia Sultan pointed out. The expression the living saint gave the mistress of shipyards wasn't supportive. You somehow found the funds, resources, and political support to build 10 battleships here, Archmagos. That colossal task alone is going to mobilize millions of our workers. And yes, I know you built several while you were in the service of Ryza. It remains a titanic industrial project. We will able to request more tech priests if we have to. The answer, surprisingly, was rather stubborn for someone as loyal as Arithmencia Sultan. Surely. It wasn't a glare, but the eyes flashed with something that in plain terms was not an indication to continue the conversation in that direction. The Basilea began to read the data slate in front of her silently, and next to the door, an adjutant spider did the same. I suppose the majority of the admirals gave their support for this construction plan. Lady Weaver raised her eyes again to meet his after 10 more minutes. They did. Neidhart waited patiently. The numbers for the hoplite and warrior classes of destroyers sound reasonable. The Basilea said at last. We can build them in large numbers, and we would be idiots to not exploit that strategic opportunity. Moreover, we have received plenty of requests from other sectors, in addition to the big order from Karduniash. Under these circumstances, building 100 hoplites and 100 warriors in the next 10 years is a sound military investment. No mention of the upgrades for the old warrior class which had fought during Operation Stalingrad were brought up, but given how small the sums were in comparison to the brand new ships, Neidhart was optimistic they would pass without trouble. Unlike other things. The number of heavy cruisers you want to build, however, concerns me. I know the first tests and prototypes are promising, but your presentation called for 90 of them to be built. And please let's not insult everyone's intelligence. It may be called the Hecata class, but no one who studied void construction is going to be fooled for a second when these vessels leave the dry docks. It is a new class, the Lord Admiral admitted quickly. It was the truth, so why bother denying it? And the principle is simple. We can build new models of fusion reactors to properly meet the energy requirements of the heavy cruiser tonnage. Why should we give it a multi-purpose armament? It is better to give it the kind of weapons something like the Hecate really needed all along. It needs a lot of railguns. A lot is indeed accurate, the living saint commented acidly. These Hecate R heavy cruisers are going to carry 50 medium railguns when a warrior has only a light one as prow armament. It might sound a lot, chosen of the Omniscia, Arithmencia Sultan intervened, but I assure you the fiends which will dare face these heavy cruisers will say the same thing in terror when they realize how foolish it was to confront their firepower. The expression of Lady Taylor Hebert softened a bit. This is still extremely expensive. Several warships we used to prove the concept are Hecate straight out of the Samarkand mothballs. Neidhart argued. I'm sure that if you want to cut down costs, the Admiralty will be willing to completely overhaul them. This time, he received a genuine grimace in return. A lot of the Samarkand-built Hecate heavy cruisers were built for the Third Succession War of M34. The hulls are there, yes, but the internal arrangements will need to be completely overhauled. His surprise must have showed, because the Basilea raised an ironic eyebrow. My wife brought me the books before I left for the campaign, and I took some time reading them after Macrage. It made for interesting study, to be sure. The mistress of spiders cleared her throat. All of that to say that in many ways, I prefer a brand new ship. It is more expensive, yes, but the skill of our tech priests, navy workers, and other personnel mean I can trust the quality of the warship construction. There always are problems when we demothball a ship, and that we weren't the sector to build them in the first place is going to lead to trouble. I have no problem when you use them as test bed for your prototypes. I am far less eager to test their performances in a trial by fire. Chosen of the Omniscia, I understand your reluctance. Yet the Lord Admiral made plenty of good points in his presentation. We are not going to build battlecruisers in the next couple of years. The Hecate R is a new answer to the challenges the Imperial Navy will face. The railguns have proven their worth, and the technology combination of the electromagnetic rails and the gravity impellers is now fully mature. Moreover, the safety measures and some technology transfers from various sources guarantee a reduction of accidents while maintaining a high rate of fire. Lord Admiral. The trader fleets have integrated the heavy cruisers to serve in massive numbers among their damned armada. It is fair to assume we will face more in decades to come. Since our battleships will be busy killing other battleships, the Hecate R will be the sword which can and will kill trader capital ships in large numbers. The star-filled eyes were turned towards the data slate for the third time. This time, however, Neidhart knew it was a stalling tactic, because the living saint already knew the entire content by heart. The arguments are logical, but we are still talking about a new class and an entirely new doctrine for heavy cruisers. I am willing to pay for a batch of 10 Hecate-R heavy cruisers to see if you're right. If Arithmancia Sultan is willing, she can add 2 or 3 coming from the Samarkand mothballs to fund the live fire tests. But that's her decision, and I am unwilling to pay more. Once those are produced and their performance is properly observed in real-life void operations, I may authorize more, but not now. Neidhart knew the living saint well enough to know that she wouldn't change her opinion on the subject. It was not good news, but 10 heavy cruisers were better than none. It will be done as you said, Your Celestial Highness. Now speaking of the light cruisers. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal. The Lord Admiral looked neither happy nor displeased when he came out of the stratagem with the rest of his staff. If Oscar had to guess, it meant that the Navy had obtained some guarantees, but far from everything they wanted. Well? He asked. There will be other meetings like this one, his superior answered, showing a faint amount of amusement that didn't reach his eyes. Her Celestial Highness will be ready to receive you in 5 minutes. There was nothing to do but to nod, get out of the way so that the tech priest column could move out without trampling you, and then it was waiting time again. Fortunately, unlike many other planetary governors eager to show they held the upper hand over mere Navy officers, Lady Weaver was as good as her word. He only had to wait for 5 minutes before an adjutant spider loudly requested his presence. The first thing which overwhelmed everything in the de facto conference room was not the living saint, it had to be said. It was the massive amount of data slates and other data repository systems piling up on the tables and in many other places. The chair he was invited to sit in was among the rare ones to be left empty by these mountains of documentation. Admiral. Your Celestial Highness. I have an interesting mission which requires the services of a skilled admiral. The golden-winged angel of the God Emperor began after the formal courtesies were expedited in record time. The official recommendation will be sent to the Lord Admiral tomorrow, of course. And I want to make clear that you are free to not volunteer. I am listening. The warning strongly implied there was a factor which would make this mission unpalatable for certain officers of high rank, and Ruenthal was curious why Lady Weaver had considered him for it. As I am sure you are aware by now, the star-filled eyes flashed with something that really looked like displeasure. A considerable number of the hulls the Imperium faced during the last Black Crusade came from our very own shipyards. Specifically, there were hundreds of capital warships which were pilfered from the mothballs of the Imperial Navy. Ah, this was going to be one of those conversations, wasn't it? I have already spoken about the matter with Lord High Admiral von Lehengram, the Basileia continued, surprising him. But he wasn't terribly optimistic about the matter, and since we respectfully exchanged our points of view, his hands have been tied. Terra is not interested in digging too deeply. Nothing must lessen the prestige the Navy won in that glorious series of engagements. There was no anger in the imperious voice, but there was certainly a great deal of frustration. I understand the problem, Your Celestial Highness. I admit this is a very short-sighted approach. The Chaos Marines of the Word-Bearers Legion were hardly the most rational of the traitor legions before their extermination. If these heretics had been able to steal so many capital ships across the millennia, it stood to reason the other traitor legions hadn't exactly stayed idle either. But I don't know what I can do to solve the problem. Lady Weaver's use of Terra hinted that clearly that the entire problem was way above the rank of an admiral. At first I thought the problem was insurmountable, like you currently do. The expression he received was slightly ironic. And since Terra is busy trying to ignore the problem in the hope it won't blow up in their faces like it did the last time, there is certainly no grand edict we must give. But at the level of the quadrant, it is very different. Yes, it was. Admittedly, Lady Weaver was not the quadrant lady, but her influence was ever on the rise, and in the last days, many Samarkand planetary governors had visited the place. Yes, some had undoubtedly been there to enjoy the benefits of a rejuvenation clinic and a high-end luxury palace, but certainly not all. And it was then I had this idea, Admiral. It is difficult to steal ships from a mothballed fleet, if there are no mothballed fleets to steal from. Sometimes, you tended to forget at your own peril that the God Emperor had ordered Lady Weaver to destroy Comarak for a reason. This was one of those times. This has the merit of a certain simplicity, yes, Your Celestial Highness. But I am forced to point out in the defense of the Navy that too often, the sector's battle fleet doesn't have the resources or personnel to keep all its warships in active service when the area of space enjoys de facto peacetime conditions. In wartime conditions, obviously, resources are less of a concern, but time definitely is the greatest limiting factor. Admirals need all the hulls they can find, and upgrading mothballed ships is faster than building a brand new one. This is a good point. The golden-winged angelic woman nodded, before striking again. And that also explains why I was still receiving complaints as far back as a decade ago that a fifth of Battlefleet Nix's order of battle was obsolete. Oscar von Ruenthal grimaced deep inside. While few officers wanted to discuss it in public these days, it was a sad reality that in the war against the Orcs before Lady Weaver's rise, the Imperial Navy had emptied the mothballs of the Nix sector. And too often, the results had been beyond disastrous. I am not going to say the Navy doesn't need ships in times of war, Admiral. But I find the argument of we need every ship no matter how long it stayed in mothball very unconvincing when most of the time, refurbishing an ancient lunar-class cruiser of M33 to be the equal of a Venus-class would require at least 5 years of work. With another planetary governor, arguments of different aspects could have been made. But Oscar von Ruenfel was sure all the data had been studied and carefully analyzed before this meeting was even scheduled. And there was no use denying that many old demothballed ships were not properly upgraded in times of war. Sometimes that was because there wasn't enough time. Most often, alas, it was because several cardinals and planetary governors were busy filling their pockets with the throne gelts earmarked for such maintenance. You intend to dismantle several mothballed fleets of the Samarkand quadrant. The 5 oldest ones, to begin with, the Lady of Nyx spoke in a voice of iron. All of them have ships which were built before M34, just in terms of destroyers alone, that's around 10,000 hulls. All of them are completely obsolete against a warrior class built in the Nyx shipyards, and I think that if they go against a Necron battle fleet, it would be less painful to scuttle them in high orbit of a stellar graveyard. The quadrant's foundries can use the metal for something productive. But that's not something that Battlefleet Nyx needs to be too concerned about for the next years. True. The price of plasteel, ceramic, and some other things was in all likelihood going to decrease a bit, but the mothballed hulls weren't going to be dismantled with a click of the fingers and a few prayers. I was dealing with the political implications of that idea when my adjutants and several other advisors brought a more interesting idea to my attention, Admiral. Since we know for sure now that the archenemy and other enemies try to steal our mothballed ships, why don't we use said knowledge to our advantage? Oscar von Ruenfel initially felt the urge to say that with the number of mothballed fleets in existence, there was no way they could predict the one the traitors would strike at. The urge was very short-lived, it had to be said. After longer consideration, Ruenfel had to admit that even if they managed to trap one of those thieving forces, the strategic effect could be extremely beneficial for the Navy and the Imperium. I see the advantages, yes. He replied in an assured voice. But there are no mothballed fleets in the Nyx sector. And with due respect, Your Celestial Highness, I don't see the archenemy trying that sort of exploit here. We have doubled up the patrols, eliminated the most glaring flaws of the defensive strategic system, and are regularly commissioning better and better warships. I was thinking more about the Atlantis sector. If it had not been a meeting with a living saint, there would have been an expression of consternation on his face. The Atlantis sector had been a problem for years, and Oscar didn't think it was going to get better. The ecclesiarchy had ruled this sector in an extremely corrupt and incompetent way, and removing the religious imbecile which had been the sector lord had been too little, too late. They have a mothballed fleet there, yes. It's not in the Atlantis system, if I remember correctly. It is not. And the Inquisition has been given hints that several local planetary governors are frequenting with less than reputable people in their ambitions to become Lord of Atlantis. Catching them while perpetrating the crime would be militarily and politically significant, he recognized. Of course, it wasn't terribly likely he was going to face traitor Astartes or something equally bad. But there would likely be pirates and other senior criminal figures involved. Stealing a warship, even a mothballed one, wasn't like stealing an air car. It took significant amount of resources, technological capacity, and the risks you took robbing the Imperial Navy. I accept the mission, Your Celestial Highness. The Grand Dome adjacent to Lisa's Dome. 2.581.312 M35. Rogue Trader Dennis Peters. There were people who on a good day decided to adopt a litter of kittens, Dennis thought. On the other side of the debate, there were citizens of the Imperium who, thousands of years after leaving the home world, still preferred puppies. Unlike felines, you could tell they would be loyal to you to your dying breath. For those who were wondering, no, mankind had still not stopped trying to find exotic pets to add to the list of the species it had already sailed the stars with. But Taylor was in a class of her own. Dennis had asked, but he didn't believe there was someone else in the galaxy who had ever adopted Titan-sized moths. And today, Taylor hadn't added one of the great flyers to the ranks of her swarm. She had added 3. What do you think, Dennis? The aforementioned angel of moths asked him once she landed. I think naming one of the 3 Aisha is just asking for trouble. There was a loud sound in the not-so-far distance. See? She's already trying to imitate the same innocent expression Lisa does, and she's lived only for a few hours. This one is going to be a mischievous trickster for sure. It's just your imagination. Somehow, the fact that this was said with a big smile didn't reassure Dennis at all. Aisha here can't turn invisible. Let thank the Emperor for small favors, the male para-human snarked. And what led you to starting a process which results in several births at the same time? All the previous Titan moths were born alone. Well, the janitors and everyone involved in the process have made excellent progress in this field, and we can build domes far bigger now. There is a dedicated workforce, assiduous protectors, and I have way more money and resources to dedicate to it. And of course, I wanted to see if raising a generation of moths together would make them far more social insects than the first generation. You want them more obedient. The winged para-human snorted. I don't really need their obedience, when I can control them when and where I want. And if I had aspirations in that direction, I wouldn't have named one Aisha. Yet, she definitely had a point there. And their colors? They seem quite different than Lisa, though these three are females. Anyone who could see these titan moths at first was facing a spectacle of radiance, but with some major alterations compared to the oldest ones parading on regular and irregular events. Their great wings were for the most part gold, and the body they were attached to was red with large golden stripes. Whatever the reason, it seemed the purpose had not been to convert Noctilith into ether gold faster. When blocks of the onyx-colored stone had been placed before the young insects, they had transformed it, but slowly, about the same pace Lisa had been known for in her early years. The diva moth was doing it way more easily now. But enough of this. I didn't just invite you here, Dennis, to introduce you to Aisha, Isidra, and Camellia. This is about the future operations of the rogue traders in your service, isn't it? Dennis didn't think he was a genius, but he had known of the rumors surrounding Magdalena Orpheus for many weeks now. It is. The Aurica Orpheus is going to be the spearhead of a particularly dangerous expedition to the galactic core. Ha! Called it. And Wolfgang will leave for the Tur Athens quest with his wives once his expeditionary force will be ready. His wives? But he is not. Oh. Suddenly he was facing a Basileia mercilessly glaring at him. Forget I said anything. Dennis smirked. Not a chance. I am the Lady of Nyx. My word is law. I am sure rumors can spread faster than your enterprise can fire its nemesis hunter cannon. He was rewarded with a loud sigh. You're incorrigible. Don't worry. I won't warn him. Well, I won't warn him as long as it's suitably entertaining. I suppose I will have to be satisfied with that. For what felt like an eternity, they watched as the three titan moths played with each other on the ground. You could almost believe they were adorable parrots or something else incredibly colorful, until you remembered that the tiny dots of red were armored humans just like him. Yes, these young moths were innocent and adorable, but they were also bloodily gigantic. It also went without saying that the new Aisha was already a troublemaker, whatever her mistress claimed. Dennis had been a prankster, he could recognize a natural-born one when he saw them. Do you intend to continue your association with the Sons of Fukin? Taylor asked. I know they've involved you into dangerous adventures. Not as dangerous as yours. I am a Lady General Militant of the Imperial Guard. Funny that, when one thinks about the treasures you win every time you go to war, one would almost believe you were a rogue trader. You're incorrigible, the Basileia repeated. And proud of it. Dennis added. But sure, let's avoid jokes for a few seconds. The adventures with the salamanders were dangerous, but very profitable for me. Besides, I like working with the Sons of Nocturne. It's true that their home world is something you have to be 3/4 insane to live upon, but I like them. I like them too. The stars-filled eyes stay focused on the three titan moths, but the smile was genuine. Their joy of life is contagious. They hugged you again recently, did they? They did. I gave them resources to play with for certain projects. The black-haired para-human huffed. But enough about me. Right. He really wished he could add more jokes, but there was a last duty to take care of before the fun. In our previous adventure, several old archives were recovered. A lot of it wasn't worth its weight in scrap metal, but the Sons of Fukin managed to decipher some of the intact portions. Once they dug into the data vaults of their fortress monastery, the accuracy of the information was confirmed. It seems that before the heresy, the 18th Legion had built a series of weapon depots for supply emergencies. One of them was called the Rot, for some reason. And now we know that it is somewhere in the Boron cluster. And how big is this cluster, to sate my curiosity? Oh, about twice the size of your Nyx sector. There was no answer to that, but Dennis could tell from the Basileia's expression that that was a lot of empty space to try to find something in, assuming there still was anything to find. And if you don't find anything worth the travel, then we will go to the second depot. Let me guess, this one is called the Gear or something like that. Nice try, but no. It's called the Scale. They chuckled, and obviously, this was the moment Aisha thought she had a chance to sneak upon him. Dolos Continent. Cygnus Spaceport. 2.590.312 M35. Captain Kaiden Xia. So Captain, what do you think of my surprises? The voice was light and filled with good humor. The captain of the second company of the Storm Lords completely understood why. I think I am extremely impressed, my lady. Kaiden Xia grinned. And I understand why my father the Khan suggested I make a detour before returning to join my brothers on the front lines. To be sure, the sight of a spaceport filled with war machines was nothing out of the ordinary for a space marine of his rank. But having everything on this part of the spaceport turn out to be space marine equipment, armor, and vehicles? That you didn't see for every visit on a planet. Be sure to thank Chapter Master Hibu Khan. He started the orders which made it possible in the first place. I will not forget it for all the treasures of the steppe. The red-white-clad Astartes promised. Jet bikes. You have jet bikes. My brothers tried to negotiate for the production of some with a Mechanicu's forge world of Solar 3 centuries ago, and all we got were spare parts in the end. And those had been old spare parts at that. In comparison, there were 50 Shamshir pattern jet bikes neatly lined up for inspection here. It wasn't easy to build them to the high standards of the Adeptus Astartes. There were a lot of setbacks with the anti-grav technology. The golden-winged angel smiled. But I'm proud to say the challenges were overcome. And all sons of the Khan thank you for it, my lady. He declared sincerely. His eyes turned away from the jet bikes with regret. For as much as he would like singing and reciting poetry about the recovery of the Khan's wings, there were many other prizes of interest to study. Some of them remained classical, but no less important. These were the Mark 7 and Mark 9 power armors, without which no chapter could afford to go to war. Over 30 rhinos and 20 predators waited behind them. All were a dull grey, for now. As is the custom began by the Brothers of the Red, my artisans deliberately abstain from painting the brand new vehicles and other pieces of Astartes equipment. We sell you the paint, of course, but the final touches are your responsibility. The sons of Sanguinius wanted to let their artistic talents speak, I assume. And many honor duels would have been fought if someone else dared give a name to the brand new machine straight from the production lines. His host added before walking towards more machines. I suppose you are by now familiar with the Einherjar dragon armors. I am. Kaiden answered honestly. He regretted there weren't that many of them, to be honest. 3 wasn't a significant number. But since on the right side there were many land speeders, it would be very rude to complain. I wish I could have prepared more equipment, but the sons of Kogaris had a lot of equipment transferred to their ships before and during Operation Stalingrad. And we're trying to expand the production lines in high orbit as much as we can. The issues should be dealt with within 2 or 3 years. This should have sounded pessimistic, but at the moment, their walk was leading them in front of 200 attack bikes, and half had a multi-melta while the rest had a heavy bolter mounted on the sidecar. And if everything in your industrial production plans proceeds according to your subordinates' satisfaction, how many jet bikes will that represent? In a decade, we will reach 500 jet bikes per year. The savior of Dorne and thus indirectly, the Khan answered neutrally. And since they not only gave us the tools to resume production, but also are our principal benefactors for this specific war equipment, it goes without saying that the successors of the 5th Legion will get utmost priority for them. Kaiden Xia laughed, and he meant for the whole world to hear him. You can expect a lot of celebrations on Kogaris and across the galaxy to be organized in your name, my lady. I am not going to say I am unhappy to hear it, Captain. The presentation officially ended with the 3 enormous Thunderhawk transports. Next to them in secured modular containers, the Hellstrike missiles for the wing hardpoints were waiting. I suppose that due to the unexpected arrival of my command, no great decisions have been made on a certain matter. We might make a diplomat of the Imperium out of you yet, Captain. What a horrible idea. Kaiden Xia of the Storm Lords replied honestly, receiving a chuckle for it. Yes, best to avoid that. The expression of the Shield of Angels and Protector of Sanguinius gene line shifted to one of deadly seriousness. The compatibility of your gene line with the different Nixian worlds isn't a problem. In this very system, it is quite low, but even then you could have had millions of aspirants if the Brothers of the Red hadn't arrived first. The Storm Lord Captain wasn't astonished at all. There was a reason why plenty of Space Marine chapters recruited from Hive worlds. Yes, there were billions which were unsuitable for passing the first basic tests, and billions which would fail at the gene screening stage. So what? There were always billions more. The growing problem, Lady Weaver continued, and the one in many ways I think I felt coming before I went to fight the Necrons, is that each chapter takes his patrolling and other duties very seriously. It would be quite an insult for me, for you, and for the other chapters involved, to change the area of responsibilities formerly given by oath. Add the reality I don't want to give recruitment rights on worlds which have done very little to deserve it. This must have indeed removed quite a few worlds. It removed entire subsectors. The Golden-Winged Lady corrected bluntly. Atlas for example is out of the question, since we have the Heracles Wardens and the Magma Spiders there. That is not to say there aren't openings. The Moro subsector is, for now, not claimed by any Space Marine chapter. It wasn't on the frontier before the sector increased in size, and the gene compatibility for the first Space Marine chapters wasn't sufficiently high. The Heracles Wardens sometimes launch small-scale training operations, like they do everywhere in the sector, but that is all. A first data slate was handed to him. Kaiden Xia took it respectfully. Another alternative is what my admirals call the Northern Swibbit Trench. A second data slate followed the first. Here however, it is on the frontier. Gene compatibility is average, mostly. But the number of inhabitable worlds to settle is extremely reduced. You are aware, my lady, that sometimes, we Space Marines settle on very sparsely populated death worlds, I presume. I am aware, yes. The smile was polite, but it was one which no predator would have denounced. Alas, I'm afraid I have spent too long with the sons of Fukin. Given the results obtained so far, I am forced to insist that the Space Marines willing to be part of the Nix sector be a visible part of it. I am not going to force anyone to do the monthly celebrations the Magma Spiders have made popular at Bahamut, no other chapter does that. But if the Storm Lords intend to base a fortress monastery, they have to care about the people they protect. I don't want to be informed that at the first crisis the inhabitants call the Brothers of the Red for help because the chapter in their part of the sector is, for all intents and purposes, a complete mystery to them. That was a point that Kaidensia hadn't heard before. But it made sense. It didn't stop him from raising both eyebrows when a third data slate found its way into his hands. You really intend to give the noble Storm Lords a lot of reading, my lady. The Khan, I believe, gave me an entire chronicle I am still rereading in an attempt to assimilate all the subtleties of Kogarian poetry and strategy lessons. The retort was immediate. Think of it as a deeply educational exchange. Hive Athena. 2.593.312 M35. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. The Storm Lords chapter is over-aggressive, and its battle brothers can be quite reckless in their campaigns against the Greenskins. If there was one word to properly describe the expression of the Basileia in the next few seconds, then it would be unimpressed. But I suppose you want more details. That would be for the best, yes. Lady Taylor Bear shook her head while throwing several objects to her beetles and her spiders present in the office. The Storm Lords are the sons of the Khan, and they are going to war with jet bikes and highly mobile units not exactly known for their ability to stop the firepower of an orc Waik. Obviously, the best way to avoid heavy casualties is to not be there when the orcs hit you. I must concede the point, but I insist they are too reckless. Reckless in a few war games against my swarm will be sufficient for them to be far more prudent, or reckless in I will have to use sterner measures to be heard. I don't believe they are so arrogant as to not learn the lessons needed after the former, my lady. But I can't deny the possibility of the latter. Great, the insect mistress commented with the tone of someone who hadn't liked at all what she heard. But I suppose every chapter has to relearn some lessons from time to time. And the Storm Lords can teach us lessons too. When it comes to mobile warfare, over-aggressive tactics or not, it is clear the Sons of the Khan are far superior to any chapter currently present in the Nix sector. The Brothers of the Red are the best we have, and even they can't do the kind of maneuvers the Kogarian descended chapters take for granted. The companies of the Blood are oriented towards airborne shock assaults and finishing the job at close quarters. The Storm Lords, if the little demonstrations they were happy to give us are any indication, will savage half of an armored column before an officer manages to react with the correct measures. It is true the White Scars and their successors are opponents you don't want to face when they have room to maneuver, the chapter master of the Heracles Warden acknowledged. May I suggest the gift of a mobile shipyard for them if you intend to invite them into this sector, my lady? You may, though I note you will not be the one which will have to conduct the negotiations and divert the resources for it. That was indeed accurate and horrifyingly fair, Jeremiah admitted in his hearts. But let's speak of a more pleasant subject for your chapter. The Basileia seized a large parchment of vellum and oddity on her desk, when so much of it was data slate and digital storage devices, and handed it to him. Lifting of the original restrictions for the chapter. Some will still remain, Weaver warned him in the next second, but it has been decided you will be allowed to raise the levels of recruitment so that your numbers reach 700 once more. You are also authorized to send as many aspirants as you want for Tech Marine and Apothecary formation. That's incredibly generous from the Inquisition. Isley answered, and he meant it. But I suppose, since you didn't mention it, that we are going to stay under their oversight. The Conclave's representative said they were considering placing a junior Inquisitor as overseer, and there were several acolytes from different factions which will join you in the next years. Both to learn and to monitor our operations, I presume. Yes. What else? Ah yes, you will get a few ships. In this case, I think because even the Inquisitors were getting tired of having to use their own fleet or call the Iron Drakes for transport every week. Now that was promising. And when will these ships arrive? Isley asked, not bothering hiding his eagerness. As soon as the Nixian shipyards will have commissioned and built them. The sarcastic answer arrived promptly. And there's a lot of chapters which want ships, these days. Jeremiah sighed. He really should have expected that. I won't deny the other chapters have their own needs, my lady, but they already have some hulls to transport them across the stars. We currently have a grand number of 0. I'm aware, the next glance of the insect mistress was directed at one of her spiders, and there was a long telepathic exchange between Arachnid and Mistress of Spiders. For the urgent needs, I can place 2 frigates at your disposal by the end of the year. They won't be exactly tailored to your needs, but they have the advantage of being available. The crew will remain Nixian, however, unless the Inquisition decides to replace it with its own agents. The silent message, clearly, was I will watch you two, and don't get to try stupid ideas with them. I will see what I can do for the strike cruisers, but everyone seems to have a desire for more of them these days. And Mars is overwhelmed by the demands too. Fair was fair, Jeremiah had not thought he would get to see one in Warden's color this decade, so the disappointment was largely survivable. Frigates will be sufficient for now, Jeremiah assured the Lady of Nyx. With the notable exception of Stalingrad, most of our operations these days are in the Samarkand quadrant, and we rarely send more than one squad to a single planet. The corollary is that we will need more than two, of course. I know. Any other problem you want to bring to my attention? Jeremiah nodded once, and placed a small hyper-sophisticated chip on the Basilea's desk. There is a lot of trouble brewing in the Atlantis sector. The chapter master of the Heracles Warden stated in a voice of granite. I really think this had gone beyond the level where my battle brothers can solve it. Hagia Sanguinella under construction. 2.599.312 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. Thank you for agreeing to meet me so promptly, Your Eminence. I could hardly do anything less given the urgency conveyed by your message, Your Celestial Highness. Cardinal Prescott Lumen curtsied with his usual serene smile. Even if the motive which led you to request it was, shall we say, enigmatic. Taylor permitted herself a smile. An apt choice of words, the Basilea commented drily as they both faced the new fresco which had been completed several days ago. It was a magnificent artwork that looked like the Emperor himself was going to lead the charge on the battlefield, followed by the entire Blood Angel Legion. As an enigma, I would explain it like this: in your opinion, what do the protection of a mothballed fleet, the failed assault on a force of Templar Sororitas protecting loyal pilgrims, and sabotages in certain vital parts of a holy city have in common, Your Eminence? Prescott Lumen was an intelligent man. The first point was not included anywhere near his long list of duties, but he must have heard of the last two. Atlantis, the Cardinal of the Nyx sector murmured. Atlantis, Taylor confirmed. The agitation has not decreased since the last time we had a discussion about the problem. In fact, one can say it has gotten much worse. On that particular issue, you know my thoughts, Your Celestial Highness. Lumen answered in all simplicity. Yes. Yes, I do. And I haven't changed my opinion on the subject. Annexing the Atlantis sector would be a colossal mistake. She could do it. Between the favors the Ministorum owed her and her own authority as a living saint, the insect mistress didn't doubt that if it was brought to a vote on Ophelia 7, it would be close to unanimous to carry the day. But if she did that, the annexations would never cease, and at some point, the supersector would become completely ungovernable, no matter how many adjutant spiders were thrown at the problem. And frankly, based on the reports I received, I have begun to wonder if several problems do not stem from the extremely religious approach Atlantis was governed by in the last millennia. Since I rule like a secular governor, with some amendments due to my living saint status, I don't think I am the ideal candidate to resolve the problem. In that case, maybe it would be diplomatic to establish significant diplomatic links with one of the most influential Pontifex governors, Your Celestial Highness. Would you trust any of them with the power of a sector lord, Your Eminence? Prescott grimaced. Clearly, he had hoped that particular question wouldn't be asked. I don't deny there is a problem. Yet I have come to the conclusion, much as you have, that a round of purges will solve essentially nothing. Yes. Taylor acknowledged bluntly. The problem is not that the majority of the high-ranked clerics in charge are disloyal and incompetent, though a few especially bad apples among them are not going to like the blade which is going to sever their fingers. The big problem is that they are literally feuding with all their neighbors, and in the end, it will lead to a fratricidal war between 100 factions. The Nyxian approach wouldn't work there. First, because unlike the Menelaus dynasty, several Pontifex governors remained genuinely popular among the citizenry they governed. On dozens of planets, it wouldn't be dealing with a bunch of inbred idiots which had lost all credibility. It would be fighting a legitimate religious regime that, for all the arrogance, nepotism, and financial corruption, remained well-liked and gave its citizens a tolerable living environment. And that led directly to the second point: removal of one head or 1 of 100 wouldn't matter, because 1 or 200 pontifexes acting much like their predecessors had would take their place. Atlantis was not going to accept an outsider like she was for the Nyxians years ago. Most of the upper class was studying in the same seminaries and other religious schools. The Angel of Sacrifice, living saint, and chosen of the God Emperor, could rule Nyx, with difficulties. Basilea Taylor A. Bear certainly couldn't. Annexing the Swiba subsector had only worked because it was a disputed area of space, and that the planets had been relatively secular in their traditions. I understand. It was a bit funny that for all that she was a very tall woman now, Cardinal Prescott Lumen was still taller than her, though the difference of height had considerably decreased. Then the rumors you were intending to place a rogue traitor as the new sector lord of Atlantis. Rumors devoid of any substance, I assure you, Taylor refuted truthfully. I know it has happened in the past, I am not going to try to copy that kind of exploit. Besides, I would need a very religious soul in the body of a rogue traitor volunteering for it. I don't have one. Taylor had met some owners of a warrant of trade which were very attached to the Lectitio Divinitatis. Some of them wore clothes you would be used to seeing on pilgrims. None of them had manifested any desire to rule. Perhaps one of two rogue traders I would trust with the heavy duty of a planetary governorship. A secular one, I mean. For Atlantis? It's out of the question. I want the agitation to decrease to manageable levels, Your Eminence. I don't want to set fire to the Prometheum tanks. I am pleased to hear it, Your Celestial Highness. Would you like to hear what is in my opinion one of the main problems? Taylor raised an eyebrow. By all means, she replied, curious. The pontifexes and many of the power base who chose to elevate them to their current dignities are afraid, Your Celestial Highness. Fear, the insect mistress had a good idea of what the emotion truly meant. She wasn't a space marine, so she could feel it no matter how much she had changed. Fear I will come and annex the sector. There is fear about that, but reading between the lines of my informants, I was very surprised the fears quickly diverged. There is fear you will topple the Pontifex governor and his main advisors for their failings, of course. But there is also fear you would impose upon them a different religious doctrine that would fundamentally transform the Atlantis diocese until it was unrecognizable to its current system. There is fear the militia would be completely abolished, and the Templar Sororitas would become the true military fist, answering only to you. There are many types of fear, and I'm afraid many high-ranked servants of the God Emperor don't see clearly anymore because of it. The Cardinal, unfortunately, had made a lot of very good points. Ironically, it was something which had long stopped to be a problem in the Nyx sector. The current planetary governors understood well that as long as they did their duties and abandoned all ideas of treason, Taylor wasn't going to come after them, no matter how much she found certain systems of theirs culturally and politically abhorrent. I am still going to deal with the traitors and the other imbeciles who think bargaining with pirates and other traitors is a good idea, Your Eminence. The Angel of Sacrifice announced after thinking about it for a few minutes. I am willing to give them assurances there won't be more planets annexed into the Nyx sector. That doesn't mean tolerating treacherous deeds. I can relay this message to the Pontifexes. Prescott Lumen assured her. And for the rest of the matter. Do you have an upstanding candidate for the next Cardinal Lord of Atlantis? Somewhere in the south of the Dolos continent. 2.607.312 M35. Major General Tanya Svrev. Tanya didn't know what was going to be built here, but it was going to be huge. Lisa had been moved from her dome and told to purify the entire area for several hours. Something that on Nyx was more a security formality than something you did because you were worried about a serious threat. That alone would have made it something worthy to be remembered for a few days, but you couldn't miss the Big Moth Dome under construction 3 kilometers away. Then there was the minor fact that this land had been chosen in the first place. According to the 3 Nyxian colonels who had been her liaisons this morning, this location had endured as one of the many toxic dumps of the hive world before orders were given to restore the beauty of this planet. Today, you had to pinch yourself to believe it, because there was nothing but hills, grass, and giant cacti. The toxic wastes and the mangled pieces of junk too commonly associated with disastrous industrial accidents were gone as if they'd never existed. And of course, it was hundreds of kilometers away from the main hives of the Dolos continent. It was far away from anything of importance. Since the Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard nearby seemed particularly pleased with that, Tanya had to conclude the isolation was kind of the point. The final purpose completely eluded her, the newly promoted Major General of the Imperial Guard admitted. This was why she cleared her throat. Not that I am naturally curious, Your Celestial Highness, but may we know why we are admiring the restoration of the Nyxian plains and hills? We. The smirk was definitely shining with amusement. Do you have planetary governor or other royalty ambitions, Major General Svrev? Not at all. I would just bribe your adjutant spiders and let them do all the work in my name. That's what the WE stands for, by the way. Her jest was rewarded by a chuckle. Beware Artemis, one of my subordinates wants to steal you. We will redouble our vigilance, web mistress. Tanya had to say, this would have been intimidating before, given that the words came from a battle tank-sized arachnid. And yes, the cogboys had confirmed that several of the adjutants had stopped growing and reached their mature body. Now that Artemis, along with a few others, were protected by massive armors, the intimidating effect had been born anew, even for veterans who had seen what the adjutant spiders could do to Tyranids, Necrons, and Chaos Marines. You might ask yourself, how could an adjutant spider look more redoubtable? The answer was simple, marker lights fixed above the spider's head. Thanks to those, any arachnid equipped with this system could request an artillery or airstrike on a particular enemy position. It had not yet been tested during the war games, but the rumors already mentioned it had a range of approximately 10 kilometers, and the missiles and shells it would unleash could strike mere centimeters away from the target you wanted to be eliminated. The magnetic grenades and the backtop pouches were options that were also studied, by the way. Add of course the armor, and Tanya Svrev almost pitted the heretics and other enemies which were going to face the enemies of the living saint in the decades to come. Top secret? She asked again. If it was within my power to tell you, I would, Tanya. Taylor Hebert gave her an apologetic smile. But it isn't. Very secret, then. I suppose this is going to be another nasty surprise for certain enemies we mightily annoyed during Operation Stalingrad. Oh, I think you can safely count on that. Evidently, the Fey officer still tried to estimate what could be built with the clues that were revealed to her so far. But there were too many holes in the hollow picked. The presence of a dome meant Titan moths, and it of course translated into something very important, but it could be an area where Titan moths would be bred in large numbers too. You were saying something about other topics of military nature, before the conversation was deflected to subjects of lesser importance. Oh, yes. Your Celestial Highness, I would politely request you give your favorite regiment brand new power armors. Just to ensure we can still kill thousands of heretics and other enemies in ever-increasing numbers, of course. Of course, the Basileia said drily before sighing. The prototypes for the guard are not ready yet, Tanya. All the procedures don't yet meet the Mechanicus standards. With all the respect I have for you, this explanation is a crumbling wall if there ever was one. The Major General nodded in direction of the armored adjutant Spider. Your Mechanicus suddenly found a way to approve the arachnid power armors the moment the Tau declared they could build them themselves. This explanation ignores some important points. The golden wings, at this hour of the day, seem to burn like a miniature sun. We are going to build approximately 10 armors per year for my adjutants. There will some mass production for parts which will be included in other fields, but the power armors by themselves are going to stay a very artisanal work for the foreseeable future. The same can't work for the guard. Tanya smiled, but this was her stubborn, respectful, but don't you dare serve me more nonsense. They both knew that the Templar Sororitas were getting more power armors. There are going to be some limits to what I can do, Lady Weaver told her after several seconds of silence, the wings standing perfectly immobile. Not what I want to do, what I can do. My authority is almost dictatorial, I will admit, but there are military and industrial output priorities that I have to respect. But the Ministorm and there are other things you don't have the clearance to know. This forced Tanya Svrev to be silent, because the rank of Major General might not be the highest in the Imperial Guard's hierarchy, but it was still fairly high. To not be anywhere near the clearance. I am aware the Imperial Guard would love to have power armors. And yes, I am perfectly aware that bringing thousands of them to the battlefield will significantly decrease the fatalities compared to what will happen if they are protected by carapace armors, even if they're the improved Mark III. And I promise I will do my utmost to field them in great numbers come the next campaign. But right now, they simply aren't ready. The best I can promise is when it will be time for your next practical maneuvers next year, you will get to test the first creations, if they are ready. That's simply the best I can do. And for the record, you will have to earn that in sweat, mud, and sheer bloody tenacity. Have we humble guardswomen of Fae ever disappointed you, your Celestial Highness? Never, the starry eyes became softer for a moment. And I'm sure you will continue to make me proud in the decades to come. Fafnir Forge Temple. 2.610.312 M35. Basileia Taylor A. Bear. You don't ask for much, do you, oh great and invincible Basileia? I will buy you a few more technological gifts for Sanguinella, dragon. I will hold you to that promise, the Tinker grumbled like an irate draconic being, which she was, in a way. Taylor took the interlude as an opportunity to study Dragon's office. Compared to hers, it was not a frenetic center of activity, but then her fellow para-human did rather use it to enjoy a book or two and as a way to distance herself from the infernal ruckus reigning inside the Forge Temple. And speaking of books, the library inside the room had grown nicely. Some of them were books the insect mistress had offered her after return from Makraj, but not all. That said, it wasn't even Dragon's main library, and she had yet to find the time to visit that one since she had landed. Maybe she should. There is a limit to how much we can change before the whole system becomes an overcomplicated mess. Yes. But I don't want to change everything, Dragon. I just wanted to ask, how are we standing when it comes to power armor production priorities? We took a bit too much for granted with the Mark X. The Salamanders are busy playing with prototypes we believed wouldn't be ready for decades. She received a new draconic groan for that. Sometimes I wonder if you shouldn't be your own Minister of Industry, in addition to everything else. I have the power of administration inside me, Dragon, but I am not going to pretend I could do half of the job you do on a daily basis, between soothing the ruffled feathers of different tech priest magi and ensuring that the Dominus branch doesn't blow itself up playing with explosives. Thank you for the compliment. You're welcome. Taylor raised an eyebrow. Are things so interesting when I'm not present to force the tech priests to behave? Yes. The red-robed minister replied with a disgruntled expression. There were just production strangleholds, doctrinal quarrels, debates about the automating levels we're ready to accept in the manufactorums, and of course, last but not least, the dangers represented by giving teaching implants to personnel not trained for them. This would have been interesting enough, but then we had the STC templates of your recent acquisition from Trazen thrown into the mix. Now I have thousands of my subordinates proclaiming we need to build ensembles yesterday, and I am not even beginning to rant on that subject, because we'd still be here next century otherwise. Taylor let Dragon see a genuine grimace she wouldn't have shown other ministers see in normal circumstances. I understand, the insect mistress answered cautiously, though the gains are worth it, surely? The knowledge alone it offered for the quantum cogitator technology has improved our position on that front by several decades, from what you told me. Between 2 and 4, yes, satisfaction lit up in the draconic eyes, and yes, it is a gift I appreciate to its correct value, which is considerable. But we still have to pay for the Unsible prototypes, and that wasn't a priority I had calculated for. Taylor winced. In theory, the quantum entanglement communicators functioned relatively simply. There were 2 parts, one communicated with the other, no matter how far apart the 2 were. And they didn't necessarily have to be that big, honestly. The huge problem, and something a lot of tech priests hadn't yet realized, was that the Terran Unsibles it was way simpler to call them that than recite the QEC in every instance were huge relics because they had to be. If you didn't build your Unsibles big, you weren't going to get the bandwidth to relay a lot of messages. An Unsible the size of Dragon's office could technically be built in due time, assuming they solved the miniaturization problems in the next few decades. But they wouldn't get the ability to transmit more than a dozen messages per hour, which was ridiculously low when you considered the message traffic of an entire star system. The first Unsibles built in the Nix system would be very, very big. Triplex Fowl had already proposed with absolutely disinterested glee, of course to integrate them into a new class of star forts, so that they received the level of protection they deserved. At least we're going to have Mars on our side in that particularly vibrant and enthusiastic debate. The fleet is bound to depart any day now with the copy of the Unsible template and all the research which has been done with it so far. I still think you conceded defeat a bit too quickly on the subject. They allowed me to keep the original STC until the Triumph, Dragon. And yes, it had been an enormous concession from Mars and the Fabricator General. Several magi in the not-so-distant past had been accused of heresy for daring to hint they may delay the application of the Treaty of Olympus. Of course, her own status as chosen of the Omnissiah and the fact she had already sent copies, along with all the STC templates already recovered undoubtedly helped. But it was still a massive concession. Yes, they did. The Nixian minister grunted with ill grace. And they're going to have a lot to study. The teams on Terra Cimmeria managed to gain access to a second template a few hours ago. So that's why you look like someone had tried to pull off your tail, Dragon. I will ignore that supreme and ridiculous offense against my draconic greatness. The Tinker huffed. Taylor chuckled before giving her a serious expression again. What does the STC template contain? Knights. Ah yes, no wonder Dragon had complained about the mess it was going to alter their current plans. On the bright side, Mars and plenty of other Forge worlds were going to be very, very pleased. By knights, you mean the schematics and the instructions to build something like a knight-errant. Her choice to speak of this particular pattern was deliberate, it had been the most common knight they had sent onto the battlefields of Operation Stalingrad. I speak of half of a knight STC library, Taylor. We got a great deal of the Case Taurus STC library. We got the schematics for Errant, Crusader, Gallant, Paladin, Preceptor, and Warden. Oh, the Basileia reacted before narrowing her eyes in deep thought. Well, at least a certain knight house in the Nix sector was going to be very, very happy. So would the houses which had answered the call for Stalingrad and thus been vital in the process of the Trajan negotiations, of course. Would the modifications to the plans we agreed before include a knight-dedicated forge on Alamo, perchance? I think, Dragon answered while rolling her eyes, that we have to seriously consider the possibility, yes. Hive Athena. 2.613.312 M35. Minister of Foreign Affairs Zoe 19 Attica. If I'd known the private audience was going to include free hot chocolate, I would have arrived even faster, Lady Basileia, I swear. Zoe received a giggle for the humorous effort. Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, had really changed in the last years. And no, Zoe of House Attica wasn't just saying that because today, the living saint was wearing a long elegant green robe. Chocolate is all the rage among the nobility. The Lady of Nyx declared in a falsely dramatic voice. I have yet to decide if it's going to be a very good or a very bad thing for this hive world. I bet on the a very good thing, Lady Basileia. As the sweets and the mug of hot chocolate which had found their way into her hands during this private audience were evidence of. Of course you do. What happened to the girl who said I can't live without my afternoon tea? She is for the moment nowhere to be seen. The Princess Minister replied innocently. By a strange coincidence, the last unofficial gathering with the Regina involved discussions if the chocolate had to be combined with milk before more culinary delights were invented. Careful now, an imperious voice drawled, I would be extremely pained to know my own Minister of Foreign Affairs has been an accomplice in culinary heresy. I have no doubt about that, Your Celestial Highness. There were some loud chuckles after that, only temporarily interrupted by the arrival of an adjutant spider. For a moment, the starry eyes turned meditative and turned away, allowing Zoe to watch Lady Weaver attentively. One thing was sure, the Basileia looked to be in far better health than when she had returned from her latest campaign. Zoe could only tip her hat in direction of Wei Cao and Marianne Gutenberg for that success. Nyx needed its planetary governor smiling and enjoying life while able to choose which reforms were the most urgent, and the two lovers of the Basileia were able to keep her in a good mood so far. Good news? She asked. I think so, yes. The Basileia nodded with a pleased expression. The Senatorum Imperialis passed the motion to have a seat of Adeptus Astartes representative with a large majority. And the Invaders chapter was chosen for the honor. Excellent news indeed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs replied truthfully, the invaders more than earned the honor. There were several parts of Operation Stalingrad which were still classified for the Nyxian population at large. Some, hopefully, would be released in due time, but Zoe was realistic enough to acknowledge some might never be, or if they were, it would be centuries after everyone save the Basileia was dead. The role the invaders had played in winning the Battle of Mandragora was not classified, however. Acting in her persona of both Lady General and Living Saint, Taylor Hebert had made sure everyone knew why so many invaders had given their lives and how it had allowed the Imperial forces to win the Battle of Mandragora. They have. They really have. A sigh escaped the Basileia's lips. Obviously, there are many other proposals that were imagined in the headquarters of Macrage which have met far less success. Some have been outright rejected, while others are still debated in various subcommittees. I don't have much hope some will have been voted on by the time my triumph comes around. But that's fine. The rebuilding of the invaders and the position of Adeptus Astartes representative was the priority, and it is done. Mars' support was critical, I assume. Zoe commented. Mars, Ryza, and half a dozen Forge worlds in the Martian Parliament, the black-haired Living Saint nodded, as if she wasn't responsible for this powerful coalition in the first place. Ryza was one of the big keys, for they are going to replace the warships the invaders lost. Mars, well, I won't explain why Mars is important, no. No, I don't think that is going to be necessary. More hot chocolate was served, this time by very relieved Nyxian butlers. The Basileia alas forgot sometimes to request their services, assuring herself the service via large beetles instead. And I'm afraid that in the great game of Terran politics, your experience is far superior to mine. I have some advantages you lack, the insect mistress commented with genuine humility. And you have yours when it comes to Samarkand. I think that it sounds like the opening for one of those requests. And you are completely correct. Lady Weaver smiled. I'm afraid I didn't exactly pay as much attention as someone of my exalted rank should, but there aren't any night worlds in the Samarkand sector, no. It was a complicated question, but one Zoe needed only a few seconds to answer with certainty. There are none I'm aware of. The Minister of Foreign Affairs shrugged. It would be surprising if there were. There is much I don't know about the system of Zaibatsu currently in power, but I know that when the Great Crusade liberated the region, there was a massive purge of Xenos and other horrors. Nowhere was it celebrated that valiant knights managed to resist a tide of Xenos invaders. Nowhere in the Samarkand historical holovids they use as cultural propaganda and spread across the quadrant, at any rate. But it's possible there are others in the sector. Do you want me to investigate? Yes please. It's not urgent, but I would like to know if there are more night houses we have as our neighbors besides House O'Hara. Your Celestial Highness has more knightly ambitions. Not really, but one of the STC templates unlocked very recently is a night one. We may soon find ourselves with more night walkers than pilot cotters to form from eager and hot-headed men and women. And while I know many houses we fought with at Laphise and Macrage will help, the help in this case will absolutely not be free, and the brand new machines won't contribute to the security of the Samarkand quadrant. That is completely true, the Princess Minister agreed. However, the Samarkand quadrant has never been considered a heart of chivalry for historical reasons. It may well be that these ties and alliances forged in blood will be necessary. The K's Taurus houses are often eager to found cadet branches, especially when the gift of new knights is involved. And Lady Weaver knew it, given that it was partly one of those gifts which had permitted the creation of an independent House O'Hara in the sector. Do you want me to send more requests of such nature to Samarkand? As a matter of fact, yes. But the request won't be about knights. Giraffe Spaceport. Aeronautica Imperialis Facility No. 2. 2.618.312 M35. Duchess Freya Brasidas. Freya had to say, there was some big brewing storm coming this morning. The young Duchess didn't know much about politics, but when Her Celestial Highness Lady Weaver arrived with a serene expression, but all senior officers of the Aeronautica Imperialis scowled or made grim faces behind the Dawnbreaker Guard, well, you noticed. Freya did seriously consider not asking. But if it was about Nyx slashing all the budget for new fighter squadrons or something like that she had to know. The answer really surprised her. We are going to shut down the industrial production of bombers in the Nyx system. The Lady General, militant in half pay, technically, but who cared about that? Told her in a very serious tone. Half of the production necessary for the Nyx sector is going to be taken up by Alamo, the rest will go to Wuhan's orbital industries. That's radical. And she took great care to not put any emotion behind it. It is necessary. There was no scowl and no anger. If Freya didn't know better, she would have said it was a form of resignation. Some priorities have changed in the last year, and I can't afford to fund a new Nixian bomber program anymore. Maybe if there was a design ready to be built in large numbers, but there is not. All we have for now is the Marauder. It is a multi-purpose bomber. Freya had to accelerate her footstep cadence, because while the Basileia wasn't running, she was certainly walking towards the hangars at a forceful pace. And it was certainly a strange situation where she, a fighter ace, had to be a defender of bomber command. It's horrible at strategic bombing, it's extremely vulnerable and lacks accuracy for free-range interdiction, and the dedicated ground attack has proved its hard limits when facing Necron and Tyranid opposition. Her superior rebutted without any hint of compromise at first. I'm willing to recognize that since it is based on a STC template and all variants are based on the same hull, the logistics are made far easier. But in a peer-to-peer fight the enemy will shoot down tens of thousands of them, maybe hundreds of thousands. We need something better. And they didn't have it. Nyx didn't have it, and it was, Freya wasn't sure she was going to say comforting, because it was not. But maybe realistic? Given the size of a Marauder bomber, without a STC discovery, you weren't going to create a new bomber class in a few months. Sending bomber production elsewhere doesn't mean we are going to abandon our efforts to dominate the void and the skies, of course. Space Marine gunships are going to stay an area where Nyx will shine. And the effort to build interceptors which will be able to annihilate the enemy's aerial hunters will continue. Speaking of which, the doors of the closest hangar opened, revealing a superb fighter of the purest white. It was only the 5th time Freya had seen it, but it was once again something very much like love she felt. Your Celestial Highness, Admirals, let me present you the White Angel prototype. It was an evolved version of the Brunhilde she had piloted during Operation Stalingrad, and it was gorgeous. It was larger and more optimized for atmospheric combat fighting. It had a greater combat autonomy, and could fire way heavier missiles. The Basileia snorted. The tech priests took a glance at your fighter nickname and instantly changed it to please me, I assume. Yes, Freya admitted in a little voice. By her side, Nils exploded in laughter, the traitor. Proof I was rightfully afraid when they began to name the quantum template, the Basileia's Uncibles, the living saint grumbled. Anyway, it sounds like a splendid fighter. Could you explain the main changes compared to the Brunhilde, aside from the aerodynamics? Certainly, your Celestial Highness. Over 20 minutes of very technical explanations followed. The Basileia clearly had trouble with some terms, but she didn't seem to mind that some lengthy topics were introduced. Finally, there was only to wait for the judgment of the Mistress of the Dawnbreaker Guard. This interceptor looks promising. Please warn me when the Mechanics will have finished its second phase of engineering. Yes, your Celestial Highness. And please find another name for the prototype. You can give Minister Dragon's subordinates the recording if you want, there are already 20 White Angel plazas in Hive series alone. I won't have another instance this year, even if this interceptor fighter is beautiful. Orders were orders, eh? Of course, your Celestial Highness, I will deal with it immediately. Hive Athena. 2.620.312 M35. Leet. Leet used all his dexterity to make an impeccable last turn, and here came the finish line. The drones of all his cogboy sidekicks were way too far behind this time. It was going to be his first win. It was going to be his greatest win. It was going to be mere seconds before he passed before this bee making strange signs. Wait a minute. A bee? There hadn't been any bee-shaped signal posts. Leet shouted in consternation as he raised his eyes from his console, and suddenly, all the drones involved the race were unable to continue their race, courtesy of being neutralized by giant bees. Well. I see everyone is having a lot of fun testing drones. Oh, Emperor of Tinkers. This was bad. Leet turned towards the cogboys, which were all trying to hide the joysticks and the ranking list of the different races under their red robes. This one counts as my victory. He hissed. You didn't pass the finish line. That little traitor, he was going to. Leet. Ah, hell. Would you please explain to me what is this miniature racing circuit is doing here? I can, yes. Don't look at the star eyes, Leet, don't look at the star eyes. I am innocent. He began, and saw that behind the bees, Missy Byron had arrived just to hold her ribs and break into giggles. Clearly. 100 beetles surged forwards, and seized from cogboys and non-cogboys the compromising evidence. And seriously, not a single victory in 9 races. I had them on the ropes on this one. Their manipulations of the last 2 races when they invented new shortcuts just to see me in second place had at last failed. Missy began to howl in laughter even louder. And the strange combination of red and white color. It's their fault, he pointed his finger at the cogboys. It was their idea. It was not. So it is a complete coincidence now that these second-generation drones all look like giant pokeballs, is it? We were going to catch them all. He tried. Ha. 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 Damn it, the minister was supposed to stand with, for justice. She wasn't supposed to have fun at his predicament. Alas, the explanation wasn't working. Time to change the approach. I can paint them red and gold the next time, if you want. Did a loud huff sound like good news? Joysticks to control tactical drones. It already worked when I tried to make a real-life version of Mario Kart. Leet began defensively. And it works for drones. Yes, it does. There was to be a test this morning, so that resistance against potential scrap code could be simulated for the first time. How many passed it? 8 out of 10, he answered truthfully. Promising, Weaver said to his relief. Leet. Yes. These tech priests of yours are likely completely compromised, but you won't corrupt the rest of the Nixian Mechanikus with your drone mania. Yes. I mean, no, yes, I understand. You will also stop shaping them like pokeballs, unless it gives the drones some tactical advantage I honestly have failed to see so far. Otherwise I assure you that there will be some catching. But it will be my adjutants who will do it. Ha. 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 Please note how a certain blonde-haired shaker para-human was of absolutely no help. Please. Otherwise good work, and your drone racing is going to be done outside of office hours. Ha. It was like a violent series of coughs and a series of strangling sounds had been done at once. Taylor. You're not serious. I am completely serious, Missy. The drones work and don't explode. This is remarkable enough to be acknowledged, no. Hive Athena. The Basileia Spire. 2.626.312 M35. Basileia Taylor A Bear. I will admit, I did not expect to ever hear from your mouth that Leet was gifted at something. Wei paused a second. Something beyond creating sizable explosions, of course. Believe me, I was the first one to be surprised. No, to be honest, maybe not the first one, but among the first 100 people who had to acknowledge it. That Leet was gifted at having projects end in catastrophic explosions, as her wife had mentioned, was indeed hardly a surprise. It was not exactly known to everyone in the Nix system, but Taylor was sure 99.9% of the Mechanikus was completely aware of that minor issue. Let's see the positive side, Wei really had too much fun with it, it had to be said. You're beginning to understand how his para-human shard works. And you have the confirmation he's the most surprising tinker of Nix. My dear Regina, the Basileia of Nix drawled ironically. There are only 2 tinkers on Nix, and one is completely normal. Dragon offered you draconic mugs at the last sanguinilla we spent in this palace, Taylor. It was just a minor joke. The emblem of the Nixian Mechanikus has a dragon upon it now. Many tech priests have taken to changing their metallic carapaces for ones which have fake scales. Taylor sighed, acknowledging the defeat. Yes, I know she has a flair for, well, everything draconic. The insect mistress raised an eyebrow. What was the point you wanted to make? I think normalcy is extremely overrated on Nix. You know, between your loyal arachnids visiting the markets on the morning, the explosions of Leet in the afternoon, and the dragon armors patrolling above the Fafnir Forge temple. You may very well be right. Now she thought about it, when had her life really been normal? It certainly hadn't been when she arrived in this galaxy and survived the first months in the Imperial Guard. And before that, many memories had faded away, but she couldn't call Brockton Bay a symbol of normality. Unless you thought an Endbringer fight was something that needed to happen every once in a while? Of course I'm right. Wasn't there something like that in our marriage vows? I am going to have to answer there was. And she received a kiss on the cheek as a reward. What did you want to do with Leet in the future, anyway? The question was asked in a light tone, but Taylor could hear the curiosity of Wei beneath it. I was thinking about sending them to the Galactic Core again. The Lady of Nix revealed. You know, as passengers aboard Magdalena's flagship. That is, audacious. Wei smirked. Aren't our disastrous duo still being hunted for a long list of crimes going from offense against public order to public drunkenness and desecration of administrative buildings? Taylor couldn't retain her self-control, she giggled. Yes, they are. The Basileia answered when she had regained enough composure to not chortle. I paid a significant sum to make sure the so-called crimes were forgotten. Something which, for a certain long-eared species, was paid in a lot of spirit stones we had obtained at Kamarak and elsewhere. Authority was very pleased by the bargain. There is only one bounty active. Guess which one? Van Dyer. Van Dyer, Taylor echoed. You can say many things about the High Lord of the Adeptus Administratum, but he takes his grudges seriously. The reward for Borak and Leet's heads is big. You could very much buy yourself a paradise moon with that. Well, officially he's rescinded the one on your head, but we both know he would gleefully pay it if given the chance. Wei rolled her beautiful eyes. Why don't you send Borak to the core and keep Leet there? Don't you dare suggest perfectly rational strategies, the two women chuckled. I already proposed it to Borak, to be honest. But he invoked several important ancient Duardan customs I was aware of, and some additional ones I wasn't when I tried to be stubborn. The summary of our respectful debate can be summed up like this: wherever one half of the disastrous duo plunges into danger, the other will have to follow. Especially if it is Borak. Wei commented drily. You can say a lot of negative things about Leet, like his tendency to be surrounded by explosions, but he only runs towards danger by accident. Borak charges in its direction because he loves a good fight. Exactly, the Angel of Sacrifice nodded. And I dutifully noted that all the members of my Dawnbreaker Guard are of absolutely no help when this problematic subject is discussed. At best, they're laughing. At worst, they go to spar with Borak and share an ultra beer with him. My poor tailor. The giggle of her wife was absolutely not reassuring. At all. I'm sure you are going to find a solution. You always do. Oh yes, the destroyer of Kumarak declared with a confidence she really didn't feel on that particular subject, but at the moment, I really have no idea what that solution is going to be. Nix system. Battleship Standard Template Construct. 2.637.312 M35. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. I hadn't realized how big the Tau built their attack craft. Some of my colleagues wanted to classify it as a monitor. Dismirius remarked. Wanted. They still want it, the Archmagos corrected, but I've begun to ignore them entirely. Which is sometimes the best decision. How did the Tau classify it, by the way? It depends how it is configured. The Manta can be used to attack destroyers and frigates in void battles, though their preferred targets seem to be the starfighters and starbombers of the Imperium. And of course for planetary invasions, it is their version of an orbital drop vehicle and heavy fire support. It was, overall, a beast of a Xenos vessel. It weighed over 380 tons without passengers, and its width of 52 meters explained in part why Dismirius had brought it to Nix in separate parts. And it possessed 2 railguns and 6 ion cannons to kill. And you believe it can serve the purpose we want? Yes. As you can see here, and here, the Manta possesses what, translated from the Tau language, we can call deflector shields. Quite clearly, they can't be compared to the efficiency of an escort ship's void shields. But it is voluminous Xenos machinery, and yet the Tau managed to integrate it inside the Manta hull. And if they managed it? If they managed that, then we can replace the deflectors with a small Aegis Psi shield generator, yes. The focused star eyes of Lady Weaver turned to stare at him. I suppose you already have a role for them in mind. Between the Aegis and the decoy launchers, this modified Manta would be perfect to protect your Titan moths. Dismirius spoke. Examining the practical facts, it is evident that the word-bearers and other enemies you faced and vanquished had other problems to deal with when Lisa arrived on the battlefield. But if the archenemy has the means to counterattack in the future, your giant companions will be a priority target on their elimination list. Converting a Tau Manta into a Moth Guardian would severely decrease the risks of bringing one onto the battlefield. The insect mistress examined the different parts of the Manta, then spoke again. Coordination with the Titan Moth will be key, since I doubt we can integrate an Aegis which will protect the equivalent of the A's Kalen Stadium in terms of volume. Do you believe there is enough space for several Psychers and an adjutant spider inside the Manta? Had Dismirius not been an Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, he would have winced. The Psychers do not present a problem. The Tau routinely transport 48 of their warriors inside a Manta, even considering the rotation requirements due to exhaustion. I doubt we would need 48 etheric gifted men and women to power the shield when the Aegis of the battlecruisers can function with far less. I admit I had not considered adding an adjutant spider, however. Are they really necessary? If I am in range, no. Lady Weaver's voice was at first reassuring, but during Operation Stalingrad, I was not always in range. And in the hierarchy of the swarm, Lisa has a very high opinion of herself. The other moths are less prideful, to be sure. But even they don't tend to listen to orders which don't come from the Queen Ants or the adjutants. To transform Noctilith into ether gold isn't a problem, they don't really need orders to do it as a reflex. But in the middle of a battle, where objectives often change, it could represent massive complications. I see. Dismirius studied the problem rapidly, and arrived at a semi-favorable conclusion. I don't think a fully mature adjutant spider like Artemis could be transported inside a Manta. But maybe a younger and smaller spider would work? I would have to make a few tests to be sure. A lot of tests. Chosen of the Omnissiah. There were after all many witnesses, Lankovar had to throw out a few respectful words here and there. The idea of using the Manta as a Moth Guardian system is excellent. Lady Weaver said in a deadly serious tone. The fact it can be added to a carrier complement very quickly is invaluable for coordinated Manta-Moth operations. And if you could keep it a secret until the next major campaign, it could become a very nasty surprise for the archenemy. Ah! And here came the problems he had anticipated, but not answered to a degree which satisfied the simulations of the standard template construct. I'm afraid that if it is secrecy you intend, chosen of the Omnissiah, there is going to be a choice to make. Wisimer studied the question with me, and we both independently concluded that the reverse engineering, to use one of the favorite words of the great radical, is certainly possible using proven and existing imperial technologies. But it is going to take a lot of time and resources, for the Marauder bomber is not a void-capable starship, and the Starhawk is incredibly inferior to the Manta. Dismirius was prudent. He didn't mention how he had heard that several bomber programs of the Nyx sector had ended in dead ends and metaphorical crashes. Since the angel of the Emperor Omniscia muttered a few curses under her breath in the next second, this prudence was confirmed to be the best course of action. And the other choice, I suppose, is to let the Tau modify the Manta for the Moth Guardian variant themselves, I take it. Yes, chosen of the Omnissiah. Dismirius had known Taylor Bear for many years. He could see she didn't like it. Not necessarily because she didn't trust the Tau, after all. There were several Arachnids and Imperial Guard regiments acting as overseers and quartermasters for the reconstruction of the Blueskin Xenos planet as they spoke. No, it had more to do with about how important her Titan moths were to her, and a Manta built in Tau shipyards was by virtue of its existence an unknown factor you ignored the limitations and the weaknesses of. Several young adjutants will be sent to Tau for the tests. The decision came after 56 seconds of silence. I grant you the authority to build several Moth Guardian Mantas in my name in the manufactorums of Tau. Given the importance of the work, I give your team 5 years to present a prototype working to my satisfaction. On the other hand, I also request some of your subordinates give me a basic industrial plan of what would be necessary to build our own Mantas somewhere else in the Nyx sector. This will be a plan only known to Dragon, Archmagos Hediotrix, and myself. By your will, chosen of the Omnissiah. The master of the standard template construct answered. Now if you want to proceed to the next hangar. We have prepared for you the first Lorelei Void drone, and I think you will be pleased by its performance. Somewhere in the Nyx system. TFNS Spirit of Eternity. 2.655.312 M35. Commodore Yang Wenli. To be honest, it was absolutely not what Yang had imagined. When he had heard of a discussion lunch from superior officers for the first time, it certainly didn't involve anyone of a higher rank than you agreeing to pay the bill for the cooks, food, drinks, and to organize it aboard the Spirit of Eternity. Yet that was exactly what the angelic-looking woman next to him had done. And the lunch was excellent. Whatever your opinion of how the Imperium governed its planets, it seemed they had not lost everything in terms of culinary arts. Yang had stayed far away from the spicy food. The cod accra had made him cough the moment he chewed the first one. The meat and vegetables were more conservative to be sure, but they were incredibly good. As for the drinks, the Commodore had chosen to avoid wine. The sparkling water was good enough for the lunch. Yang didn't think he would ever sell the Spirit of Eternity while drunk, but better to have a clear head. And honestly, the expressions of all his crew when he let the alcohol bottle get away without touching it was well worth abstaining for the time being. There have been rumors, lately, Yang began as the polite and extremely dedicated restaurant personnel in golden uniforms began to take away plates and everything, before promising the dessert would enchant their tongue. Rumors your ladyship recovered the standard template construct of the ensembles. I see the tech priests have once again been unable to control their urge to speak in locations they aren't supposed to. The absolute ruler of Nyx replied drily. And I suppose I can confirm it is not a rumor. I made a deal with Trazyn the Infinite, the most infamous Necron thief of the galaxy. I gave him a lot of valuable trinkets from my military operations and other sources I have at my disposal, and in return he released a lot of STC templates into my custody. The Basileia finished her drink before continuing with a faint smile. I might have informed you sooner, if not for the fact the STC security protocols informed me the authority of a Federation Commodore was completely insufficient to access the data of the templates. I always said you should have shown more dedication, Yang. Admiral treacherously jumped into the conversation. A bit more dedication, and you would have climbed up to Vice Admiral. I didn't enter the Navy because I wanted to command millions of men and sail the stars commanding an armada of dreadnoughts, Yang groaned. Unfortunately, this also attracted the attention of their host. Why did you enter the Federation Navy then, if it's not too curious on my part? Yang stared at the water of his glass morosely. Maybe wine would have helped, now that he considered the matter seriously. My father was a great father, but a poor businessman. Before he died, he made some investments he really shouldn't have, and as a result got into a lot of debt. Thankfully for me, the Federation had strict laws about not making a son pay for his father, but everything my father owned that could be confiscated was a few days before his death. That's bad. Lady Weaver conceded. But you are completely right that the debt legislation of the Federation can be commended to not make young children pay for the problems created by their parents. I still say that if he had made some effort, he would have risen high, Admiral announced petulantly to everyone inside her hull. We are not having this conversation again. Yang sighed before returning to what he wanted to say. I am not going to pretend I had big problems or anything like that, Lady Weaver. I was still a regular student when my father died. Since I was born in the Heinesen system, I could have easily stayed unemployed and spent my time reading the history books I loved. But the Federation's core principles weren't made to tolerate such lazy behavior. Admiral, once again, had to inform everyone of some things that should have stayed under the carpet. It isn't laziness if, oh, forget it. There were some debates you were never going to win. The Federation, contrary to what my loudmouth of an AI claims, was perfectly willing to tolerate my behavior. But in return, it provided minimal social services and benefits. It was far better if your reason was to create a family and have children, but that wasn't my motivation. Assuming you had one, Yang sighed loudly as all his crew chuckled. Yes, he had asked for that one. By these minimal standards, what would have been the equivalent in the Nixian society of today? Noble, Yang replied without hesitation. Definitely noble. I wouldn't have been given one of the palaces some of your court takes for granted, residential areas were not that big, and it wouldn't have been practical anyway. But the access to hololithic devices, the entertainment parks, and everything we took for granted as free activities were there to be enjoyed. An example to prove it. The recreation of long-extinct Earth species was something the big gene splicing companies were very eager to hand out for free, though they made modifications so that the animals couldn't be used for their venom or some other nefarious purpose. Yang smiled before reminding of the problem it caused. Of course, since everyone was not completely satisfied with the fact the cat was too disobedient, more species were created, and we progressively lost sight of what the original species once were. I owned a big cat, but I know one of my friends had commissioned a singing serpent with pink feathers. Pink feathers. At least the good old memory was so hilarious even several millennia later, it managed to make everyone chuckle. He was in love. Ah. Anyway, what we were able to do when staying unemployed paled in comparison to the activities you had access to once you had sworn an oath to the Federation Armed Forces and served your time in uniform. I thought when I joined I would be able to join the historian branch, but for some reason I've never understood, they kept throwing me into the classes of the tactical course. And I couldn't have a drink without having someone trying to steal my bottles. The smiles were indulgent everywhere, of course they were, this time the bottles were offered by the Basilea and the Imperium. I would wish to hear more of the Terran Federation. These little pieces of information are tantalizing enough to make one want to know a lot more. You have the files. Yang noted. Many are painstakingly written in formats that bore my adjutants to death, and there is little hollow imagery to make them more interesting. We would have had more if our first journey hadn't broken every plan we ever considered. Admiral casually commented. What do you want to know? The capital, system of government, some good anecdotes about what citizens do in their everyday lives. Well, I suppose the Federation capital was Terra, but still. Actually, the true capital was Alpha Centauri. Admiral interrupted the golden-winged woman with a tone that could be described as her lecturing mode. Terra kept the high star court for the judiciary system and all the cultural institutions, but the executive and the legislative were transferred to the Great Nexus some 600 years before Yang was born. And naturally, the spirit of eternity's artificial intelligence stopped there in her explanations. That was an evil cliffhanger, Admiral. If Lady Weaver wants information, she has to exchange information we need, Yang. That was Navy Diplomacy 101 last time I checked. Many of Yang's subordinates face-palmed, and they had every reason to, in his humble opinion. What do you want to know? But forced to admit, it worked. Hive Athena. 2.671.312 M35. Sergeant Gabriel Forcas. It was Kratos' fault, of course. As every member of the Dawnbreaker Guard knew, aboard Flesh Tearer was a very dangerous Flesh Tearer. Lady Weaver had not let Kratos stand idle in the last weeks, of course. The Scion of Cretacia had had to participate in dozens of maneuvers and strategic simulations with various Guard and PDF formations. But for a Flesh Tearer, this was sufficient to reach the threshold of boring after several days of the same schedule. And unfortunately, there was an Eldar in the vicinity. And said Eldar had likely also been close to what for her species approached the dangerously bored level as well. It had taken only a few insults and provocations for the inevitable to happen. The formalities bribing the adjutant spider in charge of the training grounds with 2 pizzas had been respected, and the modalities agreed upon. It was to be a fight of fists, with 0 psychic powers involved. It had ended up a one-sided humiliation. The good news, really, was that someone was having a lot of fun. The problem for Kratos was that this someone was definitely not him. Ouch. That must have hurt. Gabriel commented as the Flesh Tearer champion was once again thrown into the pink-white bags filled with foam which were everywhere in the training area. I have to admit, I'm beginning to feel a bit bad for him. Cariel mused as Kratos' tormentors seized him by the leg and with incredible skill managed to somehow turn him into a spinning mass which once more crossed half the training area before being arrested by the pillows supposed to prevent major injuries. Only a bit bad. Well, he volunteered for it. The member of the Blood Swords chapter pointed out, before grimacing as a single palm strike of the Xenos managed to be as devastating as an artillery shell in its own right. One thing is sure, someone else will have to assume his duties tomorrow. I suppose. Ishtar, you can stop thinking about pizza. All comments and shouts when it came to Kratos' performance suddenly ceased. Webmistress. I can explain. Explain why pizza is your fatal weakness? Yes, by all means, my faithful adjutant, please explain. The arachnid shivered, and then decided to go for the safe path. I was wrong, Webmistress. I was tempted by the pizza. Please forgive me. You are forgiven, Ishtar. And as a reward for your past good conduct, you will get one pizza for your dinner tonight. The magnanimity hid something, Gavriel thought. And then you will abstain from it for an entire month as punishment. Yes, Webmistress. I hear and I obey. Good. Rial. My lady. Choose 2 of your brothers, and move Kratos to the apothecarium. I will decide his punishment myself tomorrow. It will be done, my lady. Ronaldo, Moriel, with me. For several seconds, no words were spoken. But when the sentence arrived, it wasn't good news for them at all. Don't think I have forgotten. Half of my honor guard stood by and watched this display of, I don't know what was it supposed to be, actually. A demonstration of Ildari martial arts, my empress. The Eldar of course looked very pleased with herself. To his sorrow, Gavriel admitted she had reason to feel that way. Based on her breathing and the signs her face was betraying, she had beaten Kratos almost effortlessly. I was told during my old training it was an excellent training experience. Lady Weaver didn't seem to be very amused by the proclamation. It might be, but I don't think Space Marines will have a willingness to learn it. And in the unlikely case they did, the benefits for their duties would be very limited. Martial arts have stopped having any relevance on the battlefield a long time ago. That is indeed true, for them. Suddenly, the red-haired Eldar was behind their lady. Muscles tensed, and they were ready to act, but the Xenos limited herself to speaking in a lower voice. But you are different. You can give the knowledge of the martial arts to your swarm, and increase the potency of the fighting style by imbuing them with its powers. I have. There was nothing in Inith's memories that hinted at anything special about that. Many muses trained in their narrow area of specialty and forgot everything else, the Eldar female proclaimed, circling around Lady Weaver, but not like a predator, more like a blood angel deciding whether the base resources for an artwork were going to be good enough for a masterpiece. Your Empress form, please. It was always strange to see it happen, and this time, the being who had defeated Kratos made it worse, for instantly both their clothes turned it into Xenos bodysuits which were clearly made for martial arts, all the while showing a lot of flesh on the back, the legs, and the torso. Yet the red-lipped Eldar watched their lady like one of the prey birds the sons of the Khan owned. Your body and soul would resonate well with Dromlach, I think, my Empress. Dromlach? The cosmic serpent. Oh yes, there had been something discussed about that 1 week ago, something about old Baelite legends. The martial style was named after the cosmic serpent, yes. As always, the behavior of the Eldar seemed to radiate smugness. It was never popular like the falcon above the rainbow and some other favorites of the Phoenix court. It demanded too much dedication to speed, yet control. You had to be extremely aggressive, yet have your mind utterly in control of every single move. Some of the younglings of the embassy told me that in several ways, the riders of Siam Han adapted some moves, but for their mounts. And you think I can learn this in a reasonable amount of time? I think you can learn, my Empress. That is not an answer, Leandra of Kaelder. Oh, but it is, my Empress. In less time it took to say it, Gavriel thought he had seen the Eldar's body twist like a serpent. A second later, their lady was propelled into a large mountain of foam-filled bags, much like Kratos before her. Only unlike Kratos, she was already back on her feet within a second, and then she sprinted to punch her opponent. Except when the strike occurred, the red-haired monster had already twisted her body again, so much that half of it touched the ground in a move that would kill most humans if they dared attempt it at that speed. And then the insect mistress received another blow, this one with a single finger, one directed against her ribs. The shout of surprised pain indicated the Eldar had known exactly where to strike. The basileia of Nyx was thrown into the protections of the training area once more. We should have brought pizzas the moment Kratos suggested his idea. Cabrero bemoaned with a wistful expression on his face. You should be ashamed to be tempted by these pizzas. Gavriel sighed. And hello to you, Pierre. Have you come to watch Our Lady fight the former Blood Muse? No. I came to give her my report. But it looks like that will have to wait until tomorrow. Oh. That move should be forbidden in all official competitions of the Sanguinella Games immediately. The Basileia's new baths. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. It was not known to the public, but 3 years ago, there had been the beginning of a major relocation inside Athena's spire. Some parts had been left untouched, like the Basileia's office and bedroom near the summit. Others, like the Great Baths, had disappeared entirely from their floor to reappear many levels below. It was something many planetary governors of Inner Solar would have been aghast to learn of. As far as these august characters were concerned, the higher you were above the plebeians, the better. Many Nixians had viewed the problem in a far more pragmatic light, one including the water supply of the spire, the means to renovate it, and several other aspects. As a result, the baths had migrated from level 10 to level 30. Naturally, there had been a momentary decrease in the quality of the decoration, with Stalingrad being fought across the stars. There was no one to investigate about the possibility of integrating new mosaics into the newly built Great Baths. Still, the decoration modifications were happening at a gradual pace. Many ungainly pipes were now hidden by statues specifically built to mask them. Mosaics and colorful sections of well-being centers had begun to appear. There were plans for a jacuzzi and more. And all of this was very necessary for a grinning Regina to take care of her wife. I think, Wei cheerfully declared, that the moral of the story is not to challenge an Eldar martial artist to a fist fight. There was a fierce amount of coughing. Please Wei, don't try to make me laugh. I am in pain everywhere. You certainly looked like you just fought a war and lost when your spiders carried you here, Marianne agreed cheekily. And yes, the look was completely intentional. It needed to be seen to be believed, but the bruises and all the other signs of injuries were already disappearing one by one with every minute. What urged you to try that when you are skilled with a sword? There were some good points made, and I wanted to vent some frustration. And did it work? Marianne asked, very curious about the answer. A loud groan was the thunderous response, and both she and the Regina laughed. Let's look on the bright side, we can send your spiders to fulfill the duties you have for tomorrow. I can't. You can and you will. Marianne commanded. You are going to rest, Taylor, at least for a few days. You've kicked the entire anthill into action, from your ministers to the average tech priest, now you can take several days of rest. I thought we were going to do that before the Sanguinella. The Vice Queen mused that at least, her lover had recovered enough to make coherent arguments. That was before we saw what quantity of work you considered normal on an average day. Seriously, adjutant spiders or not, there were teams of 1,000 men and women which did less work in a year than Taylor did in 3 days. You are going to decrease your workload, or I will tell your Eldar martial artist to enforce the message. I approve. The musical 2 words almost made the blonde noblewoman jump. Of all sights to see, the one of the golden-skinned, red-haired Xenos female entering the section of the Great Baths where they rested was certainly not one she'd expected. I see the Dawnbreaker Guard let you pass. I think they know better than to deny me now, my Empress. The answer was very, very smug. And after today, they have acknowledged I don't intend to kill you. The shock, by then, had faded enough for Marianne to realize the Eldar was gloriously and shamelessly naked. Okay, they all were, but still. Was there a reason why you decided to inject yourself into this private time of mine, Leandra? Taylor asked in a very resigned tone. There were several. The golden-skinned Eldar suddenly ran at an unbelievable speed, before doing an impossibly acrobatic jump, and diving headfirst into the warm waters of the 30 meters long hot bath. The first, clearly, was to enjoy a nice hot bath instead of requesting the permission to use the artificial lake of the embassy. Taylor drily commented. Clearly, the Eldar answered shamelessly. You told me yourself I could come here. I seem to also remember having added if neither I, my wife, the Space Marines, or other citizens with alpha clearance are using them. Marianne giggled. Taylor sent her a disappointed glance. The baths are big enough for one more body. Yes, if the Eldar as a people had at any point been aware of what shame was, the one in front of them seemed to have forgotten it completely. And since the Xenos female displayed her body, the Vice Queen couldn't help but look at her. Obviously, she had seen many Eldar since they arrived this year, but none of them had a body so athletic and muscled. Leandra of Kaldor was 2 meters tall, but the height was almost forgotten given that all of her body was muscle, yet remained sharp and elegant like a beautiful power sword. I suppose I will have to give new orders to my adjutants, Taylor laconically replied. And while I didn't have the time to say it at the end of this beatdown session, your drumlatch style hurts. And I didn't add so much a single spark of my gifts to turn it into the devastating weapon which made the cosmic serpent a figure of dreaded legend. A loud groan was the answer, swiftly muffled as Wei took care of her wife. I just wanted to know when your wives would join us. This time, Marianne really believed there was a problem with her ears. But Taylor's suddenly very cold expression convinced her that no, it wasn't a problem coming from her. If this is a joke, it is not funny, Leandra. If Kratos had been an unaugmented human, his little sparring session with you would have resulted in his death. A point I'm well aware of, my Empress. That's why I accepted his challenge. With one of these giants, I can use some of my training and not get completely bored. The crimson eyes flashed dangerously, and with that, the predatory aura increased. That was why my question was more of an indirect remark to ask, when did you intend to make your wives immortal like you? Immortality is a very arrogant thing to claim, Taylor countered, her face an emotionless mask. The Emperor was widely considered to be immortal before the Horus heresy. He's now in perpetual agony on the Golden Throne, wishing for it to stop. Or should we speak of the Empire of a Billion Moons and their eternal immortality? All the elite of the Ildari Empire could boast they were indeed immortal, until Slaanesh was born, and suddenly they weren't. This, at least, made the red-haired Eldar laugh. The repartee is accurate, yes. Yes, let's not use the word immortal in your human language. Long-lived and invulnerable to diseases and frailties not inflicted by the warp sounds horrible to say, however. We know Taylor is going to be long-lived now, Marianne interjected. It was a topic which had come up often on several evenings, both in the Macrage system and in the months after it. Even if she had not absorbed the power of an ancient Eldar, her status as living saint would have made sure of it. There were reports of some reappearing after a millennium of absence, and looking to not have aged a single day. Of course, living saints rarely lived peaceful and long lives, thus why everyone would hesitate to add immortal to their list of qualities. With Inistha's gifts and power flowing in her essence, long-lived is an understatement, as your human race says. Before needing to shed this body, my Empress will likely live 20,000 of your years, assuming of course no one manages to damage her corporeal shell. 20,000. Taylor had said to them it would be long, but since she had no idea of how the strange cycle system of the Eldar could be compared to the imperial calendar. But, no. 20,000 years. This was easily 5 times the amount of time the Imperium had been around until now, and the Imperium wasn't young anymore. I'm telling it to you because even for the Ildari, enduring the cycles when you are alone, it is incredibly long and painful. For once, the Eldar didn't sound smug at all. The Queen of Blades, she never admitted it, but that's why she's taking apprentice after apprentice, no matter how much some disappoint her. You could hear the unsaid like me resonate loudly in the great baths. Seeing everyone around you die and staying alone is a terrible curse many Ildari warriors were familiar with. I don't advise walking that path. I have thought about it, the Basileia declared with her star eyes looking very troubled. But I am the angel of sacrifice, Leandra. Sacrifice will be required. And you likely won't be able to use the gift for more than a few people around you, legion of sacrifice or not, I know. The smugness began to return. But don't go on the path chosen by the Queen of Blades. It is incredibly frightening to be alone, and most of those who survive it end completely mad when they truly realize what they've lost. On that point, the former Blood Muse likely didn't exaggerate. Everyone knew about Trazyn, of course. The Necron thief had turned his collection gathering into an unhealthy obsession. And several Necrons Taylor had spoken with had developed eccentric behavior, shall we say? I'm going to have to think a lot about it in the next days. Taylor answered, meaning every word of it. Though don't think I don't realize you have other motives for this. Of course, and like a button had been pushed, the Eldar female was back on maximal smugness mode. After all, if you change your wives, then it will be one fewer obstacle in the way for me to be invited into your bed, my Empress. This time, the growl of Taylor wasn't in the least faked. Get out. Make me my Empress. It took 12 adjutant spiders, an ungodly amount of beetles, plus some very large nets to capture the smug Eldar. And they all knew the smug Xenos had accomplished her goals nonetheless. Invictus Citadel. 2.674.312 M35. General Paul Dundee. As could be expected, by the time Paul reached the stratagem with his subordinates, the adjutant spider had been busy proving why she had been chosen to play the role of ruling authority in the arena of blades. We only want the best of the best for this operation. And you are the best of the best, aren't you? We are. Paul was honestly curious how long the giant arachnid would have been able to continue to motivate her audience that way, but alas, his duties had priority over his need to amuse himself. That was why he faked a loud cough, and 8 eyes immediately turned towards him. General Dundee. For all her enthusiasm, there was nothing wrong about the salute of the adjutant spider. I am Adjutant Colonel Bologna, but you already knew that. Where is General Death? I was told he would arrive with you. General Swartz has unfortunately been delayed, the Indigan officer replied, not showing on his face how amusing he found that the subordinates of Lady Weaver had taken to calling the man General Death no matter the circumstances. Of course, many spiders had watched him fight in the Inferno of Ravenna. He contacted me, the delay will be of at least 50 minutes. As per the importance of this meeting, General Swartz commanded you were not to wait for him. Ah! 8 eyes blared with golden light for a second, before the spider shook her huge head in a very human behavior. If General Death wishes it, then we can begin. The best of the best are gathered today to be briefed on Operation Hell Garden. As could be expected, the theatrical proclamation made sure the whispers spread incredibly fast everywhere in the stratagem. There were hundreds of men and women here, and the overwhelming majority of them had fought on at least one battlefield of Operation Stalingrad. Some of the most decorated, like a dozen of fellow Indigan guardsmen, had been present on more than two, and one of them had been the epic battle against the Tyranids. It went without saying that for veterans like these, the code name of the operation was like waving a red flag in front of an agitated Grox. Now you might wonder why the web mistress chose such a great name. The adjutant spider really had a gift to capture her audience's undivided attention. The why is very simple. By the will of the web mistress, we are going to invade Katachan. Calyx Hell Stars. Temporis Cruer system, formerly known in Imperial cartography as the Lathes. CDs. The Millennium of Ashes. Valkyria, the Red Angel. The Red Angel waited for the lander to be back in the skies before giving the command for the archaeologists to stop their strange machine. Immediately the air around her shivered, and Valkyria's appearance was once again revealed to all, the red-skinned, black-winged conquering queen she had become. I will never cease to be amazed by the greed of some rogue traders, Valkyria commented, smiling. There is a limit to how much of the blood god's influence the archaeologists can hide, Kosalax warned. Of the 3 planets of Temporis Cruer, Ceres is the one your vassals left mostly untouched for now. If the rogue trader comes back and sees Daemon engines, the things he's content to ignore for now are going to be too much for him. It doesn't matter. Valkyria bared her teeth. The rogue trader may think the exceptional performance of his crew allowed him to evade the rifts and storms which would have swallowed others, but he's wrong. Gurn allowed him to pass the Hemishia Tempest protecting the Calyx Hell Stars. That is the only reason why he and his crew are still alive. He may think this will leave no mark upon his soul. He is very much wrong. The blessings of Hemishia are not so easily blocked. It wouldn't be very long before the first signs of mutation appeared. If not on the rogue trader's skin, then it would be his crew who would show the sign of Gurn's favor. Their behavior would change in turn. They would make their hierarchy one of might. They would thirst to prove their worth. As long as he is not intercepted by the dogs of the false emperor, his services are worth the heavy cost in resources, I suppose. Kosalax commented. Do you want to examine the machines, my queen? I did not come to Temporis Cruer just to shake the hand of a greedy imbecile, Kosalax. Lead the way. It did not take long to reach the location where the heavy drop vehicles had unloaded their precious cargo. Without surprise, Valkyria noted that Exegete Hunchturm had already arrived. The soul of the archaeologist's leader smelled of oil and sulfur as always, but he had also replaced the usual demonic black masks used by his subordinates with a red-black one which looked, admittedly, somewhat intimidating. I feel oddly nostalgic looking at these carcasses. Kosalax told her. I'm more surprised you remember what nostalgic means. Valkyria drawled. It went without saying that their arrival did not go unnoticed, and most archaeologists had the good sense to momentarily ignore the tanks and other vehicles that had been unloaded on CDs, and adopt a properly subservient behavior. The spoils of Istvan V the 12th Legion abandoned in an Astartes depot, as was promised, Exegete Hunchturm. And I thank you for it, chosen of the Skull Lord. The archaeologist replied promptly. There are a lot of Iron Hands tanks. Unlike the 2 other legions, the 10th Legion's heart and head barely had the time to realize it had been trapped before dying. They left essentially all their arsenal in our hands far from the drop site itself. However, as you can clearly see, they didn't die without fighting with all they had. There was a lot which could be said about the Space Marines still clinging to the oaths they swore to the anathema. But Valkyria promised herself to never forget that those Astartes would fight to their very last breath to defend the throne of Terra. It could never be forgotten, otherwise the skulls of thousands of her own legionnaires would decorate the throne of Gurn. But enough of the history lesson. Do you understand why I negotiated with that greedy imbecile for these rusted carcasses? Yes, chosen of the Skull Lord. You need tanks. Yes. Valkyria could have lied, of course. But what was the point doing it to one of her 8 great warlords? Hunchturm knew as well as she did how badly the second battle of the Tyrant Star had hurt them. I need a tank for my new generation of legionnaires. I also need tanks for the Blood Pact and other mortals. One way or another, I have great need for an armored spear, and I want it to be built in vast numbers. I thought about it. The archaeologist leader momentarily turned his head to observe the metallic scrap she had given him. And I believe I have a solution which might suit the legionnaires. There are many heavily damaged and destroyed Cerberus heavy tank destroyers here. Over a dozen of them, Kosalax grunted. Yes. We archaeologists have lost the secrets of the mighty neutron laser projector, as well as the Cerberus reactor. But all not bloody technology has been buried yet. We can offer substitutes which will be pleasing to the Skull Lord. Many complained about the Cerberus maintenance requirements and its dangers when blood began to alter the machine spirits inside. I assure you, chosen of the Skull Lord, we have known about this problem and will deal with it. I will hold you to this oath. When I return to Temporis Cruer, I will expect to be presented with a few samples of this new tank based on a Cerberus hull. What would happen if Hunchturm did not provide? The Red Angel didn't waste time saying out loud. If he failed, she would find a more competent archaeologist. Now that the tanks have been appropriately discussed, let's deal with the rest. I want a new dive bomber for my legion. A dive bomber? Mighty chosen, Hellforge Mistress Sotanol proved during Lorgar's folly that super heavy bombers like the Harbingers could be built. And for all the tactical surprise that was theirs at the beginning, Kosalax replied with her blessing, Sotanol lost hundreds of them in a short amount of time. The moment the enemy realized what they were, the starships began to hunt them. These things are way too big, and cost too many resources. The starfighters can hunt them in packs, and the anti-air batteries on the ground inevitably focus on them. If you say so, the white-cloaked, red-black masked figure was clearly unhappy with her reasoning, but he would have to tolerate it. As Kosalax had said, the Harbinger was far too expensive in resources. Worse, at the moment Valkia had no carrier that could really take advantage of a super heavy bomber that big. And the third priority is the power armors, I assume. It is. There were many rumors about Weaver's space marines dancing around the realms of the gods, but one of whose veracity the Red Angel was absolutely sure was that the Stalingrad space marines had received a newly improved pattern of Astartes power armor. The new recruits need their legionnaire armors. They have to be clad in armors worthy of a blood crusade. And the second shipment brought by the rogue trader should bring you a significant number of crippled Mark IV, V, and 6, Exegete Hunsturm. Kosalax informed him. You have already taken a few Mark 7, I believe. I have. Will that be all your primary orders, chosen of the Skull Lord? They are. Valkia bared her teeth. Make these worlds proper hell forges, worthy of the blessings my master gave you. Invitus Citadel. 2.675.312 M35. General Jack Death Swartz. I suppose it is kind of useless to tell you this isn't going to be easy. Jack snorted loudly. If it was easy, it wouldn't be Catachan. It would be a lie to say he had not thought about his home world recently. Jack did. But completely truthfully, the general of the Imperial Guard had never thought of Catachan as the orb that was shown on the hololith. Seen from the recorders of a spaceship, it looked almost beautiful and calm. It was a world of lush green colors, to which some blue had been added here and there. Maybe this was this view which had convinced desperate refugees of the Dark Age to settle upon Catachan. And no one knew for sure, because most of the records had been lost millennia ago. By the time the Imperium had rediscovered them, the jungle fighters weren't even sure how many colonist ships had landed, and how many humans had breathed the air of the Death World, ignorant of the hellish trials to come. There must have been billions, because for the first hours, it was an absolute rule that 99% of non-Catachan life forms didn't survive. For Catachan was no paradise world. It was a growing beast which fed on everything. I like the name, Jack added. And I think the resources the Mechanic uses ready to place under our authority are going to be acceptable for the first phase. A first phase adjutant Colonel Bologna nicknamed Negotiation and Acquisition, the Indigan general commented drily. As long as the adjutant spiders are indeed able to convince most of the insects of Catachan upon the landing zones to side with us, I really don't care which nicknames they give to the sub-operations. He replied. They are our main assets, and they represent the big difference between victory and an inglorious suicide. Many officers around them, some of them his own men, nodded grimly. Even with adjutant spiders to forge an insect army like Lady Weaver did on every battlefield, the fact was every member of the force to land on Catachan would either be in sealed power armor or a skitarii with the rare flesh bits sealed in some metal container. Obviously, the first phase is critically important. Jack Swartz continued. Lady Weaver needs genetic diversity for her Catachan ants if the Imperium wants a sustained increase of Bacta production in the long term. Does it mean certain rumors about moon teleportations in the Neptunia system are true, General? The man who had received the Star of Terra ignored this question with the disdain it deserved. Even if the Lady Basilea did not require these vital insects, Paul Dundee continued, his eyes on the various hollow representations of the most lethal Catachan fauna species, Her Celestial Highness made it loud and clear that the previous status quo can't be tolerated anymore. The Tyranids are coming, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know when they will invade, but we know they will attack, whether in one day or in one millennia. And on the day these freaking monsters will launch their grand galactic campaign to eat us all, you can bet all your medals they won't restrain themselves. Indeed, Jack looked at his best men around the hololith, and none flinched. As General Dundee correctly stated, we don't know the when. But since there is a Tyranid life organism hiding somewhere, there is no question the homeworld of the jungle fighters is on the list of this devourer. We must be sure the resources of Catachan will fight on the side of the Emperor in this war. And if they could understand in the process just how the Tyranids had managed to transform Fenris and Catachan into the death worlds they were, so much for the better. The plan is for the muster of the space and ground assets to be completed by the Sanguinella. Yes, Jackson. Not that we really need them, General, the Catachan captain asked, but will there be space marines invited to the party? Lady Weaver's spiders should be in the process of informing them of Hell Garden's existence as we speak. Swartz replied honestly. I guess we will see soon if they want to run away from the great barking toads soon enough. Chapter 63, Legacy 13-2 Legacy of Decay. Legacy 13.2. Legacy of Decay. Decay. It is such a simple word, isn't it? It doesn't sound very dangerous. And yet it is one of the ruinous powers, a nightmarish parasite born of ancient sins. Its slaves give it many names, most of them are just too disturbing to be spoken aloud. No matter. It is still decay. It is the taint which brings dangerous diseases and transforms insignificant sneezes into terrible pandemics. It is the disintegration of order. It is the rot which does its utmost to eat away at the foundations of civilization. It feeds itself on our denials, our insecurities, and of course our fear of death. Some of my advisors and friends once remarked that by that logic, the orcs are perhaps the only species to be immune to its corrupting influence. But is that really the case? The greenskins, for all the murderous danger they represent, have decayed too. The crooks are gone, and the twin brutes created to shape the sum of knowledge and skills of the warmongering race have decayed as a consequence. Or perhaps you want to speak of the necrons. Their bodies are built from a metal which resists corrosion and rust very well, I will freely admit that. But the technology supposed to protect what is left of their minds is not so perfect. The Imperial commanders who fought at Mandragora and on the Imga monolith acknowledged this point and exploited it mercilessly. Should we speak of the Eldar? The majority of the craft worlds and the planets they have left are pale shadows of their ancient empire. During the late 30th millennium, the evidence of their ancient civilization was more often than not presented to my eyes in the form of ruins and crumbling psychic archaeotech. Excess was the death of the depraved empire, but decay made sure the burial was long and agonizing. And of course, there is the Imperium. My creation. My greatest failure. It was supposed to be a magnificent light banishing the darkness. Look at what it has become. It is the rotting carcass of hope. It is the ugly bastard child of necessity, arrogance, and fear. It was never supposed to be like this. I can sense my sons' dismay, no matter how far I am from them. It is unsurprising. In many ways, they never truly faced decay where it is strongest. Oh, they have fought the hordes of pestilence and plagues. They have seen what happened to the Death Guard. They have seen how resentment and anger can poison you and fester, until you are nothing more than a puppet for the vile parasite waiting at heart of the Garden of Decay. But they have not fought decay like I have. They have not waged a secret war in the shadows to push for new inventions, to convince human minds that setbacks are not a permanent defeat. Technology and knowledge can be lost temporarily, but our species is curious and tenacious. They have not walked knee-deep in the ashes of the Federation's capital, and wept over the death of trillions, while the laughter of the pestilence parasite echoed across the warp. This was a terrible defeat humanity suffered. The catastrophic demonic onslaughts and the rampages of the lost and the damned ended with the damnation of uncountable souls. But the most grievous calamity was the rotting of the ideals. The rotting of my ideals. The perversion of the dream we could one day be free. It is still no reason to succumb to despair. The damage done by 4,000 years of delusion is enormous, but it can be reversed. Chaos can be defeated. And if Slaanesh could be killed, that proves there is a way to kill Nurgle too. I just have to find it. In the meantime, I will just have to settle for listening to its shrieks of fury when it discovers just how badly it underestimated Taylor A. Bear. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Nyx. Somewhere in the south of the Dolos continent. Somewhere well below the surface of the planet. The Hope Beacon in construction. 2.912.312 M35. Thought for the day, I was there the day the Emperor killed Horus. Leandra of Kael'dir. On the surface, the site had been less than impressive. There had been a few moth domes, some troop barracks, and a few installations to make sure the local soldiers didn't get too bored. This changed once you used the secret lifts, and they were so well hidden Leandra had missed them at first. There was no indication how deep the lift had descended into the entrails of the planet, but it couldn't be a small distance, otherwise the psychic emissions would have betrayed them, moths or not. Once there, the spectacle was worth the time she had spent waiting for most of 2 days. It wasn't the size of a webway city. But that wasn't for lack of trying. Leandra was no poet, except when it came to warfare and dueling, she had no words to describe it in eloquent Ildari lyrics. So in blunter words, it was like watching an anthill being built before your eyes. With the additional point in favor of that being that there had to be millions of ants of all sizes here. It was likely an understatement. There were insects arriving and leaving through Titan-sized tunnels every moment, and the construction site was half hidden by pillars which looked like they had been carved from the bones of the planet by the will of a god. It was a cavern whose construction had begun very recently, and yet, Leandra was sure that few races would have been able to accomplish a building effort of this magnitude in 1 or 2 centuries. To accomplish that, the construction force was not limited to ants. There were quantities of insects, ranging from the tiny beetles to the most respectable tunnel diggers the Imperium called ambules, and then there were more gigantic assets, including the red gold titan moths regularly purifying the cavern. Between the clouds and columns of arachnids and other coordinators, there were the metallic humans covered in red robes, but they remained few in number, surrounded by the relentless swarm. I'm impressed, my Empress. I didn't think you would be able to keep something of this magnitude a secret from everyone. Oh, there are many souls outside who have been informed, the reply came after 2 heartbeats. They may not be aware of certain details, however. Preparations to build a new site if there is a problem with this one. Yes, though the fact I had to find a way to transport all the food to feed my swarm here played a more important role at the beginning. We planted some mega cacti, but for a project of this size, catachan ants and the ambules would swiftly starve if they had to subsist on a diet of only cactus juice to maintain their strength. A good point, my Empress. Logistics, I must admit, were never my area of interest. For this admission, she received a snort. Why, I am not surprised. Artemis, we are going to the Resonatum Ring. Yes, Webmistress. The custodes just departed. It's fine. This is more inspection and preparatory work today. As you say, Webmistress. Hestia is on her way, but you already knew that. If the security measures had been high before, they paled to those waiting for them now. The tunnel they walked into was vast enough to permit the passage of a few human-made giant walkers, and the red-robed auxiliaries had done exactly that, deploying 2 of their knights, in addition as usual to the tens of thousands of battle insects obeying the will of Empress Weaver. Then there were the adamantium doors. Leandra felt respect for the insects. Bringing those gates here must have been a tremendous chore in and of itself. There was a long list of protections, most of them conceived to make sure no one among their group, be it Leandra or any of the Space Marines, was an imposter. And at last they were introduced to the ring. The name was appropriate, in a way. The large tunnel, once poked with a psychic probe, would indeed form a magnificent ring in the depths of the planet once it was complete. That was not the case now. Though to be fair to the big golden spider and her large swarm currently occupied shaping, reshaping, and polishing stone after stone, the precision required was astronomically high. Without the Empress, all of it would have had to be done by other means, and Leandra knew it would have taken far longer to deliver a fraction of the performance. As for the purpose of the whole project, it was not that difficult to have a guess the moment she saw the 3 large ether gold pylons already emplaced inside the incomplete ring. You are building an etheric engine. Indeed. Her Empress clearly saw no reason to obfuscate the truth. Your empire already has a lighthouse. 1. The ruler of Nyx agreed, and it was not built recently. It is a dangerous weakness. On that point, Leandra nodded. The pretense was discarded, and the former blood muse observed the ring with determined eyes. Apparently, not all the pylons which would end up in this Resonatum ring were here today. It was likely they would end up with 10 or 12, and that was assuming there weren't more which would be stored as potential spares. It was hardly surprising, given how recent it had been that the humans had started to recognize the sheer potential of Noctilith use for their grand projects. No, there was something else. Ah. You need Wraithbone to connect the different pylons. She didn't even pretend it was a question. I do. The golden wings were unfurled and grew larger, and the pylons seemed to react to it as a consequence. For anyone else, Leandra would already have told them that the seer's power wasn't meant to be replicated very often. Assuredly, her Empress would be able to build more than one, unlike the beacon of pain the human emperor was trapped and bounded to. But it would still be a limited number, and the consequences for building too many of them wouldn't be pleasant. The warp was more than just the realm of chaos, in the end. It was a realm where your soul was reflected, and there was only so much light you could use as illumination. In that case, there may be a problem. The former High Priestess of Cain admitted reluctantly. I was under the impression the Queen of Blades taught you the art of the Bonzingers. She did. Leandra confirmed defensively. And I can say, without modesty, that I am very good at it. What is the problem, then? At least the Angel of Sacrifice was smirking. I am capable of creating high-quality Wraithbone, as I said. The former apprentice of Enaria Eldinesh spoke. But I can't do it quickly. While the ring is still incomplete, I have a good idea how wide and long it is going to be in the end. If you want a flawless work of 10 connections between 2 pylons, I think I can do it in 12 to 14 of your Terran years. Since there were more than 2 pylons to connect by sacrifice-imbued Wraithbone, clearly, the total time to complete this resonance chamber would be multiplied by 10 easily. The other parts of the etheric engine were clearly less complicated and would largely be ready in time by then. That is, naturally, assuming you work alone. Yes, my Empress. But you kind of need me if you want sacrifice-imbued Wraithbone at the end of the process. Leandra was not going to say she knew her Empress perfectly, because it would have been ridiculous and untrue. But the alternative was using the Eldineshi children, for they were protected by sacrifice, and that she was sure the Queen of the Swarm would never do. True. That said, would it possible for you to act as a relay for different Bonzingers? They would create the wraith bone to your specifications, and you would coordinate and imbue the wraith bone. In a way, you would be the equivalent of one of my adjutant spiders, except for threads of wraith bone, not of silk. Leandra blinked and considered the matter for several minutes. That could work, my empress. She answered at last. I will need some highly skilled bonesingers to perfect the process, however. The average crafter who has been trained for 100 cycles won't be enough for this kind of task. I will need some real wraithbone artists. It was a silent question which was asked. Did the destroyer of Kumarak want to reveal the existence of this underground facility to more Eldineshi, given how many obfuscation efforts had been done to keep it a secret? Speak with Aurelia Melis, please. Ask her hypothetically, how much it would cost me to find and hire 10 highly skilled bonesingers for the better part of a year. Yes, my empress. And if I am forced to give a name? My spiders have started to call it the Hope Beacon. I think you can mention it to the Herald of Authority, but only to her. By your will, it shall be done, Leandra replied earnestly. Basilea Taylor a bear. In the end, Taylor was rather satisfied with her not-so-surprise inspection. True, there were a lot of things that had suffered a delay or would have to be changed in the days to come. But when you built something as unprecedented as an insect-adapted copy of the Dark Ages Coral Engine, problems were inevitable. And so far, everything could be solved, provided enough resources and assets were committed to it. She could only pray that wasn't going to change. Giving one last glance to the structure where the first fusion reactor was being assembled, the Basilea of Nyx turned again to face the blood-haired muse. I have another problem I want to use your expertise for. I'm all ears, my empress. The words would have been innocent enough for anyone not versed in the Ildari language. Unfortunately, what would have gone unnoticed by many human eyes, in this case the movement of the ears and the body, Taylor couldn't miss. And the moment she deciphered it was the moment she understood the carnal nuances. The angel of sacrifice sighed internally. I want to know how early in your empire's history the creation of planet-world spirits started. The memories I own did not have the answer to that. Why would you? For a short moment, Leandra of Kaelder gave her a very human expression of surprise. No. Forgive me, my empress. To answer your question, we who obeyed the Phoenix throne did not create the world spirits. The old ones gave us the knowledge, and depending on the era, maiden worlds were seeded all across the galaxy with the potential for many to have a world spirit. The next facial expression was definitely smug. Did you find one? If so, you are very lucky, my empress. If the long ear had not decided to take a suggestive pose here and now, it wouldn't have been so bad. Luck has nothing to do with it. Taylor drew a data slate from her pocket and activated it before handing it to her. Immediately the seemingly benevolent orb of green and blue appeared. Katachan. A planet where everything wants to kill you, down to the toads, the flowers, and the mushrooms. The muse did not take long before her lecture reached the interesting points. The agents of the Hungering Maw are there. Lovely. Yes. Most of the generals anywhere near Nyx reacted rather more forcefully when they watched the holovids of the Tyranids' presence, but then Leandra wasn't human. The shield of the angels waited for 10 seconds, and then continued. The first time I was given the knowledge that a Tyranid was hiding somewhere under this planet's surface, I didn't comprehend the significance, of course. There was no pattern to be analyzed and understood. But this changed with Operation Stalingrad. We had uncountable witnesses who confirmed Behemoth rose from the oceanic depths of Fenris. Everyone, including the few traitor prisoners and all loyalist witnesses, confirmed the Krakens were the spawn of this hyperpsychic hive ship. And Fenris has a world spirit. When you had dismissed the improbable factors, all it remained was the truth, no matter how painful. Your guess, my empress, is that the scout organisms of the Hungering Maw are targeting planets with world spirits. And then once they have landed, they contaminate them, making sure the whole fauna and flora are rising to ever greater levels of evolutionary violence. Yes. Taylor said curtly. Is it possible? The answer came just as swift. Yes. It is not only possible, it is highly likely that this is what happened in the case of the 2 planets you mentioned. In both cases, the invading organisms acted psychically much as a virus would. They infected the world spirit, and thus transformed the planet with minimum effort. This is really brilliant, actually. One planet with millions or billions of Tyranids would alarm plenty of species, including my own. But by adopting this approach, you obtain a realm of evolution and death where the species are not Tyranids. And it could have continued like this for thousands of years until the arrival of the first Tyranid fleet. It was bloody terrifying. Minor piece of good news, it explained why Nova Fenrisha, according to Gilliman's latest courier ship, was settling into a cold but far less dangerous planet than Fenris had been. The infection of the Tyranids was purged. The world spirit was free to diminish its levels of aggression. Yes, it was a theory which fit the facts at hand. She would inform the 2 primarchs of this as soon as possible. Of course, all the good news didn't compare to the bad. The Ildari Empire had been known as the Empire of a Billion Moons for a good reason. And before them, the Old Ones had ruled over a fairly large part of the galaxy too. That was a lot of potential worlds which could host world spirits, even if some of them had been destroyed across the ages. I suppose, my Empress, that the elimination of the infection has been decided. It has. There was no purpose to dance around the problem, after all. This is the only lead we currently have to eliminate the Tyranid Vanguard scouts. In that case, I have both bad news and good news. Bad news first. I don't know if the elimination of the Hungering Maw's infection will change much in the next thousands of cycles, the Ildari sworn to sacrifice informed her unflinchingly. Judging by the results, this infestation began long before the one behemoth was responsible for. No matter how much you restore a world spirit, the fauna and flora are what they are. It will take a long time for the environment to look like the paradise it was supposed to be. This, Taylor grimaced inwardly, will not be a problem. The Guard and other organizations had been very worried that she would damage the supply of jungle fighter regiments. At least now she could honestly reassure these parties nothing of the sort would happen. Cold, my Empress. And the good news. Leandra bared her teeth. To exert such an influence over the world spirit, the Tyranid organism is necessarily close to it, and I mean both psychically and physically. This time, Taylor returned the smile. I think it's a very good thing I sent one of my loyal adjutants ahead to lay the groundwork for the military operation. Catachan System. Catachan. The Stark Redoubt. 5.913.312 M35. General Vincent Sharp. Vincent Sharp had seen many men and women trying to pretend they were adepts of the Adeptus Administratum, but none of them had ever been so ridiculously funny. I am Adept Kelly, and this is a surprise inspection. General Vincent Sharp snorted very loudly. Once this whole affair was over, he would recount the entire joke to his children. The idea of a tank-sized spider hired by the Adeptus Administratum was the kind of tale that would be a legend on Catachan for decades. There is no need to continue this charade, Adjutant Captain Kelly. We're alone, and your Lady General informed me you were coming. Oh, the enormous arachnid for just a moment seemed to lose her composure, before raising an accusatory leg. In that case, let me assure you, General, that the hospitality of the Catachan warriors is really lacking. I had to kill 5 black vipers on my way here. One of them almost dropped on top of me from an aeration conduit. Vincent Sharp grimaced. He really would have to tell his men to stop the usual hazing. It was fine when it was the usual flunkies of the Adeptus Administratum. It was unacceptable when it was the emissary of a living saint who had destroyed an entire legion of traitor Astartes. This is just scandalous. I assure you, the culprits will be found and punished. Sergeant Ripper would benefit from a small adventure outside of the redoubt anyway. The youngster was getting too arrogant. Maybe a few days evading the swamp mambas and the devils would teach him a lesson or two. Or maybe not, but one could always hope. Still, better to put an end to the hazing before it grew uncontrollable. The armored spider grumbled, and then plunged into another subject that all Catachan generals tried to avoid. I couldn't help but notice, General, that for a population which is supposed to be close to 12 million men, women, and children, your effectives are impressive. And that was why in general quite a few adepts had tragic accidents before they could send back uncomplimentary reports to their superiors. Vincent Sharp cleared his throat. Ah, you noticed, Adjutant Captain. The sound which came out of the metallic voice was particularly disdainful. General, I am a servant of the Web Mistress. I have the will of administration burning within me, praise the Web Mistress. In addition to that, I happen to have 8 eyes. I can count the 12 major redoubts of Catachan and the other minor ones which were built in the last millennia. Even by the most conservative estimates, I arrive at a population count of nearly 3 billion, not 12 million. How should explain this incredible discrepancy in numbers to the Web Mistress? Somehow, Vincent had a feeling that the old pun of "we jungle fighters are really bad at maths" wasn't going to work this time. No, it was better to go with the truth. It's a defensive measure against the voracious appetite of the Munitorum, the 35-year-old general replied truthfully. I don't really know when it all began, but according to the cogboys we have working in our ammunition production facilities in orbit, by mid-M32, the Munitorum dictated we were to form our entire population into regiments and send them to the front lines within 10 standard years. Sharp didn't know if his predecessors had gotten the bureaucrats behind this stupid idea in the end. Though it wouldn't surprise him if they had succeeded. They were from Catachan, and the level of stupidity of the bureaucrats had to be punished, somehow. We weren't willing to abandon our home, though. So the governor sent the message the population levels had regressed to the numbers we had when the emperor discovered us. 12 million. And the administratum continues to send you request after request to commit your entire population every 10 years. Callie the spider was aghast listening to his explanation, and Sharp couldn't really blame her. Are they that stupid? We have done our best to be models when it comes to tithe delivery. The old joke was as good as it had been 1,000 years ago. Unbelievable, the adjutant captain shook her enormous head. Anyway, if the administratum is willing to be fooled by something so clumsy, they deserve to be tricked. I serve the webmistress and the emperor, not the administratum. Indeed, Sharp grinned. He was really beginning to like the arachnid. The first messages hinted your Lady General Militant requested a large deployment of jungle fighters. Oh, yes. With the guard recruitment levels increasing everywhere in the Nyx sector, the webmistress has generously been willing to commit a surplus of 150,000 men and women, fully equipped. The swarm spared no effort to train them. Knowing General Death Swords, Sharp didn't know if he should be proud of the soldiers who faced this training, or pity them. Maybe, he decided after a few seconds, a bit of both. So 150,000 soldiers, all up to jungle fighter standards. Any particular preferences? The webmistress leaves the choice of the regiments to you, Adjutant Captain Callie replied quickly. I will only emphasize that we are facing an enemy which will likely turn fauna and flora alike against your troops and the force the webmistress commits. Duly noted. I will begin the selection process immediately. There wouldn't be a shortage of volunteers, it went without saying. There had been no invasion of their home in the last millennium, no one had been that stupid, lately. As such, a campaign, and with an ambitious goal like this one, was the dream of every self-respecting Catachan jungle fighter. Oh, no, the problem was going to limit the number of volunteers to something approaching 150,000 warriors. I would appreciate, however, that the secrets of Catachan remain, rather between you and the Lady General Militant. I am willing to transmit these tolerable terms to the webmistress. As long as you stop placing those dangerous snakes close to me. Sharp grimaced. As for the administratum and the munitorum, their lack of competence is getting even more irritating day after day. I can't wait for the day the webmistress orders us to replace the vellum worshippers. Laughing at that moment would be completely unprofessional. General Vincent Sharp did it anyway. Segmentum Solar. Sol System. High orbit over Holy Terra. Imperial Navy Orbital Station Triumph of Loyalty. 0.919.312 M35. Solar Guardian of Records Nicephorus Van Dyer. In hindsight, the shiver which had gone through his body for no at all reason upon entering the meeting room had not been a good sign. Not that Nicephorus was a superstitious man, far from it. But the displeased expression of Lord Admiral Rudolf von Goldenbaum, recently promoted to the rank of Third Space Lord, had nothing to do with superstition and more with the highly sensitive message Xerxes had commanded him to play messenger for. Nicephorus really wished his brother stopped giving him such unpleasant duties, and not just because he understood literally nothing about the Imperial Navy and void-related things. The only starship he used regularly was the yacht he was owed due to his exalted rank. The Solar Guardian of Records had to travel across the Sol system often, or so went the reasoning. Unacceptable, Goldenbaum uttered, the word being uttered like a poorly cooked meal had been presented in front of him. In which way, Lord Admiral? All of it. The eyes shone with anger, but the lapse of control disappeared as fast as it had appeared. I asked for a very specific list of warships. Your brother, the esteemed High Lord of the Administratum, clearly thinks he knows better than me, and felt good to replace my list with an entirely different one. There was nothing complimentary in the way the word esteemed and the others which followed had been spoken, it had been said. I'm sure my brother has excellent reasons. Oh yes, the voice of Rudolf von Goldenbaum could have dried a few megasisterns of Holy Terra. I'm sure the generous concession he is ready to give by building many brand new Zion-class battleships is excellent. Why, it is not as if the Zion sector has the only shipyards which keep building those hulls. Damn it, Xerxes. Nicephorus, as he had said before, didn't know much about the Imperial Navy. But he knew that yes, the Van Dyer-controlled sectors controlled the specialized infrastructure required to build up the class of battleships bearing the name of the Van Dyer's jewel and primary seat of power. He also knew because Xerxes had complained and bickered loudly about it several times when he was within earshot that the list of orders had abruptly collapsed after Kamarak, and the trend had accelerated after the conclusion of the Black Crusade. If nothing was done, the production lines involved in manufacturing the parts of these great and mighty capital ships were going to have to be closed and maybe dismantled. When no one wanted to buy a starship, you couldn't pay the hundreds of millions of plebeians involved in the military program. I won't deny there are modest industrial factors at stake, Lord Admiral, Nicephorus tried diplomatically. But I assure you that the shipyards we have can indeed build the Zion-class battleships in great numbers and for a price cheaper than any hull from the Ring of Iron. Rudolf von Goldenbaum looked at him as if he had thrown mud on his pristine Battlefleet solar uniform. Yes, but you appear to be missing the point. The Martian ships can be deployed on time for the campaign they are assigned to. Something your Zion-class battleships can hardly boast. Despite our best efforts, the St. Hyacinth is still undergoing repairs, like it has been for the last 3 years. The first Space Lord had to abandon the idea of deploying the San Joaquin and the Conquistador to the Cadian sector because of their recurring mechanical problems. The far younger man shook his head. I am willing to listen to certain industrial priorities, Lord Van Dyer. But I am not willing to close my eyes when there are problems with a battleship class. I want to win void battles with that battleship. As it stands, I would rather choose to build Kisher's combustibles again. Weren't those the combustibles, the battleships which exploded after a few shots during the Battle of Kamarak? Yes, Rudolf von Goldenbaum replied brutally. But at least those ships reached the battlefield in time to do some good. Whereas I am absolutely certain that with Zion-class battleships, the hulls will be waiting in the docks when the call to arms comes. Xerxes was not going to like that at all. Nicephorus didn't have many certainties in his life, but he was sure of this minor fact. It would be best to make sure he was far away from anything valuable and expensive when he broke the news. He had to insist. Otherwise the rest of the clan was going to complain he wasn't defending enough their interests. Still, the construction of a few Zion-class battleships is not going to be too problematic for the Navy. Your brother doesn't want a few, Goldenbaum interrupted very rudely, he wants 40 of them to be built in the next 30 years. 40? Even for Xerxes, that seemed a bit excessive. This alone would already be bad enough, but he also wants 200 Hammer-class cruisers. The Lord Admiral looked at his message again. Whatever a Hammer-class cruiser is. I've never heard of the class before today. It might be one of the brand new innovative designs of the Zion shipyards, Nicephorus guessed, trying not to reveal just how in the dark he was about it. Rudolph's face was a clear and non-ambiguous indicator that was not going to convince the admirals of Solar. Not when the Zion-class battleships had not earned the most glorious of reputations in the last decade. I am not going to go to war in an untested class, which, for all we know, might be worse than the combustibles of von Kisher. Nowhere was the name of Weaver mentioned, but Nicephorus heard it loud and clear. I am going to again give you a list of the ships I want. This time, High Lord Van Dyer is going to accept it and release the first payment of thrones before year's end. Nicephorus took the message. A rapid reading was enough to confirm it was nearly identical to the first message of Goldenbaum which he had played messenger for several weeks ago. Yes, playing messenger between those two was really a duty he was beginning to hate. I will deliver the message, Lord Admiral. And he really hopes his expression conveyed accurately how well it was going to be received by Xerxes. Holy Terra! America. Megahive Cajun. De facto primary headquarters of the Adeptus Almeidas. 0.921.312 M35. Adept Primus Just Harp Agon. There were days when Just was very relieved to be alive. Let it not to be said that the living saint didn't honor her promises. Of course, all the invitations for any prestigious conference and other important events suddenly seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. Just had not known what he had really expected from Xerxes Van Dyer, but somehow, this felt incredibly petty of the High Lord of the Administratum. But there were more important preoccupations. For while the assassins of Clan Van Dyer weren't visiting, the Inquisitors on the other hand were becoming more and more a frequent sight in the upper levels of the Megahive. One always had to see the positive side of the Ormite chip, Just was still alive. Since he firmly intended to stay that way for as long as possible, however, this demanded certain sacrifices. He certainly didn't remember working as hard since the official admission ceremony which recognized him as a full-fledged adept. Please explain in concise words why you felt this amended list of most wanted beings must be acknowledged as final. Just Harpagon swallowed nervously. He had always thought that black-cloaked individuals were too dramatic, but one had to admit, it was scary and effective when an inquisitor stood before you. No name had been given, and Just hadn't asked for one. But the rosette and the codes it carried came straight from the imperial palace. In situations like this, you complied. The alternative wasn't worth thinking about. Obviously, the elimination of so many traitor warlords during the Battle of Makridge and before forced the Adeptus Almeidas to consult many vaults and erase a non-negligible number of enemies of the Imperium. Per the orders of the Holy Ordos and the Adeptus Custodes, no bounty will be assigned if the being can't be killed in a permanent manner with a significant chance of success. And wasn't that a terrifying thought? There were beings in this galaxy that even the 10,000 admitted neither a living saint nor primarchs had good odds of putting down forever. Based on the testimony of Her Celestial Highness the Countess of York, Just continued, we saw no reason to change the two beings at the top of the list. The Despoiler stays the most wanted being of the Imperium. Though Just had to admit he had his doubts if anyone could actually kill that monster. In 4,000 years, no one since the Emperor's champion himself had come close. The number 2 is of course the traitor fabricator general, Kalbir Hal himself. There was just enough indirect evidence someone with the traitor's name still lived. Just wouldn't gamble on this thing being immortal, but duty was duty. The third of course is the entity calling itself Nagish. Somehow, the syllabuses felt uncomfortable. Strange. Alien. It was like you couldn't feel any kind of positive feeling speaking the name. Per the will of His Most Holy Majesty and the current Fabricator General, it has been decided number 4 will go to the construct called the Chaos Android Command Core. This device, while not seen by any loyal soul, had its existence confirmed by redemption-seeking Astartes and esoteric forms of divination. Its destruction is an absolute priority. And for good reason, for the moment it was destroyed, the Lord of Iron, the name that was given as the architect of the heretical machines, would feel the wrath of his own creations. Number 5 and number 6 stay the same. We don't have the faintest idea what Chalcedonius, the Alpha head, has been doing in the last centuries, but no imperial citizen has ever come forwards to claim his bounty. As for the abominable primogenitor, his presence on multiple theaters of war is well attested, alas. But for all the clones which have been eliminated, the prime body, assuming there is one, has never been discovered. The seventh is Gluthurskir the ferryman, yes. Just nodded quickly. Generally speaking, everyone agreed that the Fifth Black Crusade had seen tremendous victories for the Imperium and that the losses endured had been more than compensated by the sheer scale of the gains. Primarchs had returned. A traitor legion had been annihilated. Many priceless pieces of archaeotech had been recovered. Even the destruction of Fenris, homeworld of the Space Wolves, had been compensated for in the end. But there had been some defeats too. And one of them had been delivered by the fleet of Gluthurskir. The Plague Marine had profited from the confused situation around the Eye and the Calyx Hell Stars to launch a raid on a cluster of recently recognized civilized worlds, and the Imperium's reinforcements had arrived too late to stop him. The 7 worlds had not really been that productive, but now they were barren, for the Imperium had to torch them from orbit. Millions of souls had been enslaved and kidnapped by the Fiend. The others had been contaminated with such horrible pandemics that the death the purgation fleets had given them must have felt like a mercy in the end. The Herald of Pestilence, the dreaded traveler, had been removed from the list. But another Plague Marine was ready to take its place. As the reports of his demise were apparently largely exaggerated, it has been decided unanimously among the Adeptus Almeidas that the infamous Sevator, also known as the Prince of Crows, will be number 8. Just shivered. He had looked at the ancient hollow vid where the face of the monster was shown, and he wished he hadn't. Ah! The 9th is the destiny unwritten, isn't it? Yes, Inquisitor. We had planned to add her rival the Cambion of Blood too, but it was recently confirmed by various sources that permanently removing this abomination may be beyond conventional means. Thus we gave the rival warlord who was fighting in the Calyx Hell Stars the number 9. After that, well, the Queen of Blades had to remain number 10. The rest of the list was significantly less dangerous. And no, the Adept Primus didn't mean not dangerous. Everything, whether it be a filthy traitor, a Xenos, or something else, was extremely dangerous by virtue of being on this list. These were the great enemies of the Imperium, the fiends which could give nightmares to the majority of the Space Marine chapter masters and other stalwart defenders of the Imperium. But there was no denying that when you saw the description of Cosalax the Forsworn and Arch-Heretic Sodanol, respectively number 11 and 12, they were orders of magnitude below the 10 great threats. Very well, the Inquisitor turned around and began to walk away. This list is endorsed, Adept Primus. You have done good work. Make sure it continues. Well, as far as encouragements went, it was a powerful one. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Nyx. Hive Athena. 2.932.312 M35. Regina Wei CAO. And so I'm not saying my nobles want plenty of agri-hives built on Wuhan itself. Her wife groaned loudly. But you're implying it very strongly. The Regina showed her love a smile that, in her humble opinion, should earn her a prize in a contest of pious and innocent expressions. Is it that obvious? Yes. And I suppose you bribed one of my poor adjutants into looking at the numbers. Just to know if the industrial production numbers supported the idea. Wei grinned. Taylor knew her very well. I just hope you didn't offer more honey than necessary. My adjutants always get overexcited for the next 12 hours, and I really don't want them to forget the proper protocols. Oh, no, I know how you feel about that. I offered something else. Hopefully, her surprise would be very enjoyable tomorrow. The silk dress was going to be incredibly spectacular, if she was to be honest with herself. And stop changing the subject, please. Yes, I got the numbers. They support my views, you know. The industrial production capacity is there, the Basileia of Nyx replied, but the manpower requirements aren't. We're expanding the pool of trained workers as fast as we can, Wei. In 1 or 2 years, yes, Nyx will have trained enough men and women to begin considering the construction of an agri-hive in the Wuhan system. Right now, however, the training cadres are simply not there. And for the hive renovations? She asked, unwilling to abandon her persuasion effort. That is a different matter. Her golden-winged angelic wife admitted. The decaying infrastructure has to be replaced, and there are many spare parts of the agri-hives that can be used for non-agri-hives. And production of brand new fusion reactors has increased nicely. And you received a new batch of cogboys from different forge worlds in the last several weeks. She received a mock glare for her words. They have agency, you know, Wei. When it comes to blaming Leet, I suppose they do, the Regina replied cheekily. Well, you know I can't refuse you anything when it comes to fighting the legacy of the nobility's disastrous policies. I will send 20,000 tech priests before year's end. The materials shouldn't be too much trouble, I think. We will discuss the budget allocation after the Sanguinilla. The next second, an adjutant spider began to make not-so-discreet gestures behind the members of the Dawnbreaker Guard. And I should go, unfortunately, the predictable words arrived a few seconds later. My duties have come up once again. Taylor, should we repeat the sermons once more? You need some sleep, the Sanguinilla ceremonies are going to be long and taxing for you. You need to be in your best health. Her wife shook her head with a grimace on her face. I know. But in this case, I really need to go. The Necron ambassador has requested an audience, and he did not come alone. Wei raised an eyebrow. Unlike the long ears of the Eldaneshi embassy, the Necrons had stayed really discreet so far, taking part in only 2 meetings where different Xeno species were presented to each other. And the encounters had been planned long in advance, with quantities of boring ceremonies before and after it. What changed? I suppose the whole point of the audience is to figure that out. The Regina of Wuhan huffed. Fine. But you will owe me a movie evening, oh Basilea. Duly noted, oh Regina. The Red Stratagem. Basilea Taylor Bear. The moment she saw who accompanied the ambassador, Taylor had changed the audience's location from her throne room to the Red Stratagem. When you brought the Storm Lord with you, after all, it wasn't likely the subject of the conversation was about to be about flowers. The so-called Hive fleet the Tau faced in their future timeline was a mere vanguard. And in case she wanted good news, this audience was not going to give them. I presume you have enough data to back up the claim, she commented calmly. And unfortunately, Overlord Emotic did. Oh, he did. The sheer quantity of data was colossal. Without administration to analyze everything, Taylor wasn't ashamed to admit she would have been overwhelmed. But the insect mistress had the skills to assimilate everything. And Emotica's logic was flawless. There was of course a great deal of speculation, for the knowledge they didn't have about the Tyranids could fill several planet-sized libraries. But unfortunately, the speculation was cold, passionless, and unfortunately, most likely optimistic. Hive Fleet Gorgon was playing with the Tau. It was playing with them from the very moment it encountered them. Yes. The good point about the Storm Lord was that he didn't for a single second try to downplay the magnitude of the problem. And while the information sources about the other Tyranid conflicts is of far lower quality and quantity, the facts support the conclusion each Hive fleet so far recorded has tested the species it was facing. For Gorgon, I understand, Taylor frowned. But for an hypothetical Hive fleet sharing Behemoth's traits, what? What is Behemoth's specialty, Lady General? The Storm Lord asked imperiously. Overwhelming aggression, be it physical or psychic, the victor of Artium answered, before shivering when she realized what she had said. Overlord Emotic nodded. Correct. Gorgon is specialized for hyper-adaptation in a limited amount of time. Behemoth is the unstoppable ram. And by simple logic, you arrived at the awful logical outcome. If there are 2 Hive fleets out there, there are more. Yes. The being who could have been the Phaeron of the Sodic dynasty answered clearly. This is why I took the liberty of contacting the ambassadors so quickly. Your Operation Hell Garden is of far greater significance than I and you assumed beforehand. Yes, it did. If the Tyranid hiding somewhere on Catachan was able to multiply and fight per the doctrine of its Hive fleet, they could learn a lot before the Great Wars truly began. And the other hypotheses I formulated and relayed to Phaeric Cryptek Nefertun. That the first scouts of the Tyranids are prioritizing worlds with world spirits. Emotic asked just to confirm, and she nodded. Yes, the theory is near certain to be true. It has only advantages for the Hive fleet. Whatever its specialty, the planet thus transformed represents either a potential citadel or a pantry. Assuming it can't be both. The Tyranids had been acting like a virus for the ecosystems of Fenris and Catachan, but nothing would really stop them from killing the world spirits if the orders came from more evolved organisms. And given the intelligence, one had to assume the Tyranids had enough control to devour the species which interested them, assimilate the strengths of the Death World's most redoubtable super predators, and then move on, using it as a supply base. Assuming it can't be both. Emotic repeated before changing the subject. Captured specimens would be appreciated. In that case, you will have to send one of your ships to Catachan. Taylor winced. For security reasons, all the Imperial organizations studying the Tyranids have agreed the specimens must not be transported outside of the system where they have been captured. The risks of propagating the Tyranid threat are just too high. They had, with plenty of good luck, managed to deal with the problem at Makraj. Taylor was not going to ignore the previous lessons and spread a nightmare because she underestimated the organisms of Catachan. I will transmit the request of a transport to the Narushlatset dynasty. Emotic assured her. While I am not a vivisection specialist, I know better than to ignore the information which can be gained from it. You should obtain an answer before your military campaign begins. The green light coming out of the metallic shell were particularly sinister, but far less so than the news delivered so far. I trust you understand the value of the information I delivered to you. Yes. Numbers aren't the solution to deal with the Tyranids. Numbers would never be the solution to deal with the Tyranids. Taylor had already begun to assume the Great Devourer was going to have more starfaring organisms than the Imperium had starships, even when you added the starships of the Chartist captains, but if they had really been testing species for so long, they were completely outmatched. It was entirely possible that even if they did conscript every man, woman, and child of the Imperium, they still wouldn't be able to match the Tyranid numbers. Blood of Terra, what were they at war against? Kalan Stadium. 2.944.312 M35. Sergeant Gavril Forkas. His lady had been more thoughtful than usual during this sanguinella. Obviously, it took someone who knew her very well. There had been nothing faked in her smile when she had hugged all the children during the day of rebirth and complimented them for their splendid homemade costumes. But there had been little signs which couldn't fool a space marine of the Dawnbreaker Guard. Take today, for example. It was the 4th day of the sanguinella, the Day of Jewels, also often called the Day of Beauty. Lady Weaver usually did not come to watch the sport competitions in the Kalan Stadium before tomorrow, which would celebrate the Day of Valor. Some part of it may be because there were rumored to be plenty of exceptional candidates wishing to join the Brothers of the Red. That definitely held a kernel of truth, but Gavril didn't think it was the whole truth. Unlucky, the Basilea remarked when one of the competitors was disqualified from one of the 100 meters qualifiers because he anticipated the orders of the judges and made a false start. I didn't study the reward system, but is it possible to compensate for a 0 in one of the contests? The black-armored sergeant asked. Theoretically you can. The stars-filled eyes seemed to double their radiance as Taylor Hebert watched the different ongoing competitions. Chapter Master Izaz assured me it was possible a few years ago, I think. Which means that while it's theoretically possible, practically is an entirely different story. The shrug confirmed Gavril had guessed right. To catch back up with the top scorers, you have to get first place 2 or 3 times, and show many above-average performances in other trials. I won't say it is impossible, but I have not yet seen anyone doing it in the years before we marched for Makraj. The way the sentence ended made him unconsciously chuckle. For all the tragedies and deaths which had occurred, there was still something funny about the isolationism of the Ultramarines breaking like it did. The Astartes selection process is truly a grueling long-distance race. Gavril, if it was so easy to become Astartes, I think there would be far more battle brothers everywhere in the galaxy, and the candidates would likely be a tad less motivated. Probably, the veteran sergeant conceded. The Brothers of the Red and my own interests perfectly coincide with these competitions. The Basilea continued tranquilly. They can easily recruit superb recruits, but those who are genetically incompatible, a bit unlucky, or unable to perform their best on a given day can exceed the standards of plenty of organizations I won't name here. Obviously, the former Dark Angel snorted. For all the supposed weaknesses of making life easier for the Nixians, I couldn't help but notice the boys and girls who participate are notably better prepared physically and mentally than those who were present at the start of your rule. I still remember certain candidates had to be given a special diet because they were on the brink of starvation. Yes, I am very proud of that. The large smile was a confirmation Gavril didn't need, but it was welcome nonetheless. Well, that in the reality the numbers of deaths for each Astartes selection trial was close to 0 for the second consecutive year. Gavril grunted in agreement. Many chapters present in the sector, the Black Templars to name the most famous, had not been convinced by several recruitment theories of his lady. But as the years passed, some had definitely proven true. The trials to join each Astartes chapter could definitely be an ultimate test of skill, strength, cleverness, and every quality a future battle brother should possess without killing the boys in the process. That didn't mean there weren't some nasty accidents, and from time to time even Bacta was insufficient when the body was too broken. Not every candidate who took his chances in the Kalan Stadium was physically or mentally ready for the Sanguinella trials. And the Brothers of the Red could only do so much. They were already very busy making sure there weren't boys trying to win a second chance when they had already failed the first time. But enough for now about that. What do you think about Sultan Rachid al-Abbasid? His transhuman eyes turned towards the left, where a certain number of large gemstones were waiting. Gavril had seen quite a few splendid precious things in his life, including the Baal rubies brought by the Blood Angels. One of them was decorating his lady's forehead today, but the red and crimson gemstones were clearly of exquisite quality. And these had been merely presents from the planetary governor. I think he's eccentric. Gavril searched for words, before deciding on bluntness and honesty. I have to admit I was impressed by the size of his turban, though. I don't know how he managed to climb so many stairs all the while keeping his balance. The insect mistress chuckled. Before Kamarak, I would have been a bit worried about him being influenced by excess, the black-armored Astartes admitted frankly. His entry and his gift of the knot elephant were, shall we say, carrying the seeds of some serious extravagance. I assure you he is not touched by excess, I mean. The Alabasad is just that outrageously rich, and when he gave me these presents, he was truly honest about his humility. And how did his family come to earn such a fortune? They sponsored several rogue traders at the end of the 32nd millennium, except unlike many, they didn't focus on the recovery of lost archaeotech, but on the discovery of extremely valuable mining worlds. Sometime later they exploited the resources themselves, sometimes they sold the resources to the Mechanikus or the Chartist fleets. And as they did, the Alabasad invested in trade and the infrastructure to support it. They aren't the sector lords of their star cluster, but their economic power and influence is such that the only thing they called was their name. However, they are clearly not from the Samarkand quadrant. The region in question was way more to the northeast of the Nephilim sector. And even if the translator had not butchered the Logothic and mumbled something about the Bagthingi sector, it would have been incredibly obvious from the culture of the delegation. Gavriel had never heard of any governor who preferred to call their psychers al-Sufis, but the delegation of Alabasad clearly did. It wasn't the only source of cultural shock. Certain nobles of the delegation had spent ridiculous fortunes on some frivolous things, and went by the motto of all men are mortals, only the God Emperor is eternal. This is the imperium of mankind, Gavriel. Cultures were already wildly different before they left the cradle, and thousands of years of separation made very unique variations. Yes. Gavriel smiled. So what did he want? You have such a cynical view on diplomacy and politics, Gavriel. Am I wrong? No. Taylor Hebert answered. Not at all. The rumors are spreading fast. The rediscovery of the Ensemble STC has led to a significant amount of attention being directed at Nyx. Ah. Gavriel was not interested in politics, but even he could tell how these hyper-advanced devices built first during the age of technology would be priceless for a sultan who had powerful trade interests. And what did you tell him? Oh, I confirmed I had the STC and we already have a contract which will produce machinery to help Mars restore all solar ensembles to their full capabilities. The Basileia began to pet the large feline creature in the basket next to her. I might have remained vague about some more technical details, however. No doubt there are going to be other openings. He cleared his throat. Obviously, he is not a fool. The first audience saw a proposal of tens of thousands of Janissaries being placed under my command, you know. Janissaries. The name they give to the members of the Planetary Defense Force who complete a rigorous 15 years long training course. Whether they are then sent across the stars to serve as part of the Imperial Guard or at home defending the interests of the Sultan, they retain the Janissary rank to their death. But since they focus on some particular aspects of warfare that are not exactly glamorous, Munitorum propaganda isn't exactly keen to sing their praises. His lady said nothing about the Janissaries' performance, so it had to be more than acceptable. We could always use some more troops for certain campaigns. What we need for the coming operation is more space marines, just in case things go to hell, again, the destroyer of Kamarak remarked sarcastically. How are things going on that front, Gavriel? Hive Athena. The Chapel of Hope. 2.999.312 M35. Chapter Master Michael Yarable. The ceremony had been simple, yet beautiful. The singing voices had been soft, yet sincere. The melodies had been mournful, yet filled with courage. And the chalice had been filled with his blood. It was a promise to never stop fighting for what the great angel had believed true. And they would never stop fighting, not as long as there were battles to be fought. Walk with me, Chapter Master. Michael followed in silence, the only light being provided by the golden wings of the Angel of Sacrifice. You could feel it. You could hear the song. The Chapter Master was thus unsurprised by the next words. I have a mission for you, if you're willing. We are. He answered automatically this time. There was, for a single second, the echo of a giggle. I know. You have acted admirably during Operation Stalingrad and all the actions which preceded it. But this time, it will be different. I don't think you have participated in jungle fighting operations lately. We haven't. The Lord of the Lamenters replied. But this problem can be corrected. What is the planet where war awaits us? Katachan. Most names wouldn't have given him pause. But this one did. When they had still been called the Sons of Sanguinius, the Battle Brothers of the Blood had fought on dozens of Death Worlds, and emerged victorious. Several of his captains had been recruited from Death Worlds too. They were not souls to be easily impressed. But the fame of Katachan was known from the Xenos quarantine zones of the Ghoul Stars to the spires of Holy Terra. I wasn't aware there was a rebellion or anything of a rebellious nature, Yarable said slowly. There isn't, Chapter Master. The campaign's chief goal is Tyranid hunting. I know for sure that at least one organism created by the Great Devourer is the reason why Katachan is such a murderous environment. It is extremely dangerous, but we need to know more about our foe. And Katachan gives us an unprecedented opportunity to gain knowledge which is denied us. I see. And he really did. Like many chapter masters, Michael Yarable had been granted hundreds of hours of hololithic imagery and strategic data from the Battle of Artium. Yes, he hadn't fought the Tyranids in person, but he had read much about the foe. And both as a Lamenter and a son of Sanguinius, he was determined to annihilate these Xenos abominations wherever their ugly heads emerged. And my answer hasn't changed. I will lead the Lamenters to Catachan. Good. Lady Weaver replied, and resumed walking. You won't be alone, of course. The Brothers of the Red One company, along with elite elements from each chapter of the Nyx sector, the Shield of Angels confirmed his guess. The Sons of Corax have also replied positively to my request. One company of the Raptors should be waiting for you when you will translate out of the warp. Their assistance will markedly increase the odds of victory, Michael voiced out loud. All Sons of Corax had gifts for asymmetric warfare and continuing perfect ambushes when other forces would have abandoned them for lack of means and will, but the Raptors had also forged themselves a solid reputation in incredibly lethal biospheres. On a battleground like Catachan, a Raptor Astartes was easily worth 1,000 guardsmen. Then before them, large gates which had been nearly invisible opened. And Michael did his best to not gape, for this was a spectacle which nearly brought tears to his eyes. For how else could a battle brother react when looking at 100 brand new power armors painted in the colors of the Lamenter chapter? They had fielded Mark 9 before, but never in any group stronger than 5 or 6. And here they were, in company strength, with the Fulkite blasters and the bolters to accomplish the Emperor's will. Behind them was presented an even stronger concentration of firepower, 12 rhinos and 6 Baal predators. The Lord of the Lamenters could almost smell the fresh red paint which had been applied over the new armor. I don't know what to say. The terms of your penance forbid me from giving you fresh neophytes. But there are loopholes when it comes to equipment. And to fight on Catachan, you will need the best Nyx can give you. Her eyes burned, and Michael Yarable felt his two hearts burn with the power of hope in answer. I am a strong believer in the theory of victory investment, Chapter Master. There was only one answer one could give after such a gift. For Sanguinius and the Emperor, my lady. His right fist struck his ceramite plate in salute. We are going to kill these Tyranids for you. Nyx System. Ruby Harvest. The Manor of Red Leaves. 2.005.313 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. Taylor had never used much the Manor of the Red Leaves, whether for professional duties or her private time. Most of it likely had to do with the fact the old manor had been used for all sort of perversions by the last Menelaus and his sycophants, and some extensive modifications had been necessary. When the insect mistress said extensive modifications, she meant that over 90% of the ancient infrastructure had been destroyed and replaced. And the remaining 10% was limited to the gardens. Gardens which had also been drastically changed once Wei decided to intervene. Yet Taylor had to be honest, she didn't have much use for the new Manor of Red Leaves. It was too far away from the main towns of Nyx Quartus, and among all the properties she owned, there always seemed to be better ones to visit. For the audience of today, though, the isolation worked in its favor. The courtyard leading to the red marble stairs was empty, and the only witnesses were the adjutant spiders and the Dawnbreaker guard, and all were staying out of sight. Their intervention shouldn't be necessary, she hoped. This optimism really decreased as the sinister black air car opened and revealed its dark-cloaked passenger. His method of walking reminded her of the ducks swimming in the small pool behind the manor. The aura around him was tight, rigid, cold, and unpleasant. This was Alvario Huascarif, one of the senior adepts of the Astra Telepathica in the Samarkand quadrant. And she didn't like him. The Basilea supposed there would be many souls professing their surprise. After all, wasn't Alvario Huascarif one of the Psychers soulbound to the God Emperor? Weren't their loyalties unquestionable? The answer to the first question was yes. The answer to the second was definitely a big no. Yes, the Psychers of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica were soulbound to the God Emperor, or at least they should be. Given that the entire process was done in the halls of Terra, a lair of intrigue and ambition, there was not much doubt some Psychers were used for unsavory purposes. But they were bonded, and that was it. They were given a moderate amount of protection against the threat of the ruinous powers and the other dangers of the warp. Nothing more, nothing less. The bonding didn't turn them into better people, and it assuredly didn't transform them into reliable and pleasant conversation partners. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica was filled with humans, much like other Adeptus of note, except inside this one, the ranks included a supermajority of human Psychers. That was all. Much like every Psycher in existence, they could be seduced by material riches as long as it didn't involve soul corruption. The latter would instantly result in their death. To be clear, there were many members of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica that Taylor was on excellent terms with. It went without saying that Adept Alvario Huascarif was not one of them. You stand in violation of the Himalayan Accords. No greetings, no form of respect, and the impoliteness was just fine. If it was conflict the adept wanted, Taylor was not going to disappoint. Her wings unfurled, and for a few seconds, the angel of sacrifice revealed a third of her true power. Sacrifice sang. Sacrifice shone. Alvario Huascarif was prostrated, trying to crawl on the ground, desperately out of breath. And here I thought we were here for an audience where we could calmly exchange our points of view. The High Lords will impose sanctions. Taylor sighed. The High Lords already know. Adding stupid was really tempting for a moment. The Fabricator General informed them himself. There were too many men and women who had to know, far too many to keep it a secret. This is blasphemy. The Uncibles are proscribed technology. The adept of the Astra Telepathica barked as she decreased the sheer pressure saturating the air around her. The Uncibles are not proscribed technology, otherwise the Mechanicues of Mars wouldn't have several functioning ones in several parts of the solar system at this very moment. It wasn't exactly a secret when billions of imperial citizens, in her opinion a very conservative number, were using them every year. In time they will all break apart and stop functioning, as is the destiny of every blasphemous machine. Alvario Huascarif spat bile in front of her, his eyes filled with fanaticism. And the same will happen if you dare build new ones. No astropath will tolerate it. So now you pretend to speak for the entire Adeptus Astra Telepathica in the Samarkand quadrant? The Basileia asked, trying her best not to roll her eyes. You understand quickly. Now be. She raised a finger and summoned sacrifice. Alvario began to scream. Then she began to intensify the pressure. And his screams became shriek. For long seconds, the psyker truly felt agony. Then Taylor did lower the intensity of the pain. The soul bond was forged with a part of sacrifice, yes. Most of the time, she was very happy to not use it. There were very few uses for it that didn't fall into the torture category. Before this meeting began, I prepared my arguments, you know. Taylor continued conversationally as the adept tried to crawl away. I could have informed you that part of what made the Uncibles so efficient were their connections to extremely advanced forms of abominable intelligences. A fact that unfortunately had resulted in the loss of massive numbers of Uncibles the moment the cybernetic rebellion began. Between the ones which fell intact into the pincers of the Men of Iron and the ones destroyed outright, the entire communication system of the Federation had been crippled within hours. And for obvious reasons, it had not been rebuilt. Uncibles are not perfect. Their bandwidth, so to speak, is not infinite. Much like astropaths, they are limits in the number of messages they can send per day. And naturally, they consume a lot of energy. Taylor had thought for a few days that the main problem would be to build defenses around the Uncibles, so as to be sure her enemies wouldn't be able to repeat the victory of the artificial intelligences. As it was more about deciding the energy output of the Uncibles, which was directly proportional to the distances the Uncibles could send messages to. Each Uncible was connected to another Uncible, yes. But if the fusion reactor powering the first Uncible wasn't powerful enough, the messages wouldn't reach the other Uncible. And naturally, Imperial fusion technology wasn't as good as what the Federation considered first class. Not that she had any intention of informing Alvario Huascarif of that. But it seems that would be wasting my breath. The Angel of Sacrifice spoke. So hear me, Adept. There is not going to be any sabotage or attack on the Uncibles. If there is one, I will find you, I will kill you, and I will drag your soul in front of the Emperor myself so he can explain to you personally how much you have angered him. You. Silence. Your tantrum today is just the final confirmation that you are utterly unfit to be a representative for your fellow astropaths. You whine, you spit, and you threaten. You deny other psychers the most basic standard of living when you sit in your personal spire and sign their death warrants. You insist the Black Ship's interrogators leave only misery and death behind them. You refuse to act while your petty kingdom is rotting and the astropaths die every day to do duties you feel too important to participate in. You can say everything you want, the psyker croaked. But I will fight you. And there will be others who will. If you have given the news to Terra, there will be others of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica who will join my cause. We will never stop opposing you, Weaver. Taylor watched these dark brown eyes, and there was only bigotry, disgust of technology, and a blind devotion to his own ego. There would be no redemption. There would be no respect for the rules. Alvario Huascarif would try to sabotage the Uncibles, for unlike many Nixian psychers who had agreed the devices would make their lives easier, the man saw only a threat to his power base. Then it's a good thing, the Basileia replied softly, that there will be no we. Archmagos Prime gasped of Hediatrix. Sighing was not something which felt natural to a senior Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but Gastaf for a moment really wanted to release one as he in the distance saw the corpse of a certain adept be dragged away by an adjutant spider. What an idiot! What did Alvario Huascarif think was going to happen, threatening the chosen of the Omnisci like this? Really, the voice of Mars wondered if some adepts of Samarkand had not encouraged the moron to come to Nyx to voice all his grievances so that they could be rid of a rival. It wouldn't be the first time the Astra Telepathica sacrificed someone on the altar of internal politics. Gastov remained silent as he took the seat which had been prepared for him by Artemis. It was only when the stars-filled eyes opened again that he spoke. I presume we will have to be on our guard against sabotage, then. Yes. The chosen of the Omnissiah grimaced. I'm sorry Archmagos, but I lost my temper. His actions were treacherous, and would have resulted in more inefficiency. The new Adeptus Astra Telepathica of Nyx had many psychers who had earned his approval. Several old psychers from across the quadrant definitely didn't. Nonetheless, well, what's done is done. I hope you bring good news on your part. The very best, the Archmagos Prime assured her. The Triplex FAL team worked hard to understand all the technical data of the Blessed Ensemble template, and they believe it is indeed possible to modify a Ramles-class starfort to serve as the protective shell. The energy requirements are significant, but the fusion reactors we have are proven technology and can handle it. And the distance between the two ensembles. The tech priests have let the numbers be calculated by different cogitator experts, and they all arrived at a minimal distance of 15 light-years. Really? Lady Weaver immediately smiled. That's very good news. Gastov could understand her approval. The length of the Nyx sector was around 100 light-years. It is. He answered honestly. Though I have to warn you, the simulations we have calculated so far show numerous problems increasing as we increase the range from this point. Between 17 and 18 light-years, the energy output required is getting complicated. And over 20 light-years, the complexity of some parts is so extreme that the Adeptus Mechanicus Magi do not have the faintest idea how to build them. The chosen of the Omnissiah shrugged. If we can build a reliable faster-than-light technological communication complex with a 15 light-years range, that is already splendid. It is better than everything we have, and it could prove a decisive advantage over foes which can block our astropathic communications. No names were mentioned, but they weren't needed. Chaos and the Tyranids were too fresh in everyone's mind to be forgotten. I agree completely. Good. The smile had a twinge of irony behind it now. I suppose that since we have the beginning of a plan, it is time to speak of the politics and STC negotiations. It is. The voice of Mars among the Nyxian Mechanicus confirmed. The new Fabricator General insists that the new Case Taurus Night Forge complex be limited to Alamo when it comes to the Nyx sector. That. The chosen of the Omnissiah hesitated, which wasn't particularly common for her. I wasn't intending to build it in the Nyx system, we don't have the free space for it, really. But in only one location. The investment in resources it will require is not small. Gastov felt his words carried a considerable percentage of understatement in them. To respect the schematics of the Case Taurus Night building template, the site chosen was bigger than many facilities housing Titans. I know, but I am often reminded of the flawed approach of building something unique. Sabotage can come from a lot of foes, and if they strike us where the loss is irreplaceable, it would require years before any brand new night is given its honorable name. The argument was not without merits. But there were orders, and they came straight from the Fabricator General himself. Mars won't approve a facility as critical as this one being at the full disposal of House O'Hara. This is not negotiable. Control. Control. It is bad enough Call so often travels across the galaxy and pledges some Martian houses in exchange of more radical discoveries. Olympus Mons wants to have the confirmation that the production figures of Nyx are indeed the real ones. The chosen of the Omnissiah slightly inclined her head with a faint smile. And yes, I know the Adeptus Mechanicus has absolutely no reason to complain when it comes to the industrial production of the Nyx system, and the Nyx sector. But there are politics, I understand. An adjutant spider brought refreshments, and the Basileia of Nyx quickly downed half a bottle of water. The ensembles. There are several pieces of legislation that are going to be voted on in the Martian Parliament this year. Your support would be appreciated. I am willing to read all the legislation in question, of course. This was what the Archmagos Prime had expected to hear, yes. Any other outstanding requests? Well, you are forbidden to sell the ensembles to Call, of course. Taylor Hebert, chosen of the Omnissiah, Basileia of Nyx, Angel of Sacrifice, laughed very loudly. Nyx system. High orbit over Blue Anchorage. Battleship Enterprise. 2.010.313 M35. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. It was not one of the battle groups of Operation Stalingrad, but the site remained extremely impressive. The Astartes were the first to depart. The Lamenter's battle barge, the Daughter of Tempests, was a flamboyant spear, even from afar, and she was not alone. 6 strike cruisers and 14 Gladius-class frigates escorted her. Of course, the Lord Admiral thought, the Imperial Navy had made its own commitment as well, 18 warships in total, including 2 Venus-class cruisers, 4 Warrior and 4 Hoplite-class destroyers. And last but not least, the new flagship of Rear Admiral Fujiko Yamamoto, the Pax Imperium, millions of tons of weapons and metal, a Mars-class battlecruiser. Besides that, there were the ships of the Adeptus Mechanicus, led by the lunar-class cruiser Wyvern. Though everyone understood the 12 warships weren't the important hulls, this honor belonged to the Starforge Galleon Temple of Ammunition, the fuel ships, the supply ships, and the mobile analysis quarantine starships which followed. And then there were the Scorpion-class transports, all 12 of them, transporting the ground troops for the vital campaign. For as everyone had understood from the start, the purpose of this task force was not to wage a battle in the void, though any pirate who dared intercept it would be regretting their life choices in short order. No, the priority mission he had given in person to Fujiko Yamamoto along with the news she was considered for a promotion to Vice Admiral was to escort all the transports and supply ships to Katachan. Hellgarden promised to be difficult enough as it was, arriving with all the original complement had to be done. Not that there should be too many difficulties. The Pax Imperium had been shown great favor with several Achelios navigators and a small ether gold pylon. And many warships of this task force were merely 1 or 2 years old, having just been accepted into the Navy after extensive trials and verifications. Ton for ton, they were far more lethal than their predecessor classes. No, Neidhart Muller wasn't worried about the part he had been happy to oversee. It was the ground part which was honestly terrifying. For all the love of the Emperor, he wouldn't set a foot on Katachan no matter how many throne gelts or promotions were offered in exchange. But this was out of his hands. And yes, the Katachan jungle fighters were mad to live on a world like this. If they had any shred of sanity left, they would try to escape the moment they were able to walk. Hellgarden wasn't sarcasm, it was an absolutely truthful description for this death world. Rejoice, Admiral. I have not changed my mind, you aren't going to have to swim in the rivers of Katachan. I am extremely glad to hear it, Your Celestial Highness. I have no doubt about that. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Yes, Neidhart answered, but not about this operation. It is about the naval construction budget. The Navy has a new proposal for you. The Saint's eyes did not show much emotion. The big spider next to her, however, made a sound which could be one of excitement. Let's see it, then. The old-fashioned folder was handed over, and the Basileia began to study its content. It didn't last long, but this was normal, this was the basics of the amended requests, not the full document which would be presented before hundreds of senior tech priests and Navy officers. Let's see, 10 battleships, 6 battlecruisers, 10 heavy cruisers, 48 cruisers, 70 light cruisers, 92 frigates and the agreed 200 destroyers. Then a dozen prototypes to test all the new technology and weapons. That is correct. There are some additional specifications for transport and supply ships with the new modular standards. Yes. Well, it sounds more coherent than the previous budget attempt. The Basileia frowned. But as they always say, the problems are often found in the details. And there are some class names I don't recognize. The Urdrake class of battlecruisers for one. It is a class which was originally built during the Great Crusade, but was eventually abandoned for several political reasons by the end of the 31st millennium. But the Salamanders kept the data, and you felt it answered some of your needs, Lady Weaver added, hitting the nail on the head as usual. The cruisers are all Venus class, I don't need more clarification about them save one. How many command patterns among them? 4, Neidhart replied. And we have orders to build 10 more Venus cruisers from other sectors, including 2 from your friend the Sultan. He earned a gasp from the adjutant spider that way. I don't know if friend is the correct term, Admiral. We share certain ideas when it comes to military and economic policy. The redoubtable class light cruisers. It is not a very recent class, but Metallica obtained excellent results with them. And we are going to add some new technology to the Nyx-build hulls. And the Katana class frigates. Those are definitely new, we are going to build them under license from Ryza. It is far cheaper than spending billions in research and development, the Ryza design is extremely advanced and uses plenty of the rediscovered technology of the last decades, and we need a platform to exploit the range and firepower our new torpedoes give us over the archenemy and other foes. Arithmencia Sultan is tenacious, I will give her that. The words were mumbled, so Neidhart could have been mistaken, but it sounded like that. Artemis. The budget is reasonable, within the margins you laid out several months ago. Of course, the Lord Admiral didn't include the carriers, but we may not be able to build them here anyway. The golden-winged mistress of the Nyx system stayed silent for long seconds. Many ships of Task Force Hellgarden had disappeared into the darkness of the void when she spoke again. Lord Admiral. Your Celestial Highness. This plan meets the requirements I'm willing to pay for. Meet with the other admirals, the Archmagi, and my ministers as soon as possible, and write the full proposal. It would be appreciated if it could be on my desk within 50 days. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. Neidhart kept all triumphalism out of his voice, but he allowed himself to smile. I will personally deliver it, have no fear. I had no doubt about it, Admiral. The Basileia shook her head. Since we've begun speaking of Navy matters, have you heard about Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal? No, I'm afraid not. But this is unsurprising. Assuming his travel through the Swiba subsector was calm, he should be arriving at his theater of operations soon. Atlantis Sector. Yuta Subsector. Schubert's Grave System. Approaches of Mothball Fleet Space Sublime Hierophant. Victory Class Battleship Son of Victory. 4.013.313 M35. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal. As improbable as some situations were, a competent admiral had to think of them and prepare a counter-strategy if the improbable happened to end up materializing before you. And Oscar von Ruenthal liked to believe he was competent. As a consequence, as much as he didn't like the idea in the first place, the black-haired admiral had planned for the slim eventuality the looters and other pirates would arrive at the stellar system of Schubert's grave before him. The likelihood had been assessed as low by some of his peers. Yes, some authorities of the Atlantis sector were particularly corrupt, but there was a permanent presence of an ecclesiarchy light cruiser in system. As much as there were certain frictions between the Imperial Navy and priests who should never have been granted the right to own warships, this was a significant amount of firepower. The average looter pirate had a raider, maybe two. In the worst case, they had a destroyer, though all the ships lost in the region had their fates accounted for. A light cruiser, no matter how incompetent its bishop captain, would eat them for lunch. Alas, as Oscar discovered right now, that assumed the light cruiser was on the side of justice. Second confirmation obtained, Admiral. The Saint Oda is working with the traitors. His chief of staff grew maced. That, the signature on the auspex was the very opposite of subtle, is clearly a plunder class raider. And that, for of course there was a second signature right next to the first, is almost certainly an iconoclast raider. And the light cruiser of the ecclesiarchy is right above them. That it wasn't fulfilling its duties was kind of clear, and everyone on the bridge of the Son of Victory knew it. Yes, Admiral. There was a curse, and then, as all good chiefs of staff did, his subordinate tried to be the voice of caution. It is possible there is another explanation than the one you're thinking about. If there is one, I'm dying of impatience to hear it. Oscar wasn't even joking in this case. Seriously, Hans. The Saint Oda is so powerful compared to these two raiders that unless all its weapons were malfunctioning, there is no way it can lose. And as for a boarding fight leaving it in pirate hands, the crew of a light cruiser is easily 10 times that of a raider, peacetime conditions or not. And as all his task force was accelerating, destroyers leaving the formation to engage faster than his flagship could, Oscar wasn't seeing any debris or indication there had been a fight. No, the ship of the ecclesiarchy was still active, near the mothballed ships it was supposed to protect. Unfortunately, as the presence of the raiders attested, the bishop captain or whatever title the incompetent Atlantis clergy had chosen to give to its ship officers was not only corrupt, he was a traitor. It was difficult not to show the sheer disgust he felt on his face. Millions had died so that the grand armada of the traitors perished during Operation Stalingrad. And yet these cowardly souls had decided to sell old ships to pirates and other factions. They had decided to backstab them. To spit on the oaths they had sworn to the God Emperor, and to replace vigilance with treachery. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hans, he decided to change the subject before his voice shook with rage, but our mysterious looters don't seem to be interested in the destroyers and frigates of the mothballed fleet. You are correct, Admiral. Both the Saint Oda and the two raiders are too far away from the destroyers and the other escorts. It seems they took a practical position next to the mothballed line of the Hierophant cruisers. Cruisers? In pirate hands? Or worse? This day kept getting better and better. Do we have any indication they've already managed to steal some capital ships? Unknown, Admiral. We received some data from Lady Weaver, including all the classes that should be kept in this system, but the full numbers weren't given. We know there should be a minimum of 14 Hierophant class cruisers, and they are definitely there. In fact, we count 18. But I can't tell you if they're all what Atlantis placed here, or if some were towed away before our arrival. Assuming the pirates and other parties didn't have the leisure to reactivate them completely before translating away conventionally with their new prize. Oscar snorted contemptuously. We were too quick to assume the options of the looters were limited because of the light cruiser's presence. But it doesn't seem to have been that much of an obstacle, in the end. Yes, Admiral, the prize they sought may not have been a Hierophant-class cruiser. Why didn't that reassure him? Yes. There is an Ostrogoth-class battlecruiser next to the cruisers, Admiral. And someone is clearly trying to make it move under its own power. This is really bad, he reacted. Any Ostrogoth battlecruiser is a piece of junk that should have never been authorized to join the Navy under normal circumstances, but it is still a battlecruiser. Give one to a pirate or any sort of traitor warlord, and the damage could quickly become terrifying. Abandoning his former position, Oscar returned to the hololithic displays and carefully analyzed the situation. It wasn't optimal, but clearly the traitors and their pirate associates had no idea he was about to arrive today. Change formation for Spear 3. You want to capture some of them, Admiral. Above all, I want to make sure none escape this system, and this battlecruiser to not be a pirate ship we will spend years hunting across the sector. The luck of Lady Weaver was with them today, they had arrived and the unpleasant visitors had been caught with their drives cold. But yes, it would be better if we could capture a few of these ambitious heads. I have some questions to ask them. Nyx Sector. Nyx System. Nyx. Hive Athena. 2.018.313 M35. Archmagos Dragon Richter. For once, Dragon was ashamed to admit she was 10 minutes late to a meeting. Yes, shame on her. It wasn't an excuse, but in many areas, the Nyxians were really parking their bikes in completely preposterous locations. Something would have to be done. The market centers had not been forbidden to all aircars because they wanted them to be buried under a mountain of bicycles instead. But this was going to have to wait. Apologies, Lady Basilea, she said as she took her seat, there have been a profusion of minor setbacks this morning. We'd just begun debating some tertiary issues. Taylor waved the matter away. Minister Sidorakis. Your Celestial Highness. The young-looking man made a gesture of reverence. One wasn't to be fooled, however. Alexei Sidorakis was older than he showed, having recently celebrated his 50th birthday. He also dyed his hair a flamboyant red and donned official suits which always had big golden buttons. And after his immediate superior declared the reforms Taylor demanded of him were impossible to accomplish, he was promoted and became the new Minister of Education. In a few words, the problem of the Nyxian education system can be divided into 4 different parts. The first and most problematic, in many ways, is interference from the Adeptus Administratum. The second is that, while in theory the progression is linear and simple, the school-college academia triarchy has become needlessly complicated, turned hollow by countless previous reforms, and sabotaged by internal factors. The third is the inequality of chances offered to each candidate. With specific implants and pneumodevices being taken granted by our upper classes, the students who have families unable to spend the throne gelts on them start with a tremendous disadvantage. That indeed sounds very problematic. Dragon conceded. Of course, she wasn't unaware of some of the problems, but as her job was mostly limited to the education of the tech priests, the true scale of the challenge had not been presented to her in such blunt terms before. No wonder that in the last 10 years, 5 ministers of education had preferred to retire of their own volition. Though I was under the impression that the first point was tolerated because of political reasons. Yes. Taylor frowned heavily. It was tolerated. No more. I had a frank discussion with Tithe Master Bloom yesterday. The interferences of the administratum are going to cease. A transport is being filled as we speak with all the foreign adepts who wanted to impose more rules and more inspections to respect the so-called sacred education standards of Holy Terra. If their goal was to make us dumber and dumber, they couldn't have tried it in a more blatant way. Your Celestial Highness, Alexei Sidorakis promptly agreed with his superior. Dragon considered the matter, and shrugged it off. For what it's worth, you have my full support. It was going to generate some anger from the highest levels of the administratum, but they were in a cold war with them already, so screw them. And hopefully, it may encourage some governors in the Samarkand quadrant to imitate them and raise their own educational standards. The second point. In theory, everyone begins by going to this familiar and dangerous place one calls a school. The insect mistress smirked, and Dragon found herself smirking back. Alas, we have so many different categories and headmasters doing their own thing that each establishment of knowledge and learning is practically a rule by himself. Theoretically, we are supposed to have only 3 types, public, religious, and private. Nyx funds the former, the ecclesiarchy the second, and the latter in most of cases is paid by the nobility. I have to say, Your Celestial Highness, Alexei began in a more hesitant tone, that your willingness to pay for the scholarship of many girls and boys among several orphanages has certainly contributed to blur the lines. The tinker had to admit it took a high amount of courage to point this out. And the stars-filled eyes certainly glared dangerously for a second or two. I know. The Basilea admitted after 5 seconds of silence. And for what it's worth, I didn't intend to. Now I am aware of the problem and it must be solved. This is going to be unpopular in some circles. Not so in Hive Athena, but the opposition to it in distant hives is going to be significant. Sidorakis warned. And naturally, I am only going to be able to enforce your standards when it comes to the public schools, the public colleges, and the public academia. Not anymore. Dragon turned her head, surprised. Wait, had she really? I spoke with the Cardinal yesterday, and we agreed the religious establishments of learning would greatly benefit from this reform too. The daily hour of religious teachings will be left untouched, provided the teachers respect my will. Some of the edicts the Minister of Industry knew, like expressly forbidding things like flagellation for redemption, engines of torture for punishment, and fanaticism as a doctrinal thought. It said very disturbing things for the Imperium that yes, those had to be enforced during the first decade after they landed on Nyx. That should be of immense help, yes, Your Celestial Highness. Alexei Sidorakis answered with gratitude obvious on his face. The private schools, alas, I don't know how to deal with. I almost had a riot of barons on the doorstep of my ministry when I dared suggest their children would benefit from the mandatory 3 hours of sport every 2 days that are already implemented for the public schools. Why was no one around this table surprised? Oh yes, the dukes, counts, and other nobles were defanged when it came to the military and economic fields, but in the domain of culture, they remained a potent force. For this year, Taylor didn't look happy at all. Ignore them. We will speak of the matter again in a few standards months when the reforms of the other schools and colleges will be, I hope, well advanced and providing tangible benefits for Nix and the Nixians. They represent only a small percentage of students as a whole, correct? Correct, Your Celestial Highness, around 0.6% of all children, teenagers, and young adults currently registered. But as I am sure you are aware, they are very influential. The sigh after these words proved that yes, Taylor was indeed painfully aware of this. And now the last point. Dragon. The tinker rolled her eyes. If you thought the Mechanicus was going to change its mind because you asked nicely, I am sorry to disappoint you. Implant L110011 is considered to be a blessed cog gateway on the path of the quest, and won't be handed to non-Mechanicus personnel. Needless to say, the chosen of the Omnissiah wasn't impressed by the stubbornness of certain magi and archmagi. I was told by Lankovar himself we could easily reconfigure the implants to block all possibility of students gaining access to the noosphere. And it would enormously facilitate recruitment for the Mechanicus when students want to join the technology-specialized colleges. Lankovar is a radical when it comes to implants. A majority of the Mechanicus Council opposes him on this front. Dragon certainly didn't, but in this case, she had to bow to the inevitable. They propose psycho-indoctrination as a viable alternative. The Queen of the Swarm didn't face-palm, but she wasn't far from showing her unhappiness in such a comical way. Emperor, give me strength, the ruler of Nix muttered. Do they realize there are incredibly good reasons why we only give some psycho-indoctrination to the Astartes and some of our elite military units? It imparts knowledge, but not understanding. And the mental damage it can cause if done improperly is. The Basileia didn't finish her sentence. It was probably for the better, because given how much she was glaring, a lot of her words would be impressive curses. The basic mnemotechniques are good for a few lessons and some electives, but aren't sufficient by themselves. Dragon pointed out. I know. Here, the annoyance was clear. I know. Alexei Sidorakis cleared his throat. Implants are an advantage whose importance is difficult to understate. The recent studies I was given access to suggest that in a single year, an implant like the L110011 confers the ability to assimilate over 1,000 additional hours of teachings compared to someone who doesn't have it. The benefits when it comes to memory increases can't be underestimated either. So we need implants. Taylor concluded decisively, before focusing on her again. I suppose the nobles in private schools don't use the L110011 implant, reluctant as they are to give access to it to anyone outside the Mechanicus. They don't. Dragon acknowledged. I haven't made a survey, but I know certain families like the Brasidas and the Signellas went for an implant they call the LN5. Performance. Inferior to the L110011 by about 20%, the Minister of Industry shrugged. But it's certainly a good implant. It would easily solve a few educational problems for the next decades. And yes, Dragon knew it was imperfect, the Mechanicus implants were far better. But on the other hand, maybe seeing billions of Nixians access mid-level lore and not go crazy with it would convince the Archmagi to relax and cancel some of their most ridiculous laws. There is only one big problem. Implant LN5 is produced on what I consider artisanal scale. And it is expensive. How expensive are we talking about? The cheaper model is sold at 200,000 throne gelts, Alexei Sidorakis replied for her. And certain dukes choose custom-made patterns which can go for as much as 5 million. It was really fascinating to see the stars-filled eyes stare unflinchingly. Several meters away, the adjutant spiders were tapping frenetically on their machines. The power of administration was at work, and it wanted an answer. Price is a secondary concern when it comes to the education reform. The voice was razor-sharp, and the woman who had crushed trillions of Xenos had made her decision. Dragon, I want a plan within 10 days of what is necessary to produce the implants. Minister Sidorakis, you will select the optimal implant. Obviously we aren't going to need the special custom-made implant of 5 million throne gelts, but we need something which will generate as few complaints as possible, in the name of equality. Yes, Your Celestial Highness. Training Zone Gamma 3. 2.022.313 M35. Sergeant Igor Vishev. The youngsters were getting increasingly naive these days, Igor mused. Poor bastards. They had thought that because the Basileia came on this fine morning to participate in the training exercise, it was going to be easy. Obviously, after running 10 kilometers or trying to with a bag of rocks on their back, their optimism may have faded a bit. And if not, the competition at the shooting range followed by unplanned tactical exercises, emergency maintenance and more strenuous activities had certainly done it. Everyone had sweated, to be clear. Igor felt like he had lost 2 or 3 kilos, personally. But that was why he had remained a sergeant while everyone from colonel to private was eager to grab a new rank. He had started as sergeant, he would end his career as a sergeant. And besides, when Weaver herself told everyone to run, the officers ran with her. And Igor to his satisfaction could still beat most of them. In fact, he had beaten his old score at the shooting range. The lasguns of the first colonel were not his favorite weapon, but they came as a close second. And the targets of the firing range were a mere 200 meters away. Though the advanced targeting stuff had been deactivated, it wasn't that difficult to earn himself a score of 97 out of 100. It was a good day to be a sergeant of the Imperial Guard. He would still love to have a shower. It shouldn't take too long now. Half of the regiment was looking dead on its feet. Thus it was a minor surprise when the cogboys began to change the targets, replacing the old-fashioned circles used for the lasguns with enormous metallic objects. From afar, they could be mistaken as a space marine by a 3-year-old, but they were not. They were just slabs of metal shaped vaguely like something humanoid. The reason for that change came when the new weapons arrived. Igor was familiar with every weapon the Fey 20th and the other infantry regiments were given in the last years. That was why he was sure none of the guns which were presented to them were part of the standard kit they could write a request for. Before he knew it, he was on the firing range once more. And the weapon he had transported by with a youngster was heavy, damn it. What it is, Sergeant? A plasma gun, for sure, Igor replied, but one I have never seen before. I should hope not, an amused voice interjected, they came straight from Riza, and the Nixian Mechanikus only unpacked them yesterday. Igor instinctively saluted. Major, he grunted. Yes, Weaver wasn't a major anymore, but she would always be the major for him. Igor, still a sergeant I see. You know me, Major. The smile told him she understood. It was all he wanted. Besides, why would he try to get a promotion? With the money he had, it wasn't like he needed the throne gelts. Kamarak had made him a very rich guardsman. Leaving the ranks and getting youngsters to call you captain or major would only bring more problems upon his head. And the fun he enjoyed every day would disappear. Yes, I do. Weaver nodded before kneeling by the side of the new weapon. Medium caliber rotary plasma cannon. 6 barrels. And a marked increase in lethality and range. And as you can clearly see, mounted on a tripod with some other tools to stabilize it. Try the basic aiming exercises with it. Igor tried. He rather liked it. Easier to handle than a lascannon, Major, he said. But then, the big laser weapons had to be towed by a truck most of the time, and using them on the offensive gave you headaches. Most of the time, they were mounted on vehicles or placed on defensive positions prepared hours before any possible enemy assault. This rotary plasma cannon certainly was lighter and could be transported with them in a chimera or any other transport. But it was a plasma weapon. And the overheating problems. The Major pressed the green button, and instantly the weapon began to feel really, really cold, oh, and started to shine in a very brilliant blue color. Riza is testing a new coolant with this one. You best take heavy gloves to wield it, though, she added after a shrug. They really solved the overheating problem that way. He didn't bother hiding his frown and doubts. Not exactly. You must have noticed there are 6 barrels. But thanks to this little box, the object on the right side was rectangle-shaped and looking like a metal box where you stored your rations, only one will fire at any time. Then after 100 shots from the first barrel, the inbuilt cogitator stops the fire, and forces the wielder to use the second barrel, while the coolant does its job with the first. By the time you've used your 100 shots from the 6th barrel, the theoretical is that the first one will have had time to be returned to a state where it will able to fire 100 shots and not overheat. And if it is still too hot? Igor asked warily. The main danger with a plasma gun was always overheating. The ones they had been given for the Monolith and Artyom were way more reliable than the previous ones, but they remained dangerous. In the thick of the fight, you tended to fire as much as you could, and overheating had killed many, many guardsmen. More plasma gunners than the enemy killed, at any rate. The red light will shine brightly, and you won't be able to fire until the coolant has done its job. Igor hadn't thought that would be the answer, but yet, he had to admit, it was better than the gun overheating in your face. Now give it a test. Yes, Major. The assembly and arming procedure was rather simple, and was repeated 3 times until they could do it blindfolded. He aimed. Fire. The ball of superheated plasma was rather small, all told. But it burned like a second sun. And Igor fired a second. A third. There was cold. There was venting. But everything held. The gun was almost like a hungry beast, and the recoil was light for such a magnificent weapon. After the 10th time he fired, Igor stopped. This was because the target, the ugly slab of metal, had an enormous hole in it, having carved through the chest. All right, Igor managed to get over his surprise before several of his fellow veterans. Most of them were gaping at the devastation. Where do I buy one, Major? Nix System. Jagatai Celerity Shipyard. Headquarters of the Nix Compact. 2.031.313 M35. Rogue Trader Lady Magdalena Orpheus. They called it a room, but it had enough space to be considered a palace in its own right. It was generously lavished with precious things, to the point that it could be considered a decent museum by the number of historical objects it displayed. Yet for all of the splendor, by Rogue Trader standards it remained very modest. The Basileia had brought soft carpets of red and gold color, along with a few paintings, a tyrannid skull, and some other curiosities. But the chairs which had made the journey from Nix to the orbital shipyard were chosen more for their comfort than their decorations. They certainly weren't thrones or the kind of needlessly exalted seats some lords chose to proclaim their greatness. Lady Weaver looked at one of her adjutant spiders, and the arachnid theatrically presented her a golden pocket watch. It seems no one else intends to come today. The Basileia of Nix commented with an eyebrow raised. I have to admit I expected my invitation to be picked up by more rogue traders. To be honest, Magdalena had thought the same. The terms of the compact the black-haired saint had explained at Macridge were restrictive, but hardly tyrannical. There were enormous opportunities for profit while remaining perfectly loyal. Yet today near all the holders of the warrant of trade present were already calling Nix their home port. There was Wolfgang Bach, flanked by the two blonde daughters of Lord High Admiral von Lehengram. On his right, Dennis Peters awaited, in a rather elegant white uniform, the assassin Gabriella Jordan standing behind him like a vigilant shadow. There was Amanda Salvia, captain of the Wasp, she who once had been known as Aliena Sinblade, humbly standing in a modest pilgrim robe of crimson color. The only two people who could be called newcomers were the huge black swordsman and his athletic wife, and the two lovebirds Guts and Casca, were they? Had used the facilities of Jagatai's celerity since everyone returned from Macridge. The return of the Primarches may have convinced some rogue traders to hedge their bets for now, Wolfgang voiced a very plausible guess. While I've so far not heard that any of them intend to create new compacts, they certainly have the authority to do so. And if they do, Magdalena added, they will have the prestige, and possibly push forwards documents with fewer guidelines. This is not only possible, but very likely, their benefactor answered smoothly, but I think that if they expect Lord Robert Guillemon to give them unlimited support in exchange for vague promises, they will be very disappointed. Magdalena felt herself nodding along with the others. She had met the Primarch of the Ultramarines only twice personally, but the Lord of Ultramar did not feel like a rogue trader man. The existence of the warrants of trade was perfectly lawful, and Guillemon wouldn't act against them. He would even use some of them for his own purposes. But anyone who thought they would get full support from him with no counterbalance was in for a rude awakening. And though he hadn't been mentioned, Rogel Dorn was not the type to use rogue traders. Magdalena had no idea if the other Primarches would consider the use of compacts, however. Any question about the rules for additional signatories for the Nix compact? No, Dennis answered in the name of all. I think you've been very clear. If more want to join, well first they have to pay the modest entrance fee. And it was a very modest price, really. 1 million throne gelds of the Nix sector had to be basically pocket money, considering the costs involved with the maintenance and the operation of a starship. If it was intolerable for your pockets, then you were quite close to being ruined. The potential additions must have a warrant of trade, of course, Lord Clockblocker continued, and one of the members of the Nix compact must be willing to sponsor them. Then the majority of the compact must not disapprove, and Nix mustn't be given a reason to exert its veto right. And before any partial observer shouted angrily this was an awful way to limit the numbers of future rogue trader recruits, these conditions were very reasonable compared to other compacts. Magdalena was aware of several which had not accepted any reinforcements since the dawn of the Imperium because they had added a clause that each member had a veto right, and only the Master of Mankind could ignore their objections. Good, the golden-winged angel smiled. Now for the tasks, as I am sure you are aware, the training cycles have been slightly delayed, but the manpower requirements for each of your expeditions are going to be resolved quickly, or so Archmagos Sultan assures me. Obviously, that still makes the theoretical dates of departure for this year incredibly impractical. I was thinking the Sanguinilla of 314 might be a more realistic deployment day. Fine with me, the huge black swordsman declared, not even bothering to hide that there hadn't been much thought behind his answer, and getting a nudge from his wife as a consequence. One by one, they voiced their approval. After that, the real ceremony could begin. One by one, the adjutant spiders handed each of them a golden pen filled with red ink. One by one, they signed the voluminous book, which was bathed in the light of a sizable ether gold crystal. On this day, the Nix compact was well and truly born. Somewhere in the Nix system. The Umbra Mobile Docks. 2.049.313 M35. Basileia Taylor A Bear. The model was 10 meters long and 1 meter tall. It was painted black and whoever had done it was a real artist. It really looked like one of the submarines which had once dived in the oceans of old Earth. This is quite a difference from all the starships the Imperium builds and commissions every day. Taylor commented. It was no exaggeration. In fact, it was a huge understatement. There was no adamantium prow. Correction, there was. Do you intend to use any adamantium to build them, by curiosity? The black hooded figure didn't seem to be offended by the question. Some will be used to strengthen the internal structure, yes. It will remain a fraction of what is used for capital ships, obviously. Yes, obviously. This is going to be a heavily automated ship. 1 kilometer long, but a crew of only 600. Our operatives, replied the man who had only given her the designation operative U, are very resourceful, and the training for the ship crews is exacting. The insect mistress really didn't like hearing that. The discipline in the Imperial Navy too often made her uncomfortable. Some things certain captains were known to do she would never have tolerated in an Ixian regiment, but at least the sailors and their officers were very bad at keeping secrets when it came to life aboard a warship. Not so for the Officio Assassinorum. Well, it is your prerogative and your choice. The Basilea placed several data slates on a nearby table. You will find the details of the technology transfers there. Mars agreed to release what you wanted. Except the torpedoes and the other ship-killer weapons, that is. The Fabricator General and the Shadow Committee want to have full control of them. Stocks will be built at certain depots, one of them being Nyx. The Lady of Nyx really didn't blame the High Lord of the Adeptus Mechanicus and his advisors. The silent submarines of the Void, as they had mentioned in some conversations, would be extremely difficult to track without extremely advanced detection technology. However, as long as the Dark Knot submarines had only a limited stock of weapons on board, the risks were far more manageable. I suppose these conditions are not ones Mars want to negotiate on. Operative U said coldly. They aren't. Taylor cleared her throat as several of her beetle dreadnoughts arrived, each one carrying a sizable container that could have been mistaken for a black sarcophagus. What was inside, however, was far more precious than any mummy. The power armor prototypes that were agreed upon, she paused. For the Accords, to be tested in presence of the Raven Guard 1st Company watchman. I see. Specifics. From the outside, an enemy would assume the creations are human-sized diminutive copies of the Mark VI power armor that so many Imperial and traitor eyes have associated with the Sons of Korux. This will be the last mistake they ever make. These power armors are far more advanced kilogram for kilogram, and their furtive technology is one level above the Mark VI entirely. It went without saying there were some drawbacks. The agility and versatility gained on one side had required some sacrifices on other fields. This Assassinorum power armor was without equal for sabotage missions, and its resistance to energy and bladed weapons was higher than the Mark III carapace armor currently built in the manufactorum of Nyx. But on a conventional battlefield, the wearer of this black-painted armor would likely be the first to die. The power armors of the Silver Rose's Templar Sororitas were far better at keeping their owner alive. One more proof in this galaxy that sometimes, overspecialization could kill you if you stepped one toe outside your area of expertise. The Grand Mistress will be pleased. Taylor wished she could say she felt relief, but when Lemon Russ, son of the Emperor and honorary barbarian king, warned you that someone was highly dangerous, you took it seriously. I am glad to hear it. She answered seriously. As far as the other projects are concerned, as I already warned, the tech priests are busy creating more and more designs for them. There is a certain amount of progress, but nothing can be rushed at this stage. As was expected, and the Officio is aware they are doing their best. The more he talked, the less certain Taylor was that Operative U had been born a man. Or a woman. Or... Corvus Korux had admitted to her in private that he could generally guess in 1 minute which temple had trained which assassin, but the golden-winged para-human acknowledged she did not have his talent. Or Operative U was that good. I also bring a warning from the Grand Mistress. Twice in the last year, agents known to be in the service of the Everzer Temple have attended receptions organized by Clan Van Dyer. The Angel of Sacrifice grimaced inwardly. Everzer. The murder machines which thought the definition of collateral damage meant kill them all, and let the Emperor sort them out. Great. Just great. Yes, that was sarcasm. I was under the impression certain backdoors had been permanently closed when the Grand Mistress earned her current position. They have. In at least one case, we are sure the Everzer agent requested the invitation, not the reverse. So there may be a high-ranking member of Everzer who had decided to make an alliance with the High Lord of the Administratum. I heed the warning. It wasn't like she could do anything else, for now. Approximate location redacted. Date classified. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. It took a lot to ensure 50 Inquisitors and Lords or Lady Inquisitors remained silent in a single room. No matter how seriously the members of the Holy Ordos took their duties, the internal bickering had never stopped since the Inquisition's founding. It likely never would stop as long as mankind existed, Odysseus was sure of that, alas. But an old map of the galaxy? A million-years-old map of the galaxy, a galaxy ravaged by warp storms and near-unbelievable cosmic disasters? A map where the devastation was so terrible the Immaterium had poured so much into the Matrium that a gigantic warp rift was to be seen from the halo stars to the eastern fringe? Oh yes, for about 2 minutes, there was complete silence. The map was obtained from the local Necrons, wasn't it? One of the new representatives of the Ordo Xenos inquired. It was, Pedro de Moray, now the Lord of the Nixian Conclave, answered honestly. Lady Weaver obtained it in our name, as well as several copies. I was given to understand one of them is on its way to the Imperial Palace, as the Watchers of the Throne were very interested in this information. If there was anyone who was surprised by the revelation, he or she hid it well. Something puzzles me, a female inquisitor of the Ordo Astra spoke up. The damage done by the war in heaven is clearly consistent with the planets of the Pylon network Her Celestial Highness knew of. But unlike all the warp storms we are familiar with, the Eye of Terror was a region unaffected by the engulfing madness. Why did the Necrons and the fell entities they took command from bother investing in such a difficult project? Not that I am complaining, of course. Odysseus knew the answer very well, and he felt he owed it to all his colleagues to answer frankly. That's because the purpose of this ring was not to save the galaxy from the warp storms, the old and not retired Lord Inquisitor spoke. It was to be the preliminary plan to cut that entire region off from the warp, as the prelude of the grand assault the Cetan were about to launch against the core worlds of the Eldar Empire. This time, the reactions were far more noticeable. By inquisitorial standards, of course. Eyebrows rose. Fingers twitched. Some men and women decided to drink serenely the drinks in front of them after numerous poison checks. I was made to believe, an inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos began with a touch of irony, that the Long Ears were winning the first and greatest war. Clearly their information was a bit erroneous. Yes, Inquisitor Contessa agreed. The Eldar's benefactors and masters, the old ones, were nearly exterminated by that point. Most of the other races were crippled or on death's door. Only the Eldar, the predecessors of the Orcs, and some of the most powerful races like the Hrud were left in sizable numbers, and they were all cornered. While we don't have an exact timetable, the activation of the Pylon network was the beginning of the end. If the Necrons had not turned against the Cetan by the will of the Silent King, the Eldar would have followed their masters into the grave. There were some whispers in the next seconds. Some of them likely muttered something about how sad it was that the Legions of Metal had not finished the job. I trust everyone understands why the new edict forbids any organization to mine the central Pylon network for its noctilith. It is understood, Lord Inquisitor, Zoe Zircon of the Ordo Machinum replied for the 49 Inquisitors. Though of course, as I am sure you are aware, it is going to intensify the competition to obtain more noctilith by other means. Many petty wars are already fought for the Blackstone deposits. He was aware of it, yes. Some Inquisitors wanted to study the potential of the noctilith for themselves. Others felt that by grabbing large quantities of it, they would be rewarded by a proportional tonnage of ether gold by Lady Weaver once the purification process was done. This can't be avoided. Pedro de Moray answered for the Nixian Conclave. But the conflicts will be monitored. And every Inquisitor who wants to make bargains with Her Celestial Highness or this conclave will be tested by the radiance of the God Emperor. The traitors are indeed busy trying to develop their own arsenals of corrupted noctilith. An Inquisitor which was more metallic prosthetics than flesh agreed, let's not offer them the opportunity to test their weapons against one of our greatest chaos countermeasures. Indeed, Pedro echoed. But I did not show you this map just to let you acknowledge the magnitude of the threat our Malleus prevents from coming true year after year. The silence returned, and it was one where vigilance coexisted with a small amount of confusion. While our esteemed colleague pointed out the Eye of Terror did not exist at the time, there is an Empyrean anomaly which preceded all others already present 65 million years before the age of the Imperium. The Maelstrom, Thanatos Gamma spoke for the first time of this meeting. And it was correct. But it was not the small anomaly they were all familiar with. No, the Maelstrom of the war in heaven was a gigantic vortex of malice, easily 3 times the size of the Eye of Terror in the 35th millennium. It was a wound in reality which had swallowed most of the galactic core. It was the death of everything sane, and Odysseus really didn't want to think about what had happened to all the species of the time which had been too close to it when it opened. It is a shadow of what it once was, this map makes it clear. And yet, Odysseus declared, the Necrons were unable to close it completely. No one had a defiant retort for that. And on many faces, there was a distinct lack of emotion. The old Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus could appreciate it, for he had shown the same not too long ago. Yes, it was easy to repeat the obvious and affirm in public that the Fifth Black Crusade had been the word-bearers and their damned Gene-sire piling up madness on top of madness. But what if the Chaos Marines had managed to break Cadia, Fenris, and many other planets? What if they had sacrificed trillions upon trillion of souls and inflicted enough cracks to the Pylon network? The Maelstrom was still there. There were other warp storms in the galaxy. And the ruinous powers, as unpredictable as they were, could always be counted upon to make a bad situation worse. They would widen the cracks into the fabric of the reality. Enormous quantities of noctilith would be lost, and chaos would imbue some to give it to its greatest champions. As long as this old wound exists, it represents an unacceptable risk, one of his Malleus peers agreed. Unfortunately, as it stands right now, we don't have the tools to correct this problem. Yes, Pedro de Moray told him. And that's why of all you were invited today. The Eye of Terror. The Plague Planet Death Guard home world. Temporal anomaly date estimation impossible. Primarch Mortarion. According to the blessings of the fetid tide, Nurgle's ability to forgive was limitless. Thousands of years ago, the cult of the Seven Plagues had preached there was only joy and generosity in Decay's embrace. When the Plague Marines marched, the great unclean ones praised them and told them that it didn't matter if victory or death awaited them on the battlefield, for the Grandfather would eventually win. All the enemies of the Lord of Pandemics would eventually succumb to entropy. It was inevitable. When the brute on his skull throne would starve after blood dried on a billion battlefields, and the plots of the Crystal Labyrinth would eventually cause the Architect's doom, decay couldn't be stopped. All of it was a lie. Lies, more lies, and one could add a mountain of lies on top of that. Generosity in the essence of Nurgle was like the thin layer of paint of a war engine, it easily disappeared the moment the first guns fired. Then there was only spite and cruelty. That was the truth of what decay was. Spite, cruelty, and a soup of poison some imbeciles mistook to be a path to admire. Mortarion had no doubt about it. Just like he had no doubt the other Primarches sworn to different gods of the Chaos Pantheon had been brainwashed into malleable and disgusting parodies of their old selves. But not him. Oh no, not him. Nurgle had figured that since spite already burned in his two hearts when he was still a being of flesh and blood, then this state of affairs must continue. Mortarion knew he was a master of spite and hatred, but here, there was a being which towered over him. It was infuriating. He nursed his grudges, of course. But there was no victory to be found. He hated it. He knew Nurgle enjoyed it. The Grandfather was never shy informing him when he read his thoughts before sending him out on an errand. Magnus' sons were wrong, he grunted. All is filth, not dust. In past times, he would have used silence to make a point or two. Now it was impossible. As he had said before, the Lord of Plagues didn't forget, and he assuredly didn't forgive. The second battle of the Tyrant Star, though it had ended with the defeat of Nagash, had been a catastrophe for the forces of decay. Only 1 in 7 of the Plague Marines committed had survived the final assault. The shard of the goddess Isha had escaped the grasp of the rotting corruptor. More cultists, ships, and assets had been lost when the Imperial Navy ambushed them on their way back to the Eye of Terror. And the Herald, his ungrateful and treacherous son, had of course lost the last fragile ties which kept him mortal. The Terminus EST was left behind, lost with all hands, along with many battleships of the Death Guard, and the new Gore Queen had promptly thrown the hulls into a nearby star. This was a disaster. Someone had to pay. As he was the first to return, being banished before Nagash was vanquished, spite and hatred logically indicated he was to be held responsible for the defeat. I wonder, the Daemon Primarch grunted, how much of Ahriman's defiant gesture inspired the Grandfather for this latest punishment? The answer, he felt, was likely a lot. Mortarion's essence was concentrated here, on the tallest peak of the Plague Planet, where the Black Mans had once stood. Once, for Nurgle had raised it with an army of Nurglings before his eyes. And they had built him a throne. It was an insult, of course. But there had been no escape. There had only been waiting to be dragged to it, and then the true punishment had begun. For yes, it was a throne of decay and filth. Uncountable diseases covered it, and entered and left Mortarion's essence so as to provoke more sensations of pain. But it was more than that. It was his prison. And as Nurgle's spite was legendary, it was also the solution the god had found to rebuild the numbers of the Death Guard. Did you see it, Emperor? At least he could still let his eyes wander over the polluted skies. And no matter how much Nurgle tried to hide it behind gas and pollutants, the light was there. The light of the Astronomicon, the dreaded fire tide the Lords of Chaos feared, was burning brighter and brighter. Did you know what was going to happen? Unfortunately, no answer came. Or was it fortunately? Mortarion didn't even know anymore what he wanted to hear. Most of what he was survived on spite these days. His own essence and the appearance he had to present to the galaxy disgusted him. As for you, Typhus, you finally got what you deserved. His relish was evident, and he didn't bother hiding it. You always proclaimed that what you did was the will of the gods. How does it feel when they turn against you? Typhus heard the words, of course. No matter how far away he was from his throne, in the swamps of the Plague Planet, Typhus would hear him. But the former herald couldn't answer. That was what happened when your essence had been permanently changed to present you with a toad's head, cursed to speak in a language nobody, not even the demonic, understood. Mortarion knew what the Grandfather had done. For his failures, his former first captain was condemned to speak eternally in the ancient tongue of the former favorite servants of the Old Ones. And to add insult to the injury, Typhus now more looked like a giant amphibian creature squeezed into a Plague Marine's armor. It was ingratitude at its finest. It was a powerful reminder that they were tools to be wielded and discarded by the gods when they broke. It didn't matter how well you served Nurgle. What truly mattered was that at some point, the god of decay would lose all interest in you. Typhus was no longer mortal. Typhus couldn't be the traveler anymore. And worst of all, Mortarion was almost certain Nurgle hadn't anticipated it. The punishment was thus akin to those old myths their genitor had often mentioned. Typhus was a daemon prince, the highest reward a champion of the gods could aspire to. He was also a large armored amphibian condemned to drag a night-sized boulder behind him, and the chains biting into his essence had been forged by the smiths of the Forge of Souls, thus every moment was agony. 7 demons whipped him 7 times per cycle of life and death. Last but not least, no matter the direction Typhus tried to move towards, magnificent fruits grew in front of him. Sumptuous foods smelling divine materialized by the will of decay. The fetid pools turned into lakes of crystal clear water. Only every time Typhus appeared to be seduced by the paradise blossoming before him, or succumb to the food and water he didn't need anymore, there was an army of Nurglings to descend upon it, and returned it to its decaying swamp appearance, devouring the fruits and soiling the waters. And this punishment he will suffer, for a very, very long time. Not that time was something Nurgle had scarcity of here, in this pit so close to the garden. And not that his own punishment was enjoyable. The throne which he was shackled to was his prison, yes. But the reason it was one was because 7 large roots had stabbed his essence, and were now biting him to a massive, disgusting tree. The tree was a creation of the grandfather, of course. That much was obvious for anyone unlucky enough to see it. It was a tall, twisted thing. It had thorns that could kill a mortal with a mere scratch. Its smell was so pungent even an Astartes would die before touching the trunk. And accomplishing this exploit would likely give you fast-spreading necrosis. But it bears fruit. And in these fruits, a twisted copy of my gene seed exists. By all rights, this should be impossible. Mortarion was a daemon primarch. As such, he couldn't give out genetic material to create more plague marines, voluntarily or involuntarily. But Nurgle had clearly found a solution which allowed him to mitigate that problem. The second part of this plan was the eggs. Once the aspirants ate the rotting fruits, the legionnaires plunged them into the transparent eggs born of 7 deaths in a foul ritual. Once the eggs hatched, there would be a plague marine. Or so was Nurgle's intention, at least. For now, the subjects who had survived the process 1 in 7 were weak and unworthy to be called his sons. They were very much like the bolter fodder they had used during the final states of the rebellion and the siege of Terra. But, and that Mortarion had not missed it, with the number of potential aspirants Glutherskirvithrax had returned with, the god of decay wasn't going to find itself lacking in resources anytime soon. Nurgle was creating an impressive number of proto-Astartes. They wouldn't have the strength or skill of his sons. But there would be a lot of them. Father, one of the newborn things croaked. Mortarion instinctively hated him. It was something twisted, hungry, amphibian-eyed, and unworthy to call itself human, never mind a legionnaire Astartes. You are not my son. Begone. The servants laughed in the distance. And then he heard the whispers. The garden was spreading rot and more epidemics here. Mortarion heard a name. Militia. I want militia to be brought here. Nyx system. Nyx sector. Somewhere under the surface of Nyx. 2.150.313 M35. Regina Way CAO. It had taken a small mountain of documents before they were finally authorized to be escorted blindfolded to this ultra-secret genetic lab. The first sights were worth the wait, however. Before their eyes, there were sanguinary priests of different chapters of the Sons of Sanguinius working on advanced cures. There were large quantities of Bacta being checked over and over before they were ready to be transported to the patients who needed them the most or to Holy Terra itself. Janitors prepared sophisticated machinery that would be eventually tested in the hospitals of Hive Athena. New treatments were imagined for the various allergies which might occur during a rejuvenation injection. Way supposed no one would be surprised to hear that the tech priests and the other workers here, be they insect or human, took security very, very seriously. If she, the consort of the Basileia, had endured a screening process of months, then unlucky Nyxians would never see this lab with their own eyes unless something went very, very wrong. The same was true of Marianne Gutenberg, who as a high lady's daughter, had access to a disturbing amount of high-level information, and yet this time, it had been of no help. No step out of the main corridor was tolerated, they had been warned. As there were massive blaster turrets ready to fire, this was no idle threat. Amagos had told them that there were cogitators somewhere ordered to analyze their gene code and prepare the most adequate answer in the databases available. Unsubtle, they had also been reminded that as this lab worked on many cures, they had the poisons available too. This was just the part which was visible. The sensation the Regina felt as she took each step forwards hinted there was a large artifact made of ether gold somewhere. And the 2 ceremonial dreadnought beetles were too obvious to not conclude that millions of insects were hidden somewhere. When there were air vents of Athena built for the sole purpose of providing an avenue of attack to the spiders, it wasn't too much of a reach to assume her wife had found other clever methods to protect this vital installation. Of course, the amusement ended quick as Taylor invited them to a room where there was nothing but a tank filled with golden bacta and a few chairs facing it. Sign there was something weird going on. The adjutant spider escorting them didn't enter and closed the door once Marianne was in. You've been mysterious in the last days, Taylor. She decided to speak before the silence became annoying. And you led us into one of your secret lairs. What is happening? I can't get pregnant. What? She wasn't the only one to have it blurted out. Marianne had done too. The adamantium-clad face, unfortunately, convinced her she had correctly heard. Or to be more exact, I can't get pregnant anymore. Her wife offered her a very genuine grimace. I drank too deep the well of sacrifice, and well, while the mechanics of my internal body works fine, my body will likely put an end to it after a few months. Hope is the only reason a child would manage to survive that long, but it wouldn't end well in the end. I'm sorry. That's why you winced every time someone uttered the word sacrifice in the last days, isn't it? Marianne recovered faster from the shock than she, to be sure. Yes. I thought I knew the full price I would pay, but there are good reasons why the custodes, who are not exactly known for their human feelings, look at me with pity. Sacrifice can be the salvation of mankind. But it also can be a blade which will make your fingers bleed. Wei exhaled, and before Taylor could do anything to get out of the way, she hugged her. You should have said something sooner. She whispered into her wife's ear. But this is my legacy, of course she had to be stubborn about it. It is. Be quiet, ah good, a Basileia could still listen to the voice of reason. Yes, it is your legacy. No, it isn't your fault. You didn't ask for this, and so many times you would have died if it wasn't for your phenomenal set of powers. If you had died before today, I'm rather sure that wouldn't be a fine legacy. Or do you disagree? No. Marianne replied for her, placing a finger on Taylor's lips, making sure the question was therefore very rhetorical. The eyes were suddenly lit with cosmic fire, but it didn't last. The shoulders loosened, and her wife admitted defeat. Good, Wei said before giving her a second hug. Now that you finally told us what was bothering you, let us begin again. I suppose you arrived to this conclusion both with your genitors and your prognosticator diviners. The black-haired saint of sacrifice nodded. Then the solution is easy. We are a couple, Taylor. If you can't be pregnant, then that leaves me, and Marianne, if she feels courageous enough to walk with you to the altar. The vice-queen rolled her eyes. I told them there was a lot of politics involved, but young brides are so impatient these days. For several seconds, they laughed. The sound was a bit hysterical, but to be fair, it released a lot of the accumulated tension. Are you sure? Taylor asked hesitantly, her confidence not yet returned. You know we spoke of the risks after a certain irritating red-haired threat invited herself into our baths. This isn't just a medical surgery or a simple rejuvenation treatment, it is part psychic ritual of rebirth, part. I know. You won't be able to travel outside of Nyx for many years. While being on the receiving end of that, there's no way I will be willing to risk you for a warp travel, no matter how short it will be. You will be. Taylor, I know. Wei decided to grin. The worried face was genuine she knew, but it was honestly adorable how at certain times her wife was unwilling to go ahead with something. She placed her hands in hers. I have made my decision, and you know the moment is right. You have good subordinates now to do what needs to be done while, as your spiders say, you stay at the core of the web. Your next important military campaign is years away, both your psychers and your Magi Logis are in agreement about this. We will be there with you, Taylor. You won't be alone. Marianne hammered the message home. We will have daughters, and I will choose the names. This time it was successful, the Lady General Militant was back. How kind of you, Taylor snarked, to decide everything for me. You're very welcome, the Vice Queen answered shamelessly. I will choose the names and everything else, don't forget that. Wei hugged her again. This bribery method won't work again, the Regina heard the protest. And she decided to ignore it. Won't it? The Wuhane's noblewoman smirked. I'd better step up my game, then. Argovone System. Imperial Transport Starry Site. High orbit over Hishria. 3.156.313 M35. Colonel Angelos Livapopoulos. It is going to be pretty bad, Colonel. Come on, Ajax, it can't be worse than Mandragora. No, it can't, Colonel. But with all the respect I have for you, it is also going to be a hell lot colder than Mandragora ever was. A captain of the Imperial Guard shouldn't bother with all these little details. The next two words to be uttered would be censored by the Departamento Munitorum Propaganda, of that Angelos was sure. I know this isn't exactly the kind of planet one dreams to have a holiday on, the commanding officer of the Nyx 875th told his second. But I was told we would get reinforcements in priority for this mission, And new equipment? Well, we certainly got them. Ajax grimaced. Most of them are still extremely young, Angelos. Half a year isn't enough to change that. They were PDF boys and girls for a couple of years. They aren't ready for a walk on Hishria. This miserable ball of ice deserves its Death World label, all right. All our officers are veterans now. Unfortunately, there were still holes to be filled. There was a reason why Ajax, the most senior captain of the 875th, was serving as his second and not a far more experienced major. I realize it is less than ideal, but we will rotate our new blood with enough veterans to try to fix that. This should be enough. We are only supposed to deploy and assist the Fenritian refugees for a few weeks. We are only waiting for the convoy to form, and then we return to Nyx. Angelos was not important enough to know the exact value of that convoy, but everyone down to the lowest ranked recruit now knew it was a very big shipment of noctilith, iridium and other high-priced items. Much of it wasn't even mined here, but the higher UPS had decided that with one convoy, they would decrease the costs and ensure the Imperial Navy squadron protecting it wouldn't need to disperse. Of course, to make sure no one pilfered the cargoes, the noctilith and the rest were in need of fierce protectors. Which in turn explained their presence here. This can't come soon enough, Colonel. I swear these Fenritian are all crazy. Would you believe it? They're happy to land on this dreadful planet. Well, they're from the Fenris sector, the veteran of Mandragora replied reasonably. Look at the names of the planets. Midgardia, Frostheim, Gnarl Primus, most of their names are so bad they urge you to shiver for hours. The more you speak, Colonel, the more tempted I am to knock something heavy against your neck and dump you into an incinerator. I'm sure you know that would qualify as mutiny. But I would feel much better. Like Colonel Raven always said, it's the present which counts. Angelos Livopoulos found in him enough to make a chuckle. Raven not because it was his name, but the raven tattoo covering most of his face had been that kind of colonel everyone loved. The irony had been that on Mandragora, they had been scouting under the orders of a son of Korux. A true raven. It had ended in victory, but God Emperor, they still had nightmares about it today. The Necron fortress had been sabotaged, allowing an entire armored corps to flank many Xenos phalanxes, but the 875th had been slaughtered in return. 3 out of 4,000 men dead, and there was a reason why Angelo's right arm was Mechanicus made now. As you say, Ajax. Find the light. Find the optimism in you. I know it is sleeping, but make an effort to wake it up. So far, the only positive thing I see, sir, is that there are no Necrons to be found in this warmth-forsaken planet. Sir. Angelos laughed, and began to walk in direction of their lander, moving around several refugees of Midgardia, taking care not to trample them. By all rights, a transport of the Imperial Guard should not have refugees on board, it was simple good sense. But with a lot of infrastructure like the big maritime cruisers currently incomplete, and the new local chapter of Space Marines busy chasing away the big super predators off the projected landing zones, there was no other choice. All the while the colonel of the 875th tried to repeat to himself that compared to Mandragora, it was going to be easy. It didn't work, and it wasn't true. The descent on Hishria was this kind of joy you dreamed of never doing again in your life. It was like a nightmare of cold and darkness had seized you, no matter how impossible it sounded because the lander was supposed to endure near absolute zero temperatures. It was awful. It felt like you were the chew toy of something incredibly nasty. You begged for the hurricane of destruction to release your transport. Everyone emptied his or her stomach, and not always into the vomit bags. Angelos Livopoulos was not ashamed to say that when it ended, he murmured many prayers of gratitude to the Golden Throne, His Most Holy Majesty, and his saint for having spared his life. Colonel, I don't think I am able to walk after that. Well, he answered with difficulty, we are not in a combat zone. I formally give you permission to wait 5 minutes so you can recover and... What are you waiting for? The howl shout was so powerful it instinctively forced him to stand. An invitation? Welcome to Hishria. Get out of your shell and stand before me. No, a corporal who looked far younger than his age at the moment reacted, we haven't signed up for that. Tough luck, son, Angelos grimaced. You're in the guard now. And unless I am greatly mistaken, you are about to meet a living legend. Hishria. 3.160.313 M35. Captain Ajax Myrmikes. Ajax would have his revenge if it was the last thing he ever did. Damn it, the colonel knew how much he disliked Necron fortresses. Especially if they were underground. And yet when the time had come to send a company with the Winter Sharks and this was a ridiculous name, weren't they to be supposed to be wolves? They even had their wolfish beasts escorting them. Right, best to focus on the important thing. They were in a Necron tomb. They were walking in the tunnels of a Necron structure, the Kanopitak units which were currently lying lifelessly everywhere was sufficient for there to be any doubt. Praise the Emperor, nothing was moving. Thankfully, because if the Necrons woke up, Ajax didn't bet a single throne gelt on the lives of his men. He was not a coward. He was a captain of the Imperial Guard. And the Astartes may be able to survive, with their big heavy power armors. But the men of the 875th would stand no chance. Mere seconds ago, they had left behind a second crypt filled with thousands of Necron warriors. Don't look like a scared hare, little man, one of the Space Marines teased, his amusement incredibly clear. The Great Wolf sabotaged the energy core of this Xenos fortress. Nothing will wake up unless he wills it. What? And when were you going to inform us of this? He snapped. Damn the winter sharks and their Fenrisian humor. When watching you squirm stopped being funny, the long-fanged giant answered without a trace of apology in his voice. Oh, and be careful about the bridges. They may be unstable now that we depot-ward their rails. Please tell me that was a bad joke. The Space Marine bared his teeth, which of course was not reassuring at all. I was right and the Colonel was wrong. He grumbled for himself. This is worse than Mandragora. Ajax was sure he wouldn't be permitted to say that in front of the Basileia, unfortunately. They were in the presence of one of the God Emperor's sons. Surely this was exciting, right? Wrong. In fact, even if the Necrons hadn't been there, the Nixian captain would have been ill at ease. All the propaganda VI feeds he had seen of Primarchus so far weren't even close the real deal. They really didn't show the danger you felt in presence of one. Wherever Lemon Russ walked, you felt his savagery and the threat he represented. You felt like a defenseless Grox, ready for the slaughter. You were in the presence of something way too dangerous, too great to be fought with your lasgun. And now the Primarch was leading them into the depths of a Necron tomb. Ajax couldn't wait for them to be back in orbit above the ice ball. If they returned to orbit, there were always horror stories about how this kind of mission ended. The end of the adventure arrived without warning. Suddenly, there were no more stairs to descend into the sub-levels of the Xeno Citadel. There was only a single gate barring the way, and the winter sharks, obeying their sire's instructions, blew it up with several bags worth of explosive and some witchery manifesting as ice stalagmites. Despite everything inside him screaming it was a bad idea, they went through the opening the Lord of Wolves had just made. Ajax didn't really know what he had expected to find. There were Sons of Rus with them, so maybe a big treasure? Or relic weapons the perfidious Necrons had stolen from mankind. Or maps which told them where the Necrons slept across the galaxy. Once his helmet's sensors adapted to the complete lack of light, it was revealed to be none of that. There was a miniature pyramid, which was completely dark, and that was all. The hall was easily tall enough to house a few titans, but there was nothing. It was an entire vault of emptiness. Captain, what exactly are we supposed to be searching for? I don't know. The Primarch, though, appeared to know what he was looking for. He slammed his huge axe onto a specific part of the pyramid, and instantly, glyphs began to appear on the walls. The vault also began to feel bigger, as if that wasn't big enough. And for the first time, Lemon Russ didn't seem to be so savage. If anything, his stride was hesitant as he approached the wall. Ajax Myrmekes followed, and froze when he saw some of the descriptions. At first, they had seemed incomprehensible, but now there was a scene every loyal soldier of the Imperium recognized. How could they fail to comprehend a colossus of malevolent darkness challenging a crowned figure of light, as an angel was dying in a pool of blood? This is the final duel of the heresy, Lord. What in the name of the spiders was it doing here? Yes, Lemon Russ grunted. It is that. When my father was forced to kill his favorite son, who had betrayed us all. But before the glyphs changed, and a single figure stood in front of the arch-traitor's darkness, as the Emperor desperately tried to move, to recover as his death approached. It was a white wolf, and yet it was also a space marine. It was Gavriel Loken, Russ murmured. You saved him in the end. The son remained true, when the father did not. For this sacrifice, you will never be forgotten. The claw of darkness struck, and the white figure fell. But the arch-traitor, the Lord of Evil, had waited for too long. By striking down its opponent, it had created an opening. The sword of light sang and impaled the monster. It should have been me. The great wolf spoke as all fell, all lied dead on the ground, the Emperor, the arch-traitor, and the angel. But I was too stubborn, I could have wounded him like Sanguinius did and the regret had the weight of millennia behind it. It was sorrow, and it felt like the bite of the ice. They walked through the hall, and the glyphs changed. There were more scenes of battle. There were many wars. A lot of them looked to be about the greenskins, though Chaos Marines were also present in great numbers. But for most of them, Ajax didn't have any kind of reference. Until it changed. Until familiar glyphs of spiders and beetles appeared, the regiments of the Imperium charging to meet the Dark Eldar of Kumarak. Ajax watched as a greater abomination died. The Emperor's light burned brighter once more, and then the Fifth Black Crusade was shown. The Necrons of the Imga monolith were defeated. The Primarches returned. The armies of the Imperium battled the Tyranids. Lady Weaver destroyed the greatest of them, fragment of a greater monster horror. The glyphs began to vanish one by one. Whatever the purpose of this vault, it clearly had fulfilled it. Yet a glyph remained, while everything disappeared. It was something disturbing. It was a Necron symbol. It was a combination of complete and incomplete circles, shining in eerie blue light. What does it mean, Father? One of the Space Marines asked. In the language of wolves and men, my son, it best translates as terror. Lemon Russ scowled. I have to contact Terra and Nyx immediately. Claire 47 System. Claire 47. Gaius Mausoleum. 2.164.313 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. Today, Taylor had decided to be selfish. For 2 hours this morning, the Gaius Mausoleum was closed to anyone who didn't come with her, and her escort was limited to Artemis, the Dawnbreaker Guard, and one very arrogant Eldar. It felt selfish, and yet this time, Taylor had known she wouldn't have the strength to face all the graves again without crying. Not because she had remorse about Kumarak and the deaths which could have been avoided. No, the Lady General Militant had mourned the souls lost under her command, and she would continue to mourn them until she died. But now these dead men and women were only a minority of the deaths which had occurred during her military career. The Imga monolith, Mandragora, Tau, Makraj, Artyom. That it could have been definitely worse was only a meager consolation. Perhaps she had tried to forget it all these months, pushing away the thoughts. But she was the angel of sacrifice. She couldn't forget. I will build another marvel so that no one will forget what you did. How you saved the galaxy, again. There was no one there who would hear her voice faltering. The souls didn't answer. They were gone from this world for good, and mankind could only hope there was a better place waiting for them after their demises. The mausoleum of white marble was a memorial, it was not a gateway to the afterlife. But it was peaceful. It was an ideal of beauty, and she hoped it would remain that way for a long, long time. Then in the distance, the bells tolled. The 2 hours she had given herself were over. Taylor wiped the red tears which hadn't dried up, and turned away. On her way down, Diamantis was waiting for her, silent sentinel that felt really out place, given that he was the only trace of yellow paint to be found in a radius of several kilometers. This better not be a request to build another little fort near the spaceport, Husgirl. The Lady of Nyx let her lips twitch. Would I dare so soon after the last one, my lady? It was better for the peace of all involved that Taylor didn't answer that, really. There has been word from the Argovone system, my lady. A high-level Vermilion-level message from Lemon Russ himself. He found another Necron tomb on Hishria. Again. Taylor groaned. I know we placed a Space Marine chapter there right because of this very danger, but this is getting really ridiculous. How many has it been in the last month? 5. Actually, this is the 6th one. Though this time, they managed to pulverize the reawakening protocols before a single Necron marched for war. That's good news, several other times they hadn't been that lucky. Although the presence of Lemon Russ meant that in all cases, the collateral damage had been extremely limited. Then she blinked. But if that's the case, why is the message Vermilion-coded? Do you remember when Feeric Cryptek Nefertin informed you of these chambers of past mistakes and eternal memories, my lady? Oh, she didn't like where this was going. At all. I do, the Basilea of Nyx replied immediately. I also know you butchered the translation we were given, and that it was agreed it would be improbable to find one, since they were supposed to be incredibly rare. She paused for a moment. I suppose the Primarch found one and couldn't resist entering it. Diamantis' expression was answer by itself. All right. This is noteworthy, but it's not that big of a problem. I will have to inform Feeric Cryptek Nefertin, obviously, who will probably insist to send a few of her crypteks to examine the chamber. There is another problem. Apparently, Lemon Russ was able to see many past events of the Imperium's history, down to the Black Crusade and the Tyranid onslaught. Yes. It was after all what a chamber like that was supposed to do. There was a last glyph which burned at the end. One the Wolf King said felt like terror, in his own words. Your astropaths drew it while you were meditating, and we compared it to the list of dynasties the Necrons warned us about. There is a match. The blue sigil was complicated, and as always, most of the reasons why any Necron would choose it went way over her head. It had to do something with astrology, ego, and some other factors. Taylor didn't really care, to be honest. The name Diamantis had written below it, however. This is a warning. About the Maynarch dynasty. Come on, they had just negated the threat the Sodak dynasty represented, couldn't they have a break? Yes. The battle brother of the Imperial Fists told her. Of course, we don't know when it will be relevant. There were thousands of years of history. Taylor sighed and gave him a dry look. When had they been that lucky? Well, this is a problem. I'm really going to need a courier ship to send all the information to the Narush-Latsat dynasty. And unfortunately, I think it is going to stop there. My lady? Why not try a decapitating strike against these Maynarch? Surely they don't have a monolith like the dynasty of the Silent King has. No, they have something stronger, diamantize, total secrecy. No one among the Necrons we have interrogated so far have any clue where the tomb worlds of these bogeymen of the Necron species have been hidden. Ah. Yes, I see why it could be a problem, my lady. Understatement of the year, Husgirl, understatement of the year. Kalskov system. Kalskov. 3.192.313 M35. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. Before stepping a foot on Kalskov, Jeremiah had known Lady Weaver wasn't going to be happy. The scowl and the aura of wrath she harbored upon her return were just the validations of his warnings, it had to be said. The new governor is a cretin. Yes, the meeting had gone as well as could be hoped. What did you expect, my lady? He hated his father's guts. Obviously, the moment he became the new governor, he was going to undo everything he blamed his father for. I suppose I wanted to stay optimistic. Let us be thankful for small favors. The food production of Kalskov is part of tithe and trade agreements that can't be really changed by any governor. You could decrease the price you are willing to give for every ton of food, since her consort was the ruler of Wuhan, and Lady Weaver herself had total control of Nick's economy, maybe. No, Chapter Master. The use of his rank was a small warning, but one he heeded. I am not going to punish the farmers for the stupidity of their governor. Especially as you and I very well know any economic warfare would end up punishing them, not the governor. On that point, the Lady of Nyx was most likely right. The previous governor wouldn't have accepted that, but the previous governor was dead, and his dedication to managing his gubernatorial affairs had been so high that he had more or less left his sons be educated by their respective mothers. Unsurprisingly, the scions of the ruling line of Kalskov were strangers to each other. Equally unsurprisingly, when it comes to strangers and the quest for political power, they didn't consider each other family, much like their father had been considered an obstacle on their way to the throne. Do you want me to watch? No, Lady Weaver replied after several seconds. I am going to trade a favor or two with the new representative of the new Ordo the Inquisition is busy working on. This new governor is not just a cretin, I think he's greedy as hell too. A loud, genuine sigh arrived to his ears. It's not like I think removing him would be a miraculous solution, you understand. Yes. His brothers may not be as bad as him, but they aren't what one could call competent. True. They stayed here on top of the hills for several minutes, the wind striking them with its full strength, letting their cloaks fly in the wind. There are times where I am tempted to pour a large set of democratic measures into certain societies. They certainly couldn't do a worse job than certain inbred governors, my lady. The problem is that once they begin to gather things like Council of the People or National Committee of Salvation, in my long experience, the secessions are never far away. And until they have a threat bearing down on them, some societies appear to make cuts in the military budget at the first opportunity, yes. Jeremiah grunted in agreement. Really, he didn't understand why so many loudmouths were against funding the military, and yes, there were some of them in Nyx, fortunately very far away from any important position. The very purpose of a human government in this galaxy was to protect their citizens from the Xenos and all the other horrors that could invade their home world. This wasn't a novel notion, it was why the Emperor had launched the Great Crusade in the first place. Against the orcs and several other threats like the Tyranids, there was only military might standing between you and oblivion. A general disarmament was synonymous with standing naked and trying to convince the predator that no, you weren't particularly delicious. But enough about my problems with the governors of the Nyx sector. They walked in direction of the lake. Before they could reach its shore, there was a large splash, and instantly, there were 10 blue-skinned Eldar prostrating themselves before the Angel of Nyx. My Empress, the oldest and most powerful Xenos of the group spoke, in an incredibly smug tone. Remove that smug expression from your face, Loxiana of the Unsound Depths. Yes, the Queen of the Swarm had arrived at the same conclusion as he did. Yes, my Empress, well, at least she obeyed. The governor wants you as far away from his planet immediately. Fortunately for you, it is because he does not have any brains, not because you have caused trouble. You are also very lucky I still have aquarium ships and that I am building new water habitat modules for the Arena of Blades. We would prefer our own planet, my Empress. The musical tone put him on edge. The veteran Astartes in him knew how deadly their voice could be when they used their psyker abilities. It didn't matter that the bipedal transformed sirens were near naked with only shells and lake decorations affixed to their bodies, Jeremiah Isley acknowledged them for the threats they were. The reply of Lady Weaver was blunt and to the point. So far, you have done nothing to justify such a privilege. It was the turn of the ocean mistress to show a frown on her face, with her long ears twitching a lot. We are willing to do many things to swim in fresh oceans of wild water, my Empress. For what felt like an eternity, the eyes of the stars stared at the siren. One of my adjutants will oversee your travel on the aquarium ship, along with an inquisitor. Tell her everything you are ready to offer, and I will listen to your proposals. Yes, my Empress. The destroyer of Kamarak was about to turn away, but at the last moment stopped. Oh, and before I forget, listen attentively to my adjutant when she gives you all the security rules. I don't expect the Queen of Blades to return anytime soon, but I have been surprised before. As such, follow the rules. I won't lift a single finger if you anger Inaria Eldinesh. They said the sirens didn't shiver, but most of those prostrated on the stones delimiting the lake did a convincing imitation of it. We will obey. We do not want to have our tails cut off and be exhibited like vulgar net prizes in her arena, Empress. Jeremiah blinked. The choice of words was oddly specific, and knowing what he knew about Eldar life forms, completely deliberate. There was an interesting tale to learn here, no doubt. Our Elias system. T.O. City of Fioala. 3.214.313 M35. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. Dismirius could see the Tau was bewildered. But like every good engineer, the blue-skinned alien had the good sense not to question too much when a golden opportunity was to be seized. 100 ZFR Horizon accelerator engines? Yes, Lady Weaver, provided we have enough resources, we can build them within 2 of your years. Good. And yes, the resources will be provided, of course. Archmagos Lankovar here will transmit your requests and I will deliver them to you as quickly as my mining industry can. Of course, the Tau who apparently answered to the name of Fiol Nodachi was curious. Or maybe he was just astonished they were willing to buy their inferior creations when mankind had invented the warp drive millennia ago. But you are surely aware that, in order to advance. Technocratic engineer, I assure you I am well aware that an accelerator engine is capable of reaching, at best, 1/5 the speed of a warp drive. I don't expect your line of production to suddenly produce engines which will double the speed of Imperial spaceships. Lady Weaver looked at him, and Lankovar gave a curt nod. The knowledge would spread soon enough, and it wasn't like the Tau workers were going to spread the knowledge outside this system, since they would spend all their life here. Your accelerator engines do not require a Geller field to function, since they don't plunge their crews into the hellish dimension we call the warp, technocratic engineer. In a void battle, this is clearly a death sentence. But for long travels, your ZFR Horizon creation is a mature technology which won't get lost in the warp like so many ships were. This offers opportunities to the Imperium. Fiol Nodachi made a complicated gesture of reverence immediately, seeming contrite. I apologize, Queen of Arachan, I was. You were curious and intrigued, the chosen of the Omnissiah interrupted. This is understandable, and in this circumstance, it is not problematic. But let's make something very clear here and now, I won't always be willing or capable of giving you a straight answer. Sometimes, the stakes of the military operations are too important to be entrusted to the engineers who will build the technology of tomorrow. The next minutes were spent on logistical minutiae and some points about how the Tau workforce was recruited now. There were some intriguing practices, though Lankovar was realistic enough, proposing a few to some archmagi of Mars would be sufficient to give them aneurysms. Unless their brains melted first. That possibility couldn't be entirely disregarded. I have also arrived at a decision regarding a certain project. And this time, it was Lankovar's curiosity which spiked. The Technocratic Council will be formally placed in charge of the production lines of the Moth Guardian aircraft, and the Manta missile destroyer, albeit under Mechaniku's oversight. An order for 1,000 of the former and 2,000 of the latter will arrive on Tau before the end of the year 313. 1,000 blessings upon your house, Lady Weaver, Fiol Nodachi repeated his gesture of deep reverence, we will do our utmost to ensure you will not regret your decision. Dismirius, personally, was incredibly satisfied too. The chosen of the Omnissiah had followed his recommendations. In fact, in some cases, she had exceeded them. He had only called for 1,000 Moth Guardians and 1,000 of the Premakraj Mantis to be built, in order to not only bolster their aerial power, but also to preserve the industrial knowledge of the blue-skinned Tau. Regarding the other points of contention, I am undecided. The Archmagos born on Stygies 8 had been afraid of that. There had been a lot of conservatives pushing back lately. As numerous wonders were shaped by metallic hands once more, many among the Nixian Mechanikus and outside of it had begun to whisper that the blessings of the Omnissiah shouldn't be spread out so swiftly and without more rigorous plans. And I also want to visit your city, Technocratic Engineer. I was given reports, but I prefer observing the answers with my own eyes. Of course, Queen of Arachan, we understand perfectly. Fiol Nodachi assured her with an alien smile. It went without saying that the engineer was very relieved to have obtained so much in a single hour. If you find it to your taste, there is a visit of the gardens prepared where you will meet former ethereal Onshi. If it pleases you, the last true warriors of the flames will accompany you to a new terraformation laboratory that your tech assistants helped us to build before a short meal. After that, Basilea Taylor Bear. The Tau equivalent of imperial production lines was very impressive. Not only were the large facilities more efficient on a one-on-one comparison than the most advanced stuff Dragon had built over the years, they had elegance in a style that was very pleasant to the eye. They also developed prototypes and other personal creations on their own free time. Taylor didn't need Lankovar to tell her that for now, that was outright impossible to achieve with the Mechanikus. Of course, Nyx had still a large advantage. For every industrial facility present on Tau or in orbit of it, Nyx had 100 and more. It was a stark reminder that while quality was important, quantity couldn't be neglected, otherwise you were just going to be overwhelmed by numbers. That said, as impressive than the various battlesuits, pulse carbines, and various Tau inventions were, the schools where the Tau learned the knowledge of their forebears were perhaps more impressive. I couldn't help but notice, Taylor kept her voice low as they walked through a colorful corridor of white, blue, and green, that the other wings of this school are under renovation. Your eyes are sharp, FIOL Nodachi complimented her. These were the schools where the other children of FIOL were taught before the cataclysm. The sorrow in his voice was genuine, and the insect mistress winced inside. I thought, she cleared her throat ill at ease, that while the majority of the other castes were stolen by the ruinous powers, there would be other births, at least at first. There weren't. The blue-skinned alien replied grimly. Children of the Tau VA had their caste determined at birth, and in the majority of cases, determined by their parent. In the majority of cases, the ethereals tried to keep us in the dark, but there were always lone exceptions which simply didn't fit in the caste of their birth. The measures enforced were unpleasant, and few were aware of what their full extent was. But it is not the case anymore. I believe many of my friends are studying the phenomenon as we speak, but the results are not in doubt. The caste division has been abolished at school already because as far as the Technocratic Council is aware, there has not been a single Tau born of another caste but Earth after our home world was grav-propelled in this very system. That was unpleasant to contemplate. Of course, it was more of a final confirmation she didn't like. Still, the four had not merely stolen the fire warriors, the air caste pilots, and the water diplomats during their baleful intervention. By their outrageous claims, they had removed the capacity of the remaining Tau to ever sire more of them, and thus in time be able to change the state of affairs. How could you break the status quo when no one on your side could speak for the other castes? The abominations of chaos were not just sore losers, they were right bastards too. On the plus side, by burning their bridges so thoroughly, any of their attempts to corrupt what was formerly the Earth caste would be increasingly more difficult as time passed. I suppose you are remodeling the currently empty wings so in time they can welcome other students again? She asked. We are. FIOL Nodachi agreed. Some fire training rooms will be kept open, for our future bright minds need to spend some time being prepared for their future duties in the militia reserves, but other structures are completely repurposed. This will be needed for the new students. You expect this school will be able to welcome that many students so soon? Maybe not in the next Imperial Standard year or the one after that, the Tau gave her the alien equivalent of a shrug, but due to the rapid social changes our society is currently in the middle of, I would not be particularly surprised if in 20 years, all the classrooms are going to be reopened. Many of the planners are wondering what it will mean for the engineers. Ah, here we are. FIOL Nodachi drew a remote, and the wall in front of them transformed to become the modern equivalent of a one-way mirror. On the other side, there was a classroom filled with young Tau, and it was a surprising experience. Though it was not a classroom as many in the Imperium would understand it. It was, yes, a room where the young Tau were taught, but it was also more than that. It had a small mechanical atelier where a dozen or so young children were trying to assemble parts that had to be some kind of basic drone. In what could vaguely be called the center, there was a first-rate hololith projector with the teacher using the three-dimensional images as support for his lesson. Sign of the difference between human and Tau schooling, only 3 children were around him to listen to his words. There was a sort of musical thrill and the children moved. Now those who had been working in the mini-atelier went to listen to the teacher. Others were taking a seat and watching something that reminded her of old-fashioned computers. Amusingly, plenty of digital screens were shiny blue. Right, focus. The classroom. If this lesson was the norm, then the Tau were really mixing practical and theoretical from a very young age. And they poured a lot of technological investment into their education. Some noble schools of Nyx had hololithic devices right now, but even for them, it was a very recent thing. By Dragon's estimates, they were years away from generalizing their use in civilian society. It is a novelty, but a pleasant one. The Basileia spoke after several seconds. Is this class the norm among your establishment, or are there different ones? This class is one of 5, I believe humans call them subtypes, is it? The Tau continued after she nodded. This is an engineering essay-lick, the first step of apprenticeship. The first periods of teaching are common for every child, engineering, agriculture, industry, construction, and energy. And as such every, sarlik, the word was difficult to pronounce, ends up as the specialization of your young, in the end. Essay-lick, and yes, though not always. FIOL no Dachi answered. Before the cataclysm, it was encouraged by the planners to choose what some of your tech priests have called primary specialization and secondary specialization. Some very gifted students, future engineers destined for great things, were sometimes authorized to study a third, but it was rare. And, a limited lifespan meant there always were better uses of your time, yes. Taylor knew the engineer in front of her was one of the many Tao who had received the new Tao rejuvenation treatment. Yes, this is exactly that. Planners are already in deep discussion how it will change our approach to learning as a whole. Some, I suspect, will still choose one specialization and take from other subjects only the minimum required, the Basilea mused. It is after all what plenty of tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus do. Some planners think like you do, FIOL no Dachi replied diplomatically. Do you want to see the agriculture specialization classes? Yes, please. It was going to create some delays for the rest of the schedule, but it wasn't every day she visited a Tao school. Nix sector. Moro subsector. Wuhan 2. Hivaseo. 3.296.313 M35. Basilea Taylor A Bear. Even in the Nix sector, Taylor knew that there were many governors and nobles who said that Wuhan was ruled as a poor copy of Nix. Well, they tried to say it when they thought she wasn't able to hear them. They were ridiculously wrong. Yes, Taylor had some authority here, but Wei was perfectly capable of making her own choices, and in plenty of instances, the choices she had made as a Basilea weren't followed by her wife. A notable point in particular? Nix had no prime minister. It had not been an easy decision, the female para-human remembered that well, but in the end, she had decided to not place any minister above the other members of her government. Wei had decided otherwise, for a multitude of other reasons. Of course, the title wasn't called prime minister. In a variant of an ancient language that may have been Chinese, the Wuhanes had called this important position Sunfa. Wei was certainly not the first governor to instate it. In Low Gothic, it was best translated as Grand Secretary. Once again, several governors preferred to not acknowledge his existence in the first place, or when they did, it was to describe him as a mere puppet that her adjutant spiders routinely ignored or gave marching orders to. As always, their assessment of the Wuhanes' political situation was hilariously wrong, though given that many of the critics came from Atlas, Taylor couldn't say she was particularly surprised. But no, Guo Lin, Grand Secretary of Wuhan Secundus, was no one's puppet. When he greeted her, he was in azure robes with only a small amount of golden jewelry. And once the courtesies were done, with the proper congratulations for the splendid appearance of the parade guards, the tone was respectful but strong. I am particularly happy to see you, Your Celestial Highness. Guo Lin's long black hair, she noted, had not been cut since her last visit, a moderately audacious style of hairdressing on Wuhan, though of course I would have been delighted to see you accompanied by the Lady Regina. Taylor felt the urge to roll her eyes, but really, she supposed she deserved that. There are matters I am not at the liberty to discuss here, she answered. The insect mistress had no intention to admit she couldn't give birth to a child in public, for a lot of reasons. But your Regina negotiated hard, knowing her absence would grieve you. Artemis gave him the data slate while she admired the new jade-colored decorations which had been created as Operation Stalingrad was fought victoriously. 2 agri-hives. Guo Lin made a sound of appreciation. And plenty of restoration efforts to reclaim Wuhan from pollution, I see. It is not going to be a slow process, it goes without saying. The Lady of Nix thought the warning deserved to be mentioned here, and as the tech priests told me, we are likely going to use other types of flora. Megacacti aren't going to be the best option for Wuhan's soil, for some very technical reasons I'm not sure I fully understand. But in many ways, the principles were the same of what had been done to Nix, though the methods were going to differ. Yes, plenty of heavy industries, chemical manufacturums and other very polluting facilities were going to be transferred into orbit, with millions of tons of toxic waste collected and sent into nearby stars every year. But unlike Nix, Wuhan didn't have an ocean left, assuming it had even had one and not several smaller seas in the first place. Wuhan was ancient and maps from its original period of colonization were not exactly dazzling anyone with their accuracy. Of course, Guo Lin noted, I know a few cardinals who hoped for 3 agri-hives. See? If the man was a puppet, he certainly wasn't hers. Fortunately, you got used to it. And this wasn't the first time she would have to negotiate. Nix is going to cover half of the costs associated with training your personnel, she reminded him. And I seem to remember investing a respectable sum of throne gelds to rebuild this hive. By the way, the result was totally worth it. You would never think this hive had been the scene of a full-scale battle between 2 rival factions of the Inquisition. And yet, some years ago the Inquisitorial headquarters had confirmed for good that the men in question were real Inquisitors, not fakes as many had suspected. Bah, it wasn't like they were great losses, or losses at all. And honestly, Taylor wasn't going to waste her time begging Trazen to give them back. The thief had been so happy with his acquisitions. If you say so, Your Celestial Highness, the Grand Secretary bowed. Several alarms immediately blared inside her head. The Wuhan's minister, technically his status said he wasn't, but he was giving orders to the 10 ministers in practice never conceded defeat so quickly. We both know you won't be satisfied so easily. Speak. Rumors about ensembles have reached the minister's ears, of course they had. It was perhaps one of the worst kept secrets of the Nix sector right now. And you wonder if, when we manage to create new ensembles and make a system of them work, Wuhan will be earmarked to receive them. The answer is yes. The first prototype of appreciable scale had yet to be completed, and it already completely changed how they saw the galaxy. To make the shortest travel possible between the two hive worlds of the sector, merchants and other travelers used the Nix Klerkalskov Fei Wuhan Warp Lane. The other option was the Nix Smilodon Andes Wuhan Lane. The latter was a bit shorter by some hours, but you couldn't use it to buy food and water and sell them on the Wuhan's markets. That is a good reason to rejoice, obviously, Your Celestial Highness, but in the name of the Regina, I would appreciate a written commitment. See? The new generation of Wuhan's politicians was perfectly capable of defending her wife's interests, and those of Wuhan, of course. High orbit above Wuhan 2. Battleship Enterprise. 3.300.313 M35. Captain Sitok Morillo. Sitok Morillo had not thought he would get an audience with Lady Weaver so quickly. That was the good news. Unfortunately, the expression she gave him when he finished his report was worse than anger in several ways. Frustration was an expression way too easy to recognize, and at the moment he could read it. So Atlas has decided to play one of their stupid games for some reason only their inbred nobility understands, the Lady of the Dawnbreaker summarized after a grimace. I wish I could say I am surprised, but there we will not interfere with anyone's patrols, but in fact, we are doing it has happened at least 25 times since my coronation as Basileia. The magma spiders are ready to. The Golden Wing's brilliance became almost painful. Do you think you are the first to suggest some retaliation move, Captain? I assure you, you are not. The Brothers of the Red, the Heracles Wardens, and the Iron Drakes, to name just 3, have insisted the behavior of the 3 Atlassian governors is insulting and disgusting. I happen to agree. Most of their custom fees are utter robbery, their lack of cooperation is galling, and if they were Nixian nobles, I would have most likely already sent them to join a penal legion. The young-looking woman sighed loudly. Until they do something stupid like declaring secession from the Imperium, though, there is no excuse for an intervention. It is a black mark on their record, but they have so many of them by this point, and the headquarters of the administratum don't really care as long as they pay their tithes. And the Atlas system does give Terra its due. A small spider arrived to take a lot of bureaucratic documents, and ran away. Lady Weaver picked up a red pen. I'm sorry, Captain, but I don't think I can offer a miracle to solve the Atlassian problem. This was not a dismissal, but Sitok Morillo, master of the Watch of the Magma Spiders, could hear it coming all too clearly. Lady Weaver, with all due my respect, that is not good enough. The Emperor built the Imperium for mankind to be free. Free from the shackles of the old night. Yes, many worlds still fell short of his ideals, but we were trying to be better. To build something better. The legions broke the slavery of the Xenos, it wasn't to replace it with a human tyranny. It wasn't to see entire generations of loyal men and women be exploited from dawn to dusk until there's no practical difference with slavery. What they're doing on Atlas is slavery in all but name. For several seconds, the starry eyes watched him emotionlessly, and the Space Marine captain feared he had gone too far. There were rumors about how Kratos had been punished. Then a sad smile blossomed on her lips. You were one of the Flame Murats survivors, weren't you, Captain? Yes, my lady. There was a nod. You are not the first Space Marine of that era to tell me how the Imperium of today falls short of the ideals the ancestors of this generation aspired to for humanity. The ruler of the sector grimaced. Though if you will forgive me the remark, the Emperor built a system which is at the root of the problem. When the Great Crusade conquered the stars, too many of the first governors were allowed to establish hereditary rule without a care for skill and competence. That is not completely true. Sitok protested. His Majesty put in place many safeguards. And before Lady Weaver could answer, the son of Fukin realized how hypocritical it sounded. Clearly, given the current situation, the safeguards had not withstood the ravages of time, assuming the successors of Malkador had not decided to ignore them outright. I doubt they apply to this era, Captain. The destroyer of Kimarak shook her head. If they did, a man like Xerxes Van Dyer would have declared them illegal after he became a High Lord, fearing someone might use it against him. And for the sake of my curiosity, what were these safeguards? If I remember correctly, the Master of the Watch answered using memories of a lifetime ago, the governors, if they wanted their scions to inherit, had to make sure a certain number of their descendants worked as productive members of imperial society. During the Great Crusade, it meant more often than not enlisting in the imperial army or several forces supporting the military effort. And upon the death of a governor, verifications were made. If the governor had performed in an unsatisfactory manner, the Imperium could and in several instances did buy the entire planet at a set price determined by its tithes, before installing a governor who would take the job seriously. Of course, as the military leadership knew it was a possibility, most governors behaved well. At least this was the system which was agreed between the Emperor and our father for 100 worlds close to Nocturne. But between the Horus heresy and the Emperor being interned on the Golden Throne, the system utterly fell apart. The angelic-looking woman was suddenly more thoughtful. Yes, it makes sense. Good intentions led to this mess. There was another nod, and this one looked more combative. Very well, Captain. You're in luck. I currently have an expert of Terran law about to arrive aboard my ship. I will tell her to investigate these laws. Both eyebrows were raised thereafter. But don't get your hopes up too high. Many governors are depraved, corrupt, and never worked a single day in their lives. But they aren't completely stupid. If they thought they had reason to fear these laws, they would have acted in very different ways. Saturnine class freighter White Ducat. 3.304.313 M35. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. The law exists, yes. Your Space Marine captain is correct. Marianne didn't even bother searching for additional documentation, besides, the mind's cat on her legs wouldn't have tolerated her petting to be interrupted. Really? The surprise of Taylor was obvious. Then again, it was logical, the law wasn't exactly well known. I would have thought that it was repealed. Marianne chuckled, though the subject wasn't exactly funny. Don't forget that it was a law directly made by the Emperor. Since he rules us all, changing his laws without his consent is treason. The Basileia wasn't impressed, for good reason. I'm already hearing the butt ringing in my ears. The meowing resonated beneath the white fur, and the petting had to resume. The law still exists, but was stripped of most of its power, so to speak. The Vice Queen spoke. And the only reason why the architects of that particular reform didn't do any worse, well, the administratum frequently needs to buy archive worlds for its enormous inefficient bureaucratic system. And in general, each time a crusade conquers some territory, the military commanders tend to forget men like Van Dyer. Oh yes, they offer ore-rich systems to the Mechanicues, splendid lands to the ecclesiarchy, many holdings to their lieutenants, but they tend to be blind when it comes to the needs of the adepts of the administratum. Their gains tend to be poor. The mistress of Spider snorted. I would almost feel sorry them if I didn't know how rapacious certain adepts of Clan Van Dyer have proven. There are plenty of rumors Xerxes sucked an entire sector dry to get the High Lord's seat. Indeed. Much like plenty of other men and women, the Van Dyers were all about short-term gains, thinking nothing of what awaited them in the future. There was a reason the Zion sector was not seen as something worth gambling on these days. Returning back to the main topic, yes, the law exists. The duty to the Emperor requirements are gone, but someone speaking in the Emperor's name can buy back a planet if they feel they have sufficient justification to deprive an entire line of their ruling privileges. The Vice Queen immediately stopped the petting and refocused immediately on the stars-filled eyes once she realized what she had said. Taylor, no. No. Oh, she didn't like the ironic drawl. It takes a vote of the Senatorum Imperialis when the administratum wants to buy an archive world for themselves. The daughter of House Gutenberg said quickly. A few times they've done it by a vote of the High 12 when they want to avoid all the squabbles of the Senate, but it still requires a formal vote. But that isn't what the law says, is it? The grin was way too big to be innocent. For all they tried to empty the law, it means speaking in the Emperor's name, like being in contact with the Emperor, or being granted the privileges of a peer of Terra. Sometimes one had to wonder how big the sense of humor of His Most Holy Majesty of Terra truly was. Marianne hesitated, before licking her lips to give herself some time. Taylor, it isn't going to work. Why? Because the administratum isn't going to like it. Yes, that too, but the blonde-haired tradeswoman knew that was an incentive for Taylor to go ahead with it, not an obstacle. I would rather say because you don't have the money, O Lady Countess of York, peer of Terra. I know you have not yet spent everything you got from the Adeptus Almeidas, so maybe you have enough to buy one planet the old-fashioned way. But this law is not made to make the planets cheap. There's no way you can buy the 3 planets of the system on your own. Maybe if Atlas didn't pay its tithes, but they do. And one planet won't solve the problem. The 2 other governors will hate your guts for a millennium, and if you think they were obstructive before, I fear this would be a mere warm-up of their malicious compliance. I have some ideas how to resolve that. Her lover said sweetly. But please, continue. The second big problem is that you can't become the governor of any world, since you already rule Nyx. And of course you will have to find an adeptus to place this planet under its political shield. Something that was non-trivial, to say the least, because the administratum could be counted upon to raise hell on Holy Terra and scream murder at every door they could find. Marianne had faith about the Lady General Militant's influence, but she was extremely skeptical the Imperial Guard's upper command would allow itself to be plunged into a political feud of such fury. And third, Third, this law only applies when a planetary governor dies. And last time I checked, all those incompetent wastrels of Atlas are in good health. The oldest is about 100 years old, and with the rejuvenation treatments available to the wealthy in the sector these days, that barely counts as middle-aged. I don't think any are going to do you the favor of dropping dead at an opportune time. It would be comical to watch all the attempts to look innocent, if the matter wasn't so serious. The assassin Orm isn't going to do you a favor. The smile she was given back was far more dangerous. Marianne, when I want someone dead in a non-suspicious way, believe me, I am not going to use the assassin Orm. There was 2 seconds of silence. I have Pierre for that. How could a bloody dreadnought kill in a non-suspicious way? Marianne dreaded to know the answer to that question. Still, Taylor, my advice is not to do it. No matter how much these imbeciles annoyed you. Marianne. This isn't about just annoying me. The voice was of adamantium, and the eyes were burning with the flames of stars again. I deal with annoyances every day. The problem, and I can't believe that a magma spider had to remind me of it, is that we are ruling because we want to make the Imperium better. You are making the Imperium better, love. Think of all you've accomplished, the technology, the Bacta. Then why, the tone was almost suffering made human, can't I help the billions of men, women, and children who are treated like bags of meat a few light years away from Nyx? Why are there souls that can expect no better than some 30 years of harsh life, screaming and begging for release under the lash of their so-called dukes? We were horrified by the torture pens of Kamarak, but the serfs of Atlas are exploited to their last breath by humans. Why do they live like that, Marianne? The Vice Queen shivered, and at that moment, she truly acknowledged how the sacrifice of the God Emperor could truly burn everything in its path. Captain Sitak Morillo was right to be horrified. Look at what they made of the Emperor's dream, Marianne. It was supposed to be a dream of hope and reason. Instead it's a rotting carcass of fear, incompetence, and jealousy. If 3 governors have to burn to remove part of this hateful decay, then burn they shall. Was this what the Emperor wanted? Why he had given his power of sacrifice to Weaver? The answer was all too obvious, once you listened to the sons of Sanguinius. Yes. 1,000 times yes. The Imperium was meant to bring light and hope, to banish the darkness of old night. It wasn't meant to be replaced by the oppression and the tyranny which was the norm on Atlas. I am with you. Marianne answered. How do you want to proceed? Harbin System. Battleship Enterprise. 3.317.313 M35. Forge Father Fukin Envar. Yes. I can do it. Really, Kratos snickered, proving that as painful the punishment was when he wasn't smacked around by an overwhelming powerful Xenos, that is there were some things that never changed. I seem to remember that. I can do it. Pierre repeated. But I need the governors to be close to each other and some knowledge from the locals, my lady. Many important deaths in a few hours always cause suspicions and accusations of foul play. A fair point, their lady answered. Obviously, a lot of people will be aware I am behind it and the entire thing is too convenient from my point of view. As a consequence, a certain level of deniability is important. Like when that adept of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica had a heart attack at an unfortunate moment. Eyes rolled, and Lady Weaver smirked. It is better if you make sure the deniability levels in that particularly affair are significantly higher than that. I will do what I can. Can I use an adjutant spider to get access to the data? Yes. The Basileia replied, before adding a limit, which was always good when you involved a former Alpha Legion operative. But she will give you access to only the Atlassian reports. I will begin the background work immediately, then. And a certain dreadnought sneaked away as fast as a machine of his weight and size could afford to. Is this a good idea? Sijanandus asked. Fukin immediately intervened. In his humble opinion, this was something that needed to be resolved, because the so-called feudal totalitarianism was an insult which would make their father grieve when he became aware of it. The Atlassian nobles do not serve any ideal save the enrichment of their families, which are already swimming in wealth to begin with. All the while they oppress and they terrorize the very men and women they're supposed to protect. Oh, heir. The Black Templar cleared his throat. No, I have no objection to this particular problem. My objection was more about whether it was a good idea to let Pierre do it. I am far from an expert in infiltration and assassination operations, but I'm reasonably sure the Atlassian population has never seen a dreadnought before. No matter how hard he tries, he's going to attract a lot of attention. Several pair of Astartes' eyes turned towards Kalyan Gautham. The Raven Guard shrugged in an unconcerned manner. Pierre managed to intercept a traitor Primarch before said betrayer completely desecrated the shrine of Guilliman. I think he will do fine here. Obviously, a lot depends on the circumstances, and this way the problem will be handled afterwards. It still requires a lot of support we are not certain to obtain. This time, Gamaliel had clearly decided to be the voice of caution. Lady Taylor Hebert, Lady General Militant and Living Saint, gave her blood angel a very ironic smile. I realize the Primarchs are not symbolically sworn to oppose a ruinous power in particular, my herald, but do you really think someone like the Avenging Sun is going to be pleased by the very feudal totalitarianism which is the norm on every world of Atlas? When you ask it like that, no. But he's not the only one you have to convince, my lady. True. There was a win CE. But as Pierre correctly pointed out, while we can take advantage of certain events, we assuredly can't engineer the circumstances themselves. And unless I have a sudden trouble with the dates of the imperial calendar, and she didn't, of that the Dawnbreaker Guard members were sure, plenty of holy days of this year have already been celebrated. I don't think they will meet each other for months, and maybe not this year. And as much I want this system to end, yes, I want to do it right. Breaking the hold the Dukes of Atlas have over their people is good, but replacing decay with anarchy is not my intention. Therefore yes, I won't give the final order to Pierre until I am sure the plan is going to unfold like a well-oiled military operation. Then the starry eyes turned to Teclis Rubix, Fire Drake of the Magma Spiders. Now that we have agreed on this, I think first Duke Mocenigo needs to learn some humility. His arrogance has never ceased to grow, and though I officially can't touch him, some of the smugglers he uses are enjoying no protection whatsoever from the Lex Imperialis. Fitting, his fellow son of Fukin replied. We will release some of the information from our patrols to the Imperial Navy. In a splendid display of cooperation between two organizations of His Majesty's Imperium, dutifully making sure that the trade lanes of the Nyx sector are safe and transporting only legally approved goods.